The story begins with Gil Su, a boy who was sitting in a car playing a fighting game on his phone. His father asked him to put the phone down, but Gil Su simply ignored him. His mother commented that his father was talking to him and that he should at least respond, but even then Gil Su remained silent. He thought that his father probably regretted having such a pathetic son like him, someone who was treated like a human ashtray at school. His mother also commented that if the students at the new school started beating him up too, he could just give up. She said she only wanted him to have a life where he felt comfortable. But Gil Su thought she was lying. She was the one who insisted on moving to another city just so he could transfer schools when he said he wanted to quit studying. In the middle of all that, he even lost the match in the game he was playing. He thought that maybe it would be better to put an end to everything. The next day, Gil Su went to the new school. He just wanted to run away from there. He kept hoping for some kind of disaster to happen. An earthquake, a North Korean invasion, anything that would wipe everyone out at once. In the classroom, he introduced himself saying he was Gil Su, that he had come from Seoul, and that he had never been to that small town before. He also said it was a pleasure to meet everyone. Deep down, he just wanted time to stop and for nothing bad to happen. To his surprise, the students applauded him. They said the pleasure was all theirs, and that they were finally happy to have someone from the capital in their class. They even commented that he had a different aura, like someone from the big city. Later, some students approached him in a way that seemed kind of threatening. Gil Su immediately thought he was going to get beaten up again. He was already bracing for the worst, but when one of the boys put a hand on his shoulder, he simply introduced himself. This boy was Jindo, who asked if Gil Su had trouble getting used to new things. He suggested they go to the convenience store together so he could show him the way. Gil Su accepted the invitation, a bit suspicious. Later, he realized it was the first time he was going to a convenience store casually with someone. On the way, Jindo asked what he thought of another friend's eyebrows, explaining that it was probably because of those eyebrows that the friend's girlfriend had broken up with him. Gil Su replied that he actually thought they had their charm. Deep down, he thought he wasn't expecting any of that. He started wondering what kind of school this was, why everyone seemed so happy, and if maybe he could finally feel at ease there. While thinking about that, Gil Su bumped into someone and ended up spilling juice on the person's shirt. He quickly apologized and said he could pay to have the shirt washed, but the boy replied that it was fine and thanked him for the offer. Gil Su was confused, wondering if that guy had really been nice to him. For the first time, he thought maybe he could have a normal life at that school. So far, that day had actually been pretty good. He started to realize that the school's atmosphere was completely different from all the others he had been to. Everyone seemed nice and kind. Gil Su thought he had worried for nothing and felt happy about the move. That was when Jindo approached again and asked if Gil Su had plans for that day, inviting him to go somewhere after class. Later, Gil Su realized he had been walking for quite a while, following Jindo down a path that was getting farther and farther from the city. He asked where they were going, starting to feel they were already too far. Jindo replied that he wanted to show him an important place for anyone new to the school. Gil Su found it strange, wondering what he meant by saying he needed to go there. He noticed they were going farther and farther and started to wonder if he was falling into another trap. Jindo then asked if he had ever practiced boxing or any other type of fighting. Gil Su replied that he hadn't, which made Jindo smile and say that he would need courage, but they were almost there. Only then did Gil Su notice that Jindo had several scars on his body. This made him remember everything he had gone through at his previous school. He thought about leaving and even tried to apologize, saying he needed to get out of there, but Jindo grabbed him by the arm and insisted they were almost there. He said that since Gil Su was so busy, he could at least check out the place quickly and that he was sure he would like it. With little choice, Gil Su let himself be led along, thinking he was being an idiot. He thought all that kindness was just a facade and that soon everything would repeat like before. But when they finally reached the destination, Gil Su was surprised. He saw an arena packed with students and right in the center, a ring where some students were trading punches. He was shocked, trying to understand what was going on. Jindo explained that he knew Gil Su was in shock, but that was the school's fight arena, the greatest privilege offered to students. Gil Su could hardly believe that such an arena existed. Soon after, the coach appeared, Chung, who, besides being the president of the high school student council, also ran the arena at Six Gates School. Jindo introduced Gil Su, saying that he was the new transfer student in his class that day. When he looked at the coach, Gil Su thought that guy was scary and wondered if he was really just a high school student. Before he could think of anything else, the thick-eyebrowed friend, who had been teased earlier, appeared saying he had been waiting for Jindo and promised he would regret making fun of him. Without wasting time, Jindo already jumped into the fight, making it clear that life at that school was very different from anything Gil Su had imagined. Chung approached Gil Su, introduced himself as the student council president, and welcomed him to the school. Gil Su looked at him and thought that guy was huge. At that moment, he noticed that everyone around was cheering, while Jindo and the thick-eyebrowed student were trading punches in the middle of the arena. arena. Gil Su was confused, wondering why they were fighting. Weren't they friends? Chung commented that it wasn't bad at all, saying that the freshmen that year were quite promising. Gil Su was still lost, trying to understand who that man was and what was happening there. Then Chung, with a serious tone, explained that this was the true face of Six Gates. He said that there was no bullying at that school and no aggressors, like in other schools, but violence still existed. The difference was that it was reserved only for that space, the fight arena. Chung said he knew Gil Su had probably gone through a lot of bad things at his old school, but that now he would have a place to let out all his frustration. At that school, everyone was equal in the face of violence. That was the Six Gates arena. Gil Su became even more confused, wondering what was really going on. Chung continued and said he would explain the rules in a very simple way, and that he would not repeat himself, so Gil Su needed to pay close attention. The first rule was that only Six Gates students were allowed to enter the arena. Any student who graduated was expelled or canceled their enrollment was automatically banned from entering there. The second rule was that all fights had to be one-on-one, with no weapons allowed. Under no circumstances could a third person interfere. The third rule stated that a member of the student council would always serve as the referee during fights, being responsible for deciding when each match would end. While Gil Su tried to process all of this, the boy he had spilled juice on the day before showed up. The boy commented that the new kid was finally there and said they were going to fight to make up for the ruined shirt. Chung said that Gil Su already had an opponent and that there was no better way to learn than by doing it. The fourth rule was announced. Any kind of violence was strictly forbidden outside the arena. Any problem between students had to be settled inside the ring. Finally, Chung explained the most important rule, not to be afraid and just have fun. When Gil Su entered the ring, he wondered how he was supposed to have fun in a fight. Until that moment, his daily routine had only been getting beaten up. On top of that, he was going to fight a guy who looked 3 times his size. His 3 years of experience as a bullying victim started screaming in his head, warning him to run away or he would end up dead. When the fight started, the crowd got excited, commenting on how unlucky Gil Su was to be picked by Kang In-hai on his first day of school. Another student asked if Kang In-hai was famous, thinking he was still a first year, but someone explained that Kang In-hai was the younger brother of a well-known guy. Kang In-hai asked if Gil Su wasn't going to make a move and said he would go easy on him since it was his first time there. Meanwhile, Gil Su was so terrified that his whole body felt frozen. He wondered if he felt that way because he had been thrown into the situation so suddenly. When Kang In-hai realized that Gil Su wasn't moving, he decided that if Gil Su wasn't going to attack, he would go at him himself. Gil Su's fear grew with every second. He was completely terrified, but then, suddenly, something happened that no one expected. Unable to control his nerves, Gil Su vomited all over Kang In-hai, leaving the entire arena in shock. The referee immediately called for a pause in the fight, while Kang In-hai, furious, demanded someone bring him a towel to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, Gil Su thought that he had never in his life stood up to anyone, let alone hit someone. He simply couldn't imagine himself punching another person. The next day, there was only one topic being discussed: the vomit incident that had happened in the arena. In the hallways, in the bathroom, everyone was talking about it. Meanwhile, Gil Su kept wondering how he ended up at a school with a fight arena. He thought it would be a normal school. Now everything seemed out of control. He remembered the coach's words, telling him to have fun, but Gil Su felt he wouldn't be able to. He didn't even know how to throw a proper punch, let alone face someone for real. He thought the only thing he could do was avoid going to the arena, and that way, at least, he would stay safe. Meanwhile, Chung was outside doing 1,000 push-ups with 2 students sitting on his back. Gil Su looked and wondered if that guy was really just a high school student. Soon after, Chung approached Gil Su, asking if he had something to say. Gil Su replied that he did, and that he wanted to ask something about the fight arena. Chung, with a smile, asked if he had managed to develop any skills besides the vomit attack, and the people around joked that they had become his fans because of that. Gil Su explained that it wasn't about that. He just wanted to say that he wouldn't be able to go to the arena that day. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around fell silent, surprised. Chung was the first to react, asking why. He said that Gil Su hadn't even gotten hurt the day before, so why was he trying to skip? Gil Su said he had no confidence to fight someone else. He said he didn't want to hit anyone and didn't think it was fun. He also commented that he didn't understand the logic behind the arena, and that from that day on, he wouldn't be able to participate anymore. But Chung approached and said that what Gil Su had just said was basically a free pass for him to be beaten up as much as others wanted. As student council president, Chung announced that student Gil Su was no longer under the protection of the fight arena. Later, Gil Su kept thinking about it, wondering what exactly this so-called protection meant. It didn't take him long to find out. Shortly after, Kang In-hai went to his classroom. Kang said he heard that the new kid wasn't going to step into the arena anymore. Without giving him time to react, the first thing he did was slam Gil Su's head against the desk. Kang said that now he was going to properly teach him what that meant in that school. He commented that he really needed a new slave, and that from now on, Gil Su belonged to him. No one did anything while Gil Su was getting beaten up. One of the other boys commented that he had heard that Gil Su had been transferred because he got beaten a lot at his previous school. Kang said that was unbelievable, and that he had already figured it out the moment he started hitting him. That was when Gil Su began to understand what the arena's protection really meant. If he didn't participate in the arena, he would be vulnerable to all kinds of aggression within the school. His hell was starting all over again. Later, he was called to the principal's office, where they asked if he wanted to quit school. He had barely completed a week since joining that school. Gil Su answered yes, that was exactly what he wanted. He said he was already preparing for exams and that, at the moment, they were more important to him. The teacher just said that if that was what he wanted, there wasn't much they could do. Gil Su thought he had done everything he could. He felt sorry for his father and mother for becoming such a useless son. After leaving the office, he thought that finally his terrible school life had come to an end, and that, starting the next day, he would begin a normal life. But at the exit, Chung was waiting for him. He asked why Gil Su wasn't even trying to fight. Wanting to know what the big problem was, Gil Su simply apologized and said sincerely that violence was a trauma for him. He said he had already suffered too much bullying in life and had reached his limit. All he wanted now was to give up. He said that everything he could do, he had already done. Chung then said that Gil Su was even more pathetic than he imagined. He asked who said he needed to fight like a professional. He said technique was for featherweights, that if he had no teeth, he should bite with his gums, and that if he had no strength, he should use courage. According to him, that was what fighting was about. But at that moment, Gil Su wasn't even doing the bare minimum to protect himself. He asked if Gil Su really thought he would find a colorful and perfect world out there just because he was leaving. He said that the way he was, Gil Su would continue being the loser he had always been for the rest of his life. When Gil Su left the school, he kept wondering who that guy thought he was to say such things. He thought Chung had never been weak, so he had no right to say anything. But on the way home, Kang and Hai appeared with his group. Kang said he heard that Gil Su wouldn't be coming back to school starting the next day, and asked how he had the courage to quit without talking to him first. Gil Su wondered how they had found out so quickly. Kang said that if he left, who would be his punching bag? He explained that ever since the arena was created, he had been without a slave, and that now he thought everything would just end because Gil Su was leaving school. Later, Gil Su was being beaten up in an alley. While getting hit, he thought that day he really might die. Kang said he should be glad because if that had been the 6 gates from when his brother studied there, Gil Su would probably already be dead. Kang also asked if the address was correct, saying that Gil Su lived at Unit 1105, Building 604, Apartment A, in the city of Mangu. Kang added that next time, they would pay a little visit there. Gil Su panicked, wondering what they were planning to do with his address. When he tried to fight back, Kang noticed and asked if he was finally starting to react. He told him to stay still, saying he was going to take a picture of him all messed up to send to everyone. While getting beaten even more, Gil Su kept wondering what was happening to him. He asked himself what he had done wrong. He thought it was all going to end, that the abyss of eternal pain had finally finished, but he was dragged back into suffering. He thought that, for some reason, he couldn't escape that hell. That was when he remembered Chung's words, saying that he didn't need to fight like a professional, and that he didn't need technique. All he had to do was use what was within his reach, at least do the minimum to protect himself. Remembering that, this time, Gil Su screamed. Kang found it funny and told the others to hold him down a bit more, saying he was recording a video. Gil Su wondered what he had done wrong to deserve all that. Without thinking much, he kicked the phone out of Kang In-hai's hand, who got furious and told the others to hold the boy tighter, complaining that he was struggling too much. But Gil Su had already made a decision. He thought he would use everything at his disposal. Without hesitation, he bit Kang's hand hard enough to draw real blood. For the first time, Gil Su thought he wouldn't give up. Even after taking a strong punch, the one who seemed to be in more pain was Kang himself. With a determined look, Gil Su wondered if that pain he was feeling was really enough to make him stop. He thought that if he was going to die there, then he would take Kang with him to hell. Kang, surprised by the reaction, commented that even a rat fights back when it's cornered. He said that now Gil Su really needed to be prepared. Kang's group rushed at him, but Gil Su fought back as best he could. He fought like a complete novice, with no technique at all, just using everything he could. He didn't need to fight like a professional. He just needed to do anything he could to defend himself. Kang told his friends to hold the boy down, but Gil Su managed to escape and ran off. While fleeing, he wondered what had gotten into him to suddenly start fighting those guys. Meanwhile, in the school arena, another fight was taking place when suddenly the doors opened. It was Gil Su, who appeared loudly announcing that he wanted to participate in the arena. Kang's group, still chasing him, came in right after. Chung, seeing the scene, commented that the kid was turning out to be much more entertaining than he expected. The next match was announced, Jindo versus Kang In-hai. Meanwhile, Yongho Park, Kang's number 2, said that the loser should be getting beaten beaten up by him right now. But another gang member warned him to keep his voice down because Chung might hear. Yongho replied that he knew, but it was better to be cautious around that guy. Inside the arena, Gil Su was getting beaten badly. Kang asked if he really thought he could do anything against him, knocking the boy down with another punch. Kang said those delusions were pathetic and hit a kick to Gil Su's chin, asking if he regretted fighting back. He remarked that if Gil Su had accepted being beaten quietly from the start, he wouldn't be going through this now. But when Kang looked again, he noticed Gil Su staring back with a deadly, rage-filled glare. Irritated, Kang asked how he dared to look at him like that and began slapping him repeatedly across the face. He said Gil Su needed to accept that he was a loser and that things wouldn't magically change, like in a fairy tale. Soon after, Kang delivered another kick, making Gil Su roll across the arena. The audience commented that Kang was really strong, and even Kang himself started wondering if he had gone too far. He even thought for a second that he might have killed the boy, but Gil Su started getting up again. Even Kang got scared. That hit should have been enough to knock out anyone. Feeling uneasy, Kang warned Gil Su to take it easy or he might end up dead. But Gil Su, with his eyes fixed on his opponent, asked if they really thought he would die from just that. Using all the strength he had left, Gil Su threw himself with his full weight onto Kang, knocking him to the ground. As he did, he thought that compared to everything he had already been through in life, this situation was nothing. The crowd was shocked, commenting that the Vomit Kid actually had some good moves. Kang, even more irritated, thought the kid would give up easily but ended up being caught off guard. When Gil Su tried to throw his first punch, Kang quickly countered, saying that with such slow hits, he would never land one. Then Gil Su remembered Chung's words, saying that if he had no strength, he should use courage. At that moment, he delivered a strong headbutt, hitting Kang's nose and almost breaking it. The audience got even more hype, finding the fight far more entertaining than anyone expected. Chung, watching everything, thought that even with adrenaline masking the pain, Gil Su had already taken so much damage that it was amazing to see him still standing. He was definitely resilient. Furious, Kang managed to shake Gil Su off, throwing him to the other side of the ring. He asked if that piece of trash wanted to die, but Gil Su, like a zombie, stood up again. He looked at the group and wondered if this was really all the gangs that had always terrorized him had to show. For the first time, the whole crowd was on his side. With all his momentum, Gil Su charged forward like a madman, questioning why he had been so afraid of those guys for so long. But in the end, Kang finally knocked Gil Su out for good. Before passing out, Gil Su even apologized to Jindo, promising himself that he would never get caught off guard again. The winner of that fight was Kang In-hai, officially declared by the referee. Later, Gil Su woke up still inside the arena. He thought that in any case he had done it. He never had the illusion that he would win that fight in the first place. From the start, he had just focused all his strength on the hope of landing at least one hit. He knew he had done everything he could at that moment. He thought that if he had kept his focus a little longer instead of rushing in so desperately, maybe the fight wouldn't have ended so quickly. He concluded that he probably should have focused his attacks on Kang's lower body instead of charging in wide open like that. In truth, Gil Su thought he wouldn't have fallen if he hadn't let his guard down. If he were just a little stronger, maybe he could have held on. That was when Chung appeared, asking if he was feeling better. Still lying down, Gil Su asked if Chung was there just because of him. Chung replied that, as the student council president, it was his duty to take care of students who pass out in the arena. He said that place didn't exist to literally beat someone to death. The arena was actually created as a space to protect students. Chung asked if Gil Su knew that all of this had been just for today. Starting the next day, his entry into the arena would no longer be allowed since he was no longer a Six-Gate student. But Gil Su, determined, asked what he needed to do. He said he wasn't going to quit school anymore. He just wanted to know what he had to do to get stronger. With a smirk, Chung said that training the weak was also part of his responsibilities as council president. He asked if Gil Su was ready and, without warning, landed a punch straight into his stomach. He asked what Gil Su thought of that, if he felt like he was dying. He said that was just the beginning, and that he would make sure Gil Su could endure that kind of punch. As he felt the throbbing pain in his stomach, Gil Su thought about how it all started. He remembered the slipper incident. It happened when a student accidentally hit him with a slipper and then apologized, asking if he was okay. At the time, Gil Su just smiled and said it was fine. That's when he started exposing himself as the weakling he really was. From that moment, they started mocking him, and he became a bullying target, beaten by everyone. He became easy prey, someone who couldn't even fight back. But now, for the first time, he wanted to change. He wanted to be taught. He wanted to become stronger too. Once again, Chung landed a punch to his stomach, saying that this was just the beginning. Soon, Gil Su would learn to endure that kind of beating. The next morning, Gil Su was still feeling the effects of that punch. He wondered how much strength Chung had used. It felt like something had broken inside him. When he saw Chung, he was told to meet him during breaks to continue the training. According to Chung, if he did that, he would soon get stronger. Jindo, watching everything, wondered if that alone would be enough to make Gil Su stronger. Later, Jindo went to talk to him, saying he thought Gil Su had quit school. Gil Su replied that he had changed his mind. Jindo, excited, said that was great and that he was being brave. But on the stairs, Kang In-hai's gang was already waiting. Kang asked if the punching bag had really come back to school. He said he honestly didn't expect that and asked if Gil Su was looking for revenge. He warned him to know his place, because next time he could end up dead. Jindo, who also didn't like those guys, noticed Gil Su's expression. He was furious. Gil Su was thinking that he needed to get stronger, strong enough to never lose to scumbags like Kang again. Later, during break time on the school rooftop, Gil Su was getting beaten up again, and it wasn't light. Chung told him to keep his eyes open, not to be afraid, and that he needed to look directly at his own fists. He also warned that Gil Su wasn't allowed to fight back until the end of the training. Gil Su wondered if this was really training, but he kept going. For several days, the rooftop training was always the same. Get hit a little, then get hit more, then get hit a lot. Sometimes Chung would hit him, other times it was just Gil Su suffering. The entire training was basically him getting beaten. Meanwhile, at night in the arena, Kang In-hai was winning another fight. People commented that he had become even more brutal in fights since facing Gil Su. They said Kang's ego had been hurt, and that maybe his weakness was the infamous vomit attack. Kang, hearing the comments, approached and asked why, if they were so confident, they didn't get in the ring to fight him. As expected, the boys got scared and apologized. Kang thought that bunch of idiots was worthless. Then he asked his gang if anyone had seen Gil Su around the arena that day. They said no, that he probably hadn't shown up. That's when Kang remembered an important detail. Anyone who refused to participate in the arena lost protection against violence inside the school. With that in mind, Kang started thinking of a plan to mess with those weaklings even more. Later that night, Gil Su was running through the school campus, doing his daily cardio training. While running, he kept remembering the training sessions where he just got beaten and wondered if that would really make him stronger. He knew it still wasn't enough, but he promised himself that he would get stronger no matter what. Suddenly, a motorcycle passed so close to him that it almost hit him. Gil Su barely avoided being struck. The rider, furious, started yelling, saying that the little punk had scratched his bike. He demanded that Gil Su apologize, saying the bike was very important and that the repair would cost at least $20,000. He said Gil Su would have to pay. Gil Su tried to argue, saying it was the rider who sped by recklessly, but the man asked if he had a hearing problem because it seemed like he wasn't listening. Without warning, the rider punched him. The other bikers nearby claimed they were witnesses and said the accident was Gil Su's fault. The rider asked again if Gil Su had a hearing problem. While all this was happening, lying on the ground, Gil Su wondered what the hell was going on. Why didn't that guy seem scared of anything? And most importantly, why didn't that punch hurt at all? The rider said he wasn't joking and that Gil Su had to hand over all the money he had. But Gil Su remembered something. He had been getting punched by that monster for so long that now he didn't even feel pain anymore. That's when he fought back, landing a punch right on the rider's face. Even so, he questioned why he would give his money to a bastard like that. The problem was that Gil Su had only been training endurance. His punch didn't hurt the opponent at all, because he hadn't been training his own strength. That's when Gil Su wondered what the hell he was supposed to do now. He had only learned how to take hits, but didn't know how to fight back. He was so clumsy that he took another kick to the face and ended up being held down by the other bikers. The leader of the group pulled out a metal knuckle and ordered them to hold Gil Su tightly, because now he was going to get a real beating. But just as the punch with the knuckle was about to land, another person appeared and hit Sang-chul, the main biker, with a knee to the face. The one who did that was Jindo, who had come to rescue Gil Su. Jindo was surprised to realize that it was really Gil Su getting beaten up there. He felt relieved that he had arrived in time. Another biker tried to attack Jindo, but he dodged easily and took the guy down too. Even the biker holding a wooden stick took a hit to the head. The only girl in the gang panicked and started yelling, telling everyone to get up and calling them losers. Watching the scene, Gil Su could only think that Jindo was really strong. The girl, seeing the situation, asked if the others knew who they were. They were first years from the strongest technical school in Jinsang. If the seniors found out they got beaten like that, they would be in serious trouble. Sang-chul, trying to hide his embarrassment, said it wouldn't amount to anything because just looking at their uniforms, it was obvious. They were from 6th gates. Sang-chul said that if he had known that earlier, he would never have touched that weird kid. Then they got on their bikes and fled. Jindo wondered how Gil Su had gotten himself mixed up with that bunch of losers. Later, Gil Su explained that he was undergoing special training with Chung. Jindo realized he was taking it seriously. Gil Su confirmed, saying he still felt weak but was training his endurance. Jindo mentioned he saw him throwing little punches in the air the other day, saying that definitely caught attention. Gil Su felt super embarrassed, but Jindo said it was a good thing. It was great that he hadn't been afraid and had resisted, but the truth was that he still wasn't strong enough to face multiple people at once. If it were Jindo, he would have dodged and landed a clean punch on someone. Either way, Jindo admitted he was a little jealous, knowing that Chung himself was training Gil Su. It was a big opportunity to establish himself at Six Gates, which was a pretty unique school. Gil Su also remembered what that biker had said. Six Gates really had a reputation outside the school. Gil Su figured they had fled earlier precisely because they realized they were from Six Gates. Jindo confirmed. It was obvious they ran. The school was very famous in the neighborhood. Six Gates was a place for people who wanted to fight in the Yongho area. It was known as a school gang with a long history. Before, the place was a real jungle where normal students became easy prey to rampant violence. But everything changed thanks to Jang Chung, who single-handedly conquered the school. He created the combat arena, and with it, some rules. Now, Six Gates had one-on-one fights in the arena, which slowly made the school a little fairer. It was a method to solve what used to be meaningless violence. But if the combat arena or Jang Chung himself disappeared, those rules would lose all meaning. The school could go back to the hell it used to be. Even with these changes, there were still some idiots who wanted the school to return to the old regime. One of them was Yongho, who was in the arena at that moment. He said the opponent looked interesting and asked who would be next. He said he didn't like that little nerd just because of the way he looked at him when he arrived at the school. He asked if the kid would refuse a fight in the arena. That was Kang's plan. He was forcing the weakest students to enter the arena. Whoever refused would get beaten in the school hallways. Yongho destroyed the kid, breaking his jaw. Now Kang would be the next to fight. The same kid who had been challenged earlier got nervous, wondering who he would be fighting. Kang pointed directly at him. The boy was confused since they didn't even know each other. Kang said there was no reason. He just got irritated looking at him. He asked if he would refuse the fight too. That's when Chung appeared to bring order to the mess. Kang tried to play it off, saying he had just made a simple challenge and that it was all a misunderstanding. He asked if Chung had a problem with it since, technically, he hadn't broken any rules. But Chung replied that he did break rules. Kang and his gang had planned everything before entering the arena. It was a scheme to get rid of the weaklings. Chung said that Gil Su had shot himself in the foot, being the first in school history to openly say he was rejecting the arena. As long as a person had arms and legs, whether bully or loser, anyone could fight in the arena. It was a place where everyone was equal in the face of violence. That had always been Chung's philosophy. Kang, trying to justify himself, said there would always be cowards who only watched others fight but never stepped in themselves. He said the mindset of a loser would always stay the same. Another student agreed, saying it was true, and another one said some people really did hide behind the rules and enjoyed an easy life at school. Kang said that the idiot who exposed all of this had been Gil Su. Now, because of him, they could challenge any weakling who used the rules as a shield. Yongho celebrated, saying they would now force those students to fight. Kang agreed, saying the arena was going to become their playground. Before ending the conversation, Kang still tried to insist that he hadn't broken any rules. Chung, completely calm, replied that Kang better not make any more useless displays from now on. Seeing that there was no way out, Kang apologized for the confusion and promised he would be more careful next time. The next morning, Gil Su was getting beaten up by Chung again. He felt like he was going to die, but finally managed to block the first punch. Gil Su thought he was making progress. He wasn't as scared as before. Chung noticed and commented that he was getting used to taking hits and even tried to fight back, but his punches were still ridiculous. Right after, Chung finished him off with a punch straight to the stomach and complained that Gil Su made weird noises when attacking, sounding like a rodent. Chung explained that Gil Su needed to learn a technique. He called it tap, jab, and straight. He said that with this sequence, Gil Su could win any fight. Later, they went to the game club, a rundown and poorly maintained place. Inside, there was a punching machine that measured the strength of a punch. Chung started teaching, asking Gil Su to raise both fists up to his chin, tuck in his chin, stand with his feet shoulder-width apart, and move lightly. He told him to throw a jab with the lead hand and then, rotating the hips, land a straight. When Chung demonstrated, the machine registered a point. Gil Su thought it sounded like a shotgun blast. When it was his turn, he tried to copy it, threw a slow jab, then a straight. He thought he had done it, but the machine didn't register anything. Chung explained that the machine was so old it only counted punches that were really strong. The surface was already worn out. That's why Chung said Gil Su couldn't show his face to him again until he reached 9,999 points on that machine. Meanwhile, Jindo-il was having an argument with his girlfriend when Yongho deliberately bumped into him and knocked his phone to the ground, breaking it. Jindo-il realized it was intentional, but Yongho's answer was that if he was upset, he should settle it in the arena. Jindo-il said it was Yongho's fault, but Yongho answered that of course it was. He said the weaklings needed to understand the new reality of the school. That wasn't school violence, it was just an accident, and he even advised Jindo-il to be more careful next time. Jindo-il, knowing it was on purpose, thought about taking the case to the student council, but he concluded that it wouldn't help. It wasn't worth creating a scandal because they would keep doing that anyway. Later during lunchtime, Gil Su was eating with real appetite. He thought he was feeling much hungrier than before, probably because of the training. He was eating almost twice as much as before. That's when Yongho showed up again, committing another accident and dumping an entire tray of food on Gil Su's face. Then he started slapping him, pretending they were friendly slaps. Yongho even said they were friends, weren't they? Gil Su remembered the earlier conversation with his classmates. They had commented that Yongho knocked Jindo-il down and broke his phone. Yongho even apologized for that, but Kang's plan was working. Now they had to deal with Gil Su himself. Yongho said he would take care of it because he already had a plan. But at that moment, Gil Su reacted and grabbed Yongho's arm. Yongho responded by saying Gil Su looked kind of cute when he was angry. Gil Su really didn't know what to do because up until now, Chung had only taught him how to take hits. Then Jindo-il told everyone to shut up because he was eating. This time it was Yongho who ended up with the lunch tray in his face. Jindo-il asked if Yongho had never heard that you shouldn't interrupt a dog while it's eating. He said Yongho needed to learn some boundaries. Yongho asked if he wanted to die. Jindo-il replied that it wasn't school violence, it was just an accident since his hand slipped and the tray fell. He asked if Yongho really wanted to fight him because, if so, that would actually be better. Jindo-il then challenged Yongho to a fight in the arena, saying it was the best way to teach him a lesson. Later, while Jindo-il was washing his shirt, Gil Su showed up to apologize. But Jindo-il said he didn't do it for him. He had been wanting to slap Yongho around for a while. He couldn't stand watching Kang and his gang doing whatever they wanted anymore. Jindo-il explained that since Gil Su hadn't been at the school for long, he might not know, but Kang had been picking out the weakest students and beating them up in the arena. They always came up with an excuse, saying they didn't like the weaklings' faces, and then they would beat them senseless. When the weaker students got scared, they used Gil Su's case as an example, saying that because he refused to fight, he went through all that. Jindo-il made it clear that he didn't want to keep watching while the arena was being used like that. Gil Su asked why he wanted so badly to protect the arena. Since being so strong, Jindo-il wouldn't have a problem even if the arena ceased to exist. He asked if there was another reason behind it all. Jindo-il said he had gone through a phase very similar to Gil Su's. He had been bullied, beaten up a lot, and was even forced to drink urine. He used to be shy, chubby, and suffered horribly since elementary school. He felt like he was living in hell, and even thought it would be better to die. Until one day, someone saved him from that hell. An older person, who probably went through something similar, asked if he was interested in doing boxing to lose weight. That man was the owner of a nearby boxing gym. After that, Jindo-il tried boxing for the first time and became obsessed with the sport. He trained like crazy and lost weight. Boxing transformed his life. After that change, no one dared to bother him again. Even the bullies, who thought they were gangsters, were nothing compared to him. Even though the rules created by Chung were still few, Jindo-il liked the idea that people could fight with their own strength without fear of being caught by surprise or ganged up on. That's why he wanted to keep the arena working the way it should. He said he would put an end to the clown show that Yongho and Kang were turning it into. That night, the two were about to face each other in the arena. Yongho said he didn't understand how Jindo-il had the nerve to challenge him, but promised to show him why it was a stupid decision. Jindo-il, with no patience, just told him to shut up and start already. Gil Su wished Jindo-il good luck. When the fight began, Yongho noticed that Jindo-il was really good at dodging. He slipped past punches and still landed several counterattacks. Everyone watching noticed how fast Jindo-il was. Yongho really hadn't expected that. He thought Jindo-il had precise boxer movements, but still his punches were weak. Yongho's physical strength was higher. At one point, Yongho found an opening in Jindo-il's guard and was about to hit him in the stomach. But at that exact moment, he ended up taking a counter instead. Jindo-il had done it on purpose, setting a trap to fool him. Gil Su thought that must have hurt a lot. Yongho's strength was on another level, and his opponent, Jindo-il, seemed to have no chance. The people around commented that at this rate, Jindo-il's winning streak would go down the drain. Gil Su was surprised and wondered if Jindo-il had never been defeated before. As the fight continued, the one completely dominating was Jindo-il. He was able to block, dodge, and still counterattack easily. Yongho hadn't landed a single hit up until that point. Confident, Jindo commented that not even Yongho's jabs were landing and that maybe a straight punch would work better. Then he landed another punch on Yongho, knocking him down in the ring. Jindo taunted, saying that after talking so much crap, was that all Yongho had? He asked how someone so weak still had the nerve to start fights and told Yongho to get out of the arena already. Still on the ground, Yongho looked up and stared at Kang, but he had no intention of losing. He thought Kang didn't need to worry about him. He admitted that Jindo-il's boxing was really good, but made it clear that his real strength wasn't boxing. Then he lifted his leg and took a fighting stance, showing he was now ready for round 2. Gil Su realized that stance meant Yongho was about to start using kicks. Jindo charged in, saying he could kick too, but as soon as he struck Yongho's shin, it felt like he had kicked a metal pole. He felt he needed to keep his distance, but Yongho wasn't going to let him. Yongho started attacking with only kicks and even taunted Jindo, asking if he was scared. Jindo quickly realized that Yongho's kicks were incredibly powerful, on a completely different level from his punches. If he got hit again, it would be dangerous. While he was too focused on the kicks, Jindo ended up taking a flurry of punches. He was so distracted that he couldn't react in time. Furious, Yongho asked who Jindo thought he was to speak to him like that, and, with a direct kick to the shin, brought his opponent down in the arena. Jindo-il's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees. The moment he was hit by the kick, it felt like being struck by a concrete pole. Not fully understanding, Jindo-il wondered what kind of absurd strength that was. Even trying to block, he was thrown far away. Yongho continued landing several consecutive kicks, one of them nearly breaking his opponent's arm. Gil Su noticed that Jindo was being completely overwhelmed. Yongho, still taunting, asked where all that bravery from earlier had gone, questioning if he was scared now. Jindo finally understood that Yongho's true strength had never been his punches, but his kicks. When Jindo face was about to be hit again, the referee of the fight, Heng, a third-year student and arena official, intervened. He said that Yongho's opponent was no longer in any condition to fight, and that continuing like that would violate the rules. Yongho, still agitated, complained that he was just getting started, right when he was having fun. He commented that his face, which hadn't been seen much lately, was now going to become a regular sight there. Staring at Gil Su, Yongho said that from today the arena would get much more exciting. Later, when the fight was over, Gil Su was helping Jindo, who could barely walk from the pain. Jindo felt that what hurt the most was actually having lost to Yongho. In the end, the defeat only made the bullying against him even worse. Gil Su tried to cheer him up, saying he didn't do that badly and that at the beginning of the fight he was winning. Jindo agreed, saying that Yongho's kicks were way stronger than he expected, and that it felt strange when he got hit. Jindo thanked Gil Su for taking him home and asked if he wanted a glass of water or something. Gil Su refused, saying he had an appointment. Jindo asked where he was going so late at night, but Gil Su just said it was an appointment and left without explaining, leaving Jindo confused, wondering where he was rushing off to. The next morning, Kang received a pair of sneakers as a gift. It was a way for the weaker students to thank him for being accepted into his gang. They were joining Kang to avoid getting beaten up, but then Yongho showed up. Kang asked if he knew where Gil Su was. Yongho joked, asking if it was already time to beat the kid up, but Kang replied that it wouldn't be necessary. Yongho had changed the whole plan. Kang explained that Yongho had proven his strength by defeating Jindo and, because of that, had scared everyone who was weaker. He said their reputation would get worse if they started picking on someone as weak as Gil Su. That's when Kang presented the new plan. The next phase was to meet a guy from the third year. The group then went to the third-year students. Kang confidently said it was a pleasure to meet them, and that he had come to discuss something important. The third-year representative, Sun Seok-woo, said he had nothing to discuss with first years, but acknowledged that at least they were brave for coming there. Kang replied, saying of course they were. After all, they were just little flies compared to the third years. He also commented that the third years had been legendary back when his brother was at the school. Sun Seok-woo, confused, asked about the brother, but Kang continued saying that ever since they were beaten by Chung, the third-year seniors had been hiding and retired. Sun Seok-woo, irritated, asked if he wanted to die for making that kind of provocation. But Kang said he didn't think what happened before was fair. He reminded them that last time, he was fighting alone, but now things were different. Times had changed. Later, on the school rooftop, Hyeogonhang was talking with Chung about Kang and his group's behavior. Hyeogonhang complained that they were taking advantage of the arena rules and that if they didn't do something to stop it, the situation would only get worse. He commented that In-ha Kang was the brother of Hang-ha Kang, the same one who had caused problems in the past. Even so, Chung thought he couldn't just change the rules because one person was abusing them. Hyeogonhang asked if Chung was really going to let it continue, but Chung replied replied that he could intervene, but the arena would never be the same again if he took that kind of action. Heo Gunhang realized that was true and stayed silent. Suddenly, Chung's phone rang. It was a call from Gil Su. Later in the game club, Chung said that Gil Su shouldn't have called him until he reached the score on the punching machine. He asked if he was already giving up. Gil Su answered that he wasn't. That's exactly why he had called Chung. The punching machine was completely covered in blood from intense training, and Gil Su wanted to know what he should do next to get stronger. That night, when Gil Su ran off right after saying goodbye, it was exactly for that. He had decided he needed to get much stronger as quickly as possible. Gil Su started punching the training dummy with all the strength he had. He thought he had no skills or talent, but even so, he would give it his all. His punches were still weak, but he promised he would throw 1,000,000 punches if necessary. He remembered what Chung had taught him. He needed to land a punch strong enough for the machine to register the points. Even without weight or muscles, he would use the technique he had learned. He would rotate his body and use his own weight. With all the speed and strength he could gather, he finally landed a punch that made the machine register the score. Gil Su started going there every night, training for many hours until his hands bled. He kept going like that until he finally managed to reach the 9,999 point mark. When he did, he asked Chung what he should do next. Chung, surprised, said that Gil Su had exceeded his expectations. Gil Su replied that of course he had. After all, he had no time to waste. Chung liked the attitude and said that was great. He was motivated and ready for the next phase of training, but he needed to prepare because now the hardest part would begin. But seeing his condition, Chung smiled and said that before that, Gil Su needed to rest. After all, rest was also part of the training. The next night, Yongho complained, asking where everyone was. He said that in that damn arena, not even half of the usual audience had shown up. He asked if everyone was scared. While he was talking, one of the second-year seniors appeared. It was Choi Seokwan, a member of the student council. Choi Seokwan said that the dragon tattoo on Yongho's shoulder had been annoying him since day one. He commented that this alone was reason enough to start a fight. After all, Yongho himself used silly reasons like that to pick fights with others. The arena referee, who had been watching everything, thought he couldn't let them abuse the rules any further. That's why he decided that Yongho would have to taste his own medicine. Meanwhile, other people started showing up in the arena. Even Heo Gunhang got scared when he saw that the third-year gang, led by Son Seokwu, had also arrived. Heo Gunhang said that place wasn't appropriate for Son Seokwu, but Son Seokwu replied that he was there to fight fairly in the arena. Heo Gunhang tried to stop him, telling them to cut it out, reminding that after what Son had done before, he was no longer welcome in that arena. But Son answered that he wanted to leave the past behind and was only there to have fun. Kang, seeing the situation, told Heo Gunhang that Son was right. The night would be long and they would have plenty of time to enjoy themselves. Realizing he couldn't avoid it, Heo Gunhang fell silent. Kang even teased him, asking if he was scared. Meanwhile, in a reconstruction area of the school, Gil Su looked around and wondered why he had to train in such a weird place. The place looked abandoned and haunted. Chung explained that this was the perfect spot for today's training. Gil Su asked what exactly the training would be, and Chung then told him about the history of high schools in that region. Chung explained that back then, the high schools in Jungnung fought among themselves for the title of the most powerful school in the area. In the end, 6 gates emerged victorious. After the territory was defined, each school stayed in its own corner. Invading another school's territory became a clear provocation. Chung explained that at that exact moment, they were inside the territory of Jinsang Technical School. The schools didn't officially fight anymore, but Chung locked the gate from the outside and said that now Gil Su would have to get out of there by fighting. He said the best training was real experience. Gil Su, scared, complained that this wasn't right and asked what kind of training that was. Before he could think much, the Jinsang students appeared. Among them was the same biker from before, Sang Chul. Gil Su finally remembered who they were. Now he knew why the name Jin sounded so familiar. Sang Chul said that this time wouldn't be like the last one. He said Gil Su was brave for coming there alone, but that he would soon regret it. He asked if Gil Su was already frozen in fear, but that wasn't it. Gil Su was actually muttering something. Sang Chul, irritated, asked what he was whispering and told him to speak up before he broke his jaw. But Gil Su wasn't afraid. He was just remembering the technique Chung had taught him. He raised his fist to chin level, tucked his chin in, kept his feet shoulder width apart, and stayed light on his body. First, he launched a precise jab, hitting Sang Chul right on target. Then he rotated his body using his own weight and landed a straight punch that knocked Sang Chul down hard. Gil Su, surprised, thought that now the technique really worked. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Choi Seokwan was almost fainting, surrendering on the ground. Sun Seokwu watching the scene, said that the arena was really a lot of fun, but he commented that he expected a second-year student to be much stronger. At that moment, Hang himself stepped into the ring and told Sun to fight someone his own size. Sun Seokwoo replied that it was actually a good idea. They had a matter to settle anyway, and if Hang looked around, he would notice that almost no one was on his side. Hang thought that, unfortunately, it was true. Most of the audience had already left. No one wanted to face Sun Seokwoo, and that had scared away everyone who was there before. It was clear that this was all part of Kang's plan. Kang said that if Hang really wanted to fight, he could settle everything through the arena. Besides, now there was no one left there to make sure the rules were really being followed. Sun Seokwoo teased, saying that Hang had heard it well. Either he ran away like the coward he was and went to tell Chung, or they could settle everything right there like men. Meanwhile, Gil Su kept handling the situation. The next one who tried to punch him barely did any damage. Gil Su commented that the punch was so weak it didn't even hurt, and knocked the opponent down easily. When the next one came at him, Gil Su also took him down like it was nothing. He was knocking everyone down like a brick wall. People started wondering if that was really the same kid from before. A girl watching said that Gil Su had no idea the kind of trouble he was getting into. Now he was screwed, because a lot more people were showing up. The local guys started gathering to deal with Gil Su, and he realized there were too many of them. Fighting like that, against so many at once, he didn't stand a chance. The girl concluded that he was going to get beaten badly, but Gil Su had an unexpected idea. He simply stole one of the motorcycles that were there. He thought he had to use whatever was available, so he started riding like crazy, even though he didn't know how to drive a motorcycle. The crowd started laughing at him, thinking it was ridiculous, until Gil Su simply launched the bike at them like an improvised weapon. He used the distraction to land a straight punch on the first enemy, and since he didn't know how to ride anyway, he ran off right after. Gil Su understood that he needed to turn that fight into a series of one-on-one confrontations. One-on-one would be much better for him. As he ran, he thought how much he wished he were in the arena at that moment. That's when he had an idea. If he didn't have an arena, he would create one. He quickly climbed a building, forcing the enemies to come inside and chase after him. At the top of the staircase, where they could only come up one by one, Gil Su waited. When the enemies tried to climb the stairs all at once, Gil Su started knocking them down one by one with punches to the face. The narrow space made them fall on top of each other. Gil Su thought that on that staircase, like this, he had a much bigger advantage. People even started getting scared of him. But then suddenly, a plate full of soba noodles flew straight at Gil Su's head, knocking him down. The one responsible soon appeared and landed a kick that sent Gil Su tumbling down the stairs. Apparently, that guy was an important figure in that territory. He asked why on earth there was a Six-Gates student interrupting his meal. Gil Su, still dizzy, thought he had no idea there was anyone up there. When he tried to fight back, he took a knee straight to the face. At that moment, Gil Su realized that this enemy was completely different from the others. The guy, who seemed to be one of the leaders, told the others they had 10 minutes to finish Gil Su. The group then started gathering, ready to lynch the boy. Before leaving, the leader commented that it had been a waste of food and changed his mind. He said they actually had only 5 minutes to deal with it. Even so, Gil Su kept resisting. Even while getting beaten, he got up again, blocking however he could. He thought there was no way to fight them all at once, and concluded there was only one option. While the leader was going down the stairs saying he couldn't rely on first years, Gil Su surprised him. He was coming down too, and using gravity to his advantage, landed a headbutt on the enemy and then rolled down the stairs. The seniors asked the leader if he was okay, and furious, he ordered them to catch Gil Su no matter what. Seeing an opening, Gil Su ran towards an exit. But when he got there, he realized someone was approaching on a motorcycle. It was a big guy who cornered Gil Su, asking if he was the one beating up his boys. Gil Su noticed that the man was using Sang Chul's bike, who was tied up and being dragged along. The big guy laughed and said that Gil Su was kind of cute. This was Hwang Hyuk-jin, the boss of the Jinsung students, known for liking anything he considered cute. Gil Su, confused, thought that guy had dragged his own ally with a motorcycle. He wondered what was wrong with him. Hwang Hyuk-jin noticed that the rest of the group had also approached. One who seemed to be the sub-leader apologized for the mess they had made so far, but Hwang Hyuk-jin told everyone to stay where they were, saying he would handle it himself. The other members said they could take care of Gil Su on their own, but Hwang Hyuk-jin insisted that the boy was his prey. Gil Su realized that this guy was the real leader. He was shorter than Gil Su, but still gave off the feeling of being a true bull. Without hesitation, Gil Su Su charged in with everything he had, using the technique he learned from Chung. But Hwang Hyukjin dodged easily and even commented that the attack was kind of cute. Then he grabbed Gil Su's leg, lifted him like it was nothing, and slammed him hard on the ground. After that, he landed another hit, smashing Gil Su's head against the floor again. Gil Su, feeling like he could die at any moment, could barely react. While the other Jinsang students celebrated, saying that now Gil Su was going to pay dearly for everything he did, one of the seniors asked for silence. He said that after Hwang Hyukjin finished the boy, they would be next. Hwang Hyukjin, choking Gil Su, said that he was already almost dead, and that this was just to show how cute he was to him. But Gil Su decided to make Hyukjin taste the sole of his shoe. Gil Su asked who that little bottle cap was calling cute, and even commented that the guy was the size of a kindergarten kid. Hyukjin asked if he really just called him cute and short. The Jinsang senior explained that now the kid had signed his own death sentence. When he was younger, Hyukjin suffered a lot of bullying for being small. That's why you should never call him cute. At that moment, Hyukjin let go of Gil Su's neck, and Gil Su tried to take advantage of the chance to fight back, but actually, Hyukjin was just preparing his next move. He trapped Gil Su's neck with a leg choke so tight that Gil Su could barely breathe or move. Hyukjin said that this little cutie was his now. This move was known as the Death Triangle Choke. While trapped, Gil Su still took several punches from Hyukjin, who asked who the cute one was now. Gil Su thought that maybe he really was going to die there, but then he did something that left everyone stunned. Even while caught in the chokehold, he managed to stand up. He wasn't going to give up. Hyukjin then changed the hold. He switched from the leg lock to a rear choke. Hyukjin commented that the record for someone enduring that move was 7 seconds, and he wanted to see how long Gil Su would last. Gil Su thought that Hyukjin was trying to choke him until he passed out, but he couldn't lose consciousness. Even struggling to breathe, his leg finally stopped moving. Hyukjin said that Gil Su had gone back to being cute, and added that he was really fun. Then, he said he would take him to his amusement park. One of the seniors commented, relieved, that it was good to see Hyukjin focused on beating just the kid and not them. But Gil Su wasn't unconscious. He thought that this was just another version of the old choking game. He had been through this many times back during the bullying days. What the others really enjoyed was torturing the victim. Because of that, Gil Su learned a trick. He would block his own carotid artery and fake being unconscious. That's exactly what he did there. When Hyukjin loosened his grip, Gil Su grabbed a rock from the ground and decided that this would be his chance for a counterattack. He thought that this was his miracle, the tactic he had developed to survive all his life. Without wasting time, Gil Su smashed the rock right into Hyukjin's face. Taking advantage of the opening, Gil Su ran toward the gate to escape, but the short guy hadn't been knocked out. He came running after Gil Su like a wild beast. Gil Su wondered how he wasn't knocked out even after taking a hit like that. That's when Chung appeared and said that it was enough. He warned Hyukjin from the blood school that if he attacked there, it would be considered a declaration of war against Six Gates, because at that moment, Gil Su was standing on Six Gates territory. But Hyukjin said that he was the famous Chung and that he had been waiting to face him. He wanted to see how well Chung could fight. When Hyukjin charged at him, he took the strongest punch he had ever received in his life. Even Gil Su winced at the sight. He actually felt sorry for the guy. Chung commented that the Jinsang students never learned. Their illusions only ended when they got beaten up. Then he told Gil Su that he had passed the test and that the next day would be his last day of training. The next morning, Gil Su decided not to wait for the final training. He felt like he didn't need it anymore. Meanwhile, it was explained what happened to Jindo. He returned to school with his arm in a cast because it had been fractured by Yongho's kicks. Yongho asked if he was faking just to avoid fighting him again, and even teased, saying that he looked all shy now, totally different from how he had acted in the cafeteria. Yongho knocked down Jindo, who was now vulnerable, and even stepped on his broken arm. Then, with the greatest fake innocence, Yongho apologized, saying it was an accident and that he didn't mean to step on his arm. Jindo said that was breaking the rules, but Yongho replied that there was no reason to follow the rules of an arena that didn't even exist anymore. That's when Gil Su showed up to protect Jindo. He directly challenged Yongho for a fight in the arena. Yongho provoked again, calling Gil Su Puke Boy and asking what had happened to his arm. He asked if he had been training and commented that at least now he knew how to block a punch. But Gil Su brushed Yongho's hand off him and asked if he was going to fight or not. Yongho replied of course, saying it sounded fun. He asked if Gil Su was ready to be kicked out of the arena by force. Yongho was extremely excited for that fight. He said he wanted to see how the arena had changed after these last few days, and even said that Gil Su would probably enjoy it. Later on the rooftop, Chung was looking at the view when Heo Gyunheng showed up, asking where he had been the night before. Heo Gyunheng asked if Chung had any idea what the arena was like at that moment. He said hell had broken loose there. The situation was awful, worse than before. Heo Gyunheng warned Chung, who asked if Sun had shown up at the arena. arena. He found it interesting. Heo Gunhang asked if he was being serious and demanded action. He asked if Chung wasn't going to do anything to solve that problem. Chung replied that it was normal. If problems like that did not exist, the arena would have no reason to exist. He explained that there was no way to keep everyone under control all the time. That was why the arena played an important role in establishing rules. He compared the arena to a polluted river that cleans itself over time. The arena needed to endure without his intervention. Chung explained that if it were not like that, the arena would completely lose its purpose. Later, Kang asked if it was true that Gil Su had challenged Yongho to a fight. Yongho confirmed it, saying yes, and complained that Gil Su was acting like he was big and strong. He commented that judging by the bandages on his arms, it looked like Gil Su was training, but even so, Yongho said he would crush him. Kang made a strange face and said they had nothing to gain by challenging a loser like Gil Su. Their goal was something else. They had to focus on taking down Chung to finally end the arena once and for all. Yongho replied, telling Kang not to worry about that. He said he just wanted to break one of Gil Su's arms so that he would never dare to annoy them again. Even so, Kang warned that Yongho would probably win the fight. Of course he would. But it could open the door for other losers to start challenging the gang too. They had worked hard to break the arena, and now they were close to succeeding. What Yongho was doing was giving others a chance to fight back. That was why he told Yongho not to let his guard down, because Gil Su might be an insect, but he was an extremely persistent insect. Later, Eyebrows asked what Gil Su had done. He asked if Gil Su wanted to die by challenging Yongho, especially since even Jindo had lost to him. Gil Su thought that he had challenged Yongho in the heat of the moment, and became worried, wondering if Chung would be mad at him for breaking the promise not to fight in the arena. He knew he still had to go through the final phase of training that day. Jindo commented that he knew Gil Su was being trained by Chung himself, but even so, Yongho was very dangerous. Maybe Gil Su did not know that yet, being new there, but Yongho and his gang did all sorts of things outside school. Duil said everyone already knew what was going to happen and told Gil Su to stay out of that fight. He said Gil Su could take down Yongho after his arm healed, but Gil Su replied no. He remembered that Jindo fought for him and got hurt because of it. Gil Su knew exactly how Duil felt, because he had already gone through a lot in life. No one ever helped him when he suffered from bullying. Everyone was always just a spectator of that circus. Gil Su did not want to be like them. He wanted to fight, and his first fight had to be against Yongho. Yongho started that fight in the cafeteria, and Gil Su wanted to finish it. He did not care how dangerous it would be because now he was prepared to face it. When night came, everyone was excited about the upcoming fight. Finally, they had a reason to return to the arena. Eyebrows commented that it had been a long time since he had seen so many people gathered there. Jindo said the fight between Gil Su and Yongho was causing a huge impact. He said the best part of the arena was watching a weakling beat up the strong guy. Yongho, impatient, asked where that damn loser was. The gang members commented that he had probably chickened out. Yongho said that if it was true, even better. If Gil Su quit the arena, he would no longer be protected by the rules. Chung was also there to watch. The crowd was shouting, asking when the fight would start and where Gil Su was. Yongho said everyone was mad at him, that he was not showing up, and that he was a coward. People started agreeing, saying he was taking too long. Even Jindo started to get a little worried. Some said Gil Su had probably left the school, but that was when Gil Su appeared. They asked if he would leave school just now when the fun was about to begin. Gil Su had a shaved head. When Yongho saw it, he started laughing hard and said he looked like an egg. People also laughed, saying Gil Su thought he was in the army. But Chung, who was watching, just gave a discreet smile. He knew very well what that meant. Gil Su, determined, told Yongho to laugh while he still could, because soon he would not even be able to breathe properly. Yongho replied that Gil Su was really confident, at least until he started getting beaten up. Gil Su said everyone would see who would get beaten that night. The referee got ready to start the fight. Gil Su thought he was no longer the same person. He was no longer that scared boy. Now he would win this fight, or die, trying. He was the first to charge forward. Yongho said he loved that spirit of Gil Su, but that it would not help. He landed a very strong punch on Gil Su's face and said he would make the boy regret challenging someone like him, because in the end, Gil Su was still just a pathetic loser. Yongho started beating him up completely. Gil Su thought that Yongho's punches were much worse than the hits he had taken from the Jinsang guys, but even so, there was something he could do. He tried to land several punches on Yongho, who dodged them all and counterattacked, knocking Gil Su down again. The crowd started shouting for Gil Su to react, to do something. They said he was not even managing to fight back. Heo Gunheng said he knew this would happen. If things continued like that, the bullying would never stop. But Chung asked if that was really what he thought. The referee only had to look and see who was more focused on the fight, Yongho or Gil Su. Yongho commented that Gil Su was tough, for sure. He said he was born to be a punching bag. But at that moment, Gil Su dropped his guard, shocking everyone, even Yongho himself. Gil Su thought that his real fight was just beginning and remembered when he went to the rooftop in the late afternoon to talk to Chung. In that conversation, Gil Su had apologized for breaking the promise not to participate in the arena. He explained that his training was not over yet, but even so, he could no longer stand the situation. Chung replied that they would change the training plan then. Without giving Gil Su time to react, Chung charged at him like a beast, saying that this would replace the final part of the training. It would be a fight against the student council president. With the very first punch, Chung threw Gil Su far away. Gil Su barely knew what was happening. Chung asked if that was how he planned to fight in the arena, if he was just going to take a beating without fighting back. He told Gil Su to go all in. Gil Su did exactly that, but Chung explained that his punches were still slow and weak. He said that at that rate, Gil Su would never adapt to the arena. Gil Su thought that he knew that already. He was fully aware that just a bit of training would not make him much stronger, but even so, he decided that he would win no matter what it took. Then, with all the strength he had, he managed to land a punch on Chung, who stood still like a wall. Chung said that if Gil Su really wanted to win the fight, he would have to drop his guard. That was exactly what Gil Su did. He left everyone shocked. He started charging in without fear, attacking like a madman, flailing his arms wildly, not landing anything real, but continuing anyway. Yongho said he was looking more pathetic by the second, and that it would not help at all. But while taking the blows, Gil Su grabbed Yongho's body and would not let go. He took punches to the back, knees to the face, but stayed glued to Yongho as if his life depended on it. Gil Su thought everything was going according to plan. Once again, he remembered what Chung had done to him during training. Gil Su recalled that one of the tricks was to grab the opponent's body, lock the back of their neck, lower his guard, and cling tightly. That was how his battle would begin. Yongho tried to react, landing a knee to Gil Su's stomach, but he did not let go. Chung, watching everything, commented that a moving target was much harder to hit than a stationary one. But of course, Gil Su would take many punches until he could succeed. That was why he needed to endure. Chung said that if Gil Su survived the training, he could survive this too. When the chance came, a punch to the stomach should do the trick. Later during the fight, Gil Su took a very strong punch, but this time the blow stopped halfway. Chung explained that Gil Su needed to confuse the opponent and not let him predict the next move. Gil Su then managed to land a punch on Yongho's ribs. Yongho kept fighting back, but Gil Su did not let go. He kept punching non-stop. Finally, Gil Su landed such a strong punch to Yongho's stomach that the opponent felt excruciating pain. Jindo, observing, wondered if Gil Su's punches were really working. Gil Su realized that now he could do it. Yongho's guard was down, and he had a chance to hit him. However, when he went for the first strike, Yongho dodged and said that Gil Su was too predictable. But Gil Su, once again, remembered Chung's words during training. Chung had said that this was the end of training, but that when in the arena he should forget everything he learned. Because in a real fight, anything could happen. He could not always rely on technique. He needed to use his instincts and seize every opportunity. That was exactly what he did. Gil Su grabbed Yongho's head, who could barely move anymore, and asked if he had seen that attack coming. Without hesitation, Gil Su delivered such a powerful punch that he finally knocked Yongho down to the ring floor. Everyone was shocked. The next second, they started screaming and cheering for Gil Su. The whole arena was on his side. Yongho, stunned, complained that that bastard had landed a clean hit on him. Gil Su, full of confidence, said that this was just the beginning. The crowd was fired up. The arena seemed alive again, like in the old days. Everyone was cheering for the vomit kid. Yongho could not understand all that nonsense. He thought Gil Su was just getting lucky, but when he tried another punch, Gil Su used the jab and straight technique. He kept doing that repeatedly until Yongho was cornered in the ring. Heo Gunheng, watching everything, commented that Gil Su was much better than he looked and that, out of nowhere, he had turned the fight around like that. Chung, paying close attention, explained that in a fight at this level, the most important thing was energy and mental strength. Unpredictable attacks break the opponent's focus. That was why this was the perfect moment for Gil Su to completely turn the fight, and that was exactly what he was doing. Yongho was taking a serious beating. Jindo commented that he did not know exactly why, but he noticed that Yongho seemed a little nervous. He seemed anxious about something. Yongho was really staring at Kang. He did not want to lose, and even more, did not want to be kicked out of the gang. For him, that would be too humiliating. That was why he decided he would use his true fighting style against someone he considered a loser like Gil Su. Gil Su, on the other hand, realized that now Yongho would start using his kicks. He knew he could not hesitate. He needed to end the fight as quickly as possible, but before he could react, he was already hit by the first kick. At that moment, Gil Su finally understood what Jindo meant before. Those kicks were not normal. The impact felt like a metal bar hitting him. Gil Su felt there was no opening for a counterattack. He remembered the conversation he had with Jindo when he warned that Yongho had something strange about his legs. Do explained that Yongho's kicks were far from normal and that when he started attacking for real, Gil Su needed to be ready. Now Gil Su understood. It was like being hit by a steel bar. Yongho, seeing Gil Su's frightened look, teased him saying that expression suited him and suggested he start begging for his life. Right after that, Yongho unleashed an even more violent series of kicks. While feeling every blow, Gil Su thought that the way Yongho enjoyed his pain was exactly like those bastards he would never forget, the ones who tormented his life and turned everything into a real hell. Demons who did it just to watch others suffer. That was why Gil Su decided he could not let this slide. When the next kick came, he simply blocked it with his butt. Even Do was shocked by that. Gil Su knew very well where the kicks hurt most and where they hurt least. Yongho, outraged, asked if he was joking and complained that Gil Su had always been ridiculous. But this was going too far. Even with everyone laughing, Gil Su kept defending like that. He was getting hurt much less than before. Even Do admitted that, as funny as it was, that was the best defense Gil Su could use right now. Yongho started to look visibly tired from kicking so much. When he finally found an opening, Jindo realized Gil Su's plan. He was trying to wear Yongho down, making him slower and slower. Do remembered that during his own fight against Yongho, he also felt something strange. Despite the kicks being very powerful, Yongho seemed hesitant. It was like he knew that the harder he kicked, the greater the risk for himself. Gil Su then started dodging all the first attacks, but ended up getting hit by a punch. The impact was strong, and Gil Su really wasn't expecting it. But when the final kick came, Yongho said that no matter how much he tried, he would always be pathetic. Only this time, Gil Su stayed on his feet completely unharmed. That was because he grabbed Yongho's leg, saying he was getting too slow. Without wasting time, Gil Su delivered a blow that knocked Yongho down in the ring. Jindo, watching from the side, was sure something was wrong. Those kicks really were getting slower and slower. During one of the slowest movements, Jindo noticed a strange shine inside Yongho's pants, around the shin area. Without hesitation, Jindo tore the pants at that spot and revealed what was really going on. Yongho was wearing a steel shin guard. Surprised, Gil Su commented that now everything made sense. No wonder Yongho was so exhausted. The weight of the equipment itself was wearing him down. As soon as the truth came out, the entire arena started shouting, calling Yongho a cheater. The situation completely turned against him. Heo Gunheng also realized why the kicks had felt so strange and, outraged, asked Chung what exactly they were supposed to do now. President Chung told everyone to just wait for now. Soon, all of that would be over. Meanwhile, Gil Su took the opportunity, climbed on top of Yongho, and started punching him non-stop. Yongho wondered how that kid wasn't exhausted yet. On the other hand, Gil Su thought that he wasn't that scared boy anymore. That was his old self. Now he was different. Without hesitation, Gil Su delivered the strongest punch he could straight to Yongho's head, smashing his face into the ground. The referee immediately stopped the fight and announced Gil Su as the winner. Gil Su, barely believing it, thought he had actually done it. He had knocked out Yongho with his own fists. Yongho, completely in disbelief, could barely understand that he had lost. Meanwhile, Kang's gang was abandoning Yongho, tossing him aside like a piece of trash. The entire arena was against him. Some people even started throwing cans and stones. Even so, Gil Su approached, extended his hand to Yongho, and said that if he was still conscious, he should get up. Gil Su really wanted to beat him up more, but since Yongho had cheated, the rules were clear. They could fight again, but next time it would have to be fair. Watching everything, Heo Gyunheng commented that the transfer student was way more interesting than he had imagined. He could barely believe that Gil Su had offered a handshake. Chung, on his side, said that Gil Su finally seemed like a true Six Gates student. He started to think the boy was much more capable than he had expected, but Sun, who was nearby, also made sure to give his opinion. He looked at the state of the arena, at the situation, and asked what was happening with that school. He wanted to know what was so fun about student fights like that. Then, he grabbed Yongho by the hair and said that losing to a loser like Gil Su meant he didn't even deserve to be a Six Gates student anymore. As a senior, Sun declared himself completely disappointed. Gil Su, confused, wondered who that guy was. Chung then approached Sun and asked what he was doing there. Sun replied that it had been a long time since he last saw the traitor Jiang Chung. He said he was just there watching his boring fight. For Sun, it didn't matter whether the fight was inside or outside the arena. He just wanted to crush all of Six Gates and end everything. Chung said he thought Sun had given up on that, but apparently he hadn't. And maybe it would be interesting to see how that would turn out. Chung promised to show what a real fight in the arena looked like. Later, Both were ready to face each other. The arena was more crowded than ever. Everyone was excited, barely believing that Chung was really going to fight. Curious, Gil Su asked Jindo who exactly that Sun guy was, the one about to fight Chung. Jindo explained that even before the arena existed, Sun and Chung fought for the title of the strongest at 6 gates. Sun, remembering, said it had been a long time since their last fight. Chung, hearing it all, commented that Sun bringing up things from the past sounded a bit bitter, but he himself was eager to see Sun get beaten again. Sun, irritated, called Chung an arrogant bastard and charged at him. The impact of the blows was so violent that the students around had to step away from the ring. There was too much power in each exchange of punches. The ring looked like it would break from the very first impacts. Shun, scared, asked where exactly Sun was aiming. Despite the powerful strikes, Sun was slower than Chung, who dodged everything with ease. Gil Su commented that even so, Sun, with that size, could move incredibly fluidly during the fight. Jindo also acknowledged that Chung was impressive for dodging all that. Worried, Gil Su asked what would happen if Chung lost that fight. Duil explained that if that happened, the arena would be dissolved and 6 gates would go back to how it was before. That was because Sun was Kang Hanhai's right-hand man. During the fight, Sun started provoking, saying that Chung was just dodging like a rat. He said Chung should forget the last victory because now he was completely different. Every step he took made the entire ring shake. When he finally landed a hit, it was so powerful that even dodging, Chung ended up injured on the face. Satisfied, Sun said he had finally hit him. With even more speed and aggression, Sun started landing multiple blows, making Chung's entire body bleed with scratches and cuts. Then, with a stronger punch, he knocked Chung to the other side of the ring. Seeing that, Gil Su thought it was all absolute madness and wondered how Chung had managed to beat a guy like that in the past. Jindo commented that from what he had heard, Sun was always physically stronger, but Chung had way more technique. However, the way things were now, that overwhelming strength from Sun was suffocating Chung. Duil said that maybe Sun had gone through some kind of special training. Meanwhile, Sun also thought that his body felt completely different. That thing the gang had given him was really working. Sun was determined to kill the traitor right there. But when he tried to hit Chung again, Chung was already prepared. He countered with such a powerful punch that he sent Sun flying to the other side of the ring, slamming him against the ropes. Chung, with a cold expression, said that all of this was a waste of time and that he would end it once and for all. He started throwing punches so fast that Sun could barely react. Sun rolled almost out of the arena, tumbling through the middle of the shocked crowd. Gil Su thought it was amazing and concluded that this had been a fight between the strongest members of 6 gates. But Chung asked where Yongho was going, making it clear that he would still be punished for cheating. Trembling all over, Yongho was forced to kneel. Chung wanted to show what happened to those who broke the arena's rules. Later, back in the ring, Chung appeared holding a steel baton. Yongho wondered if he was really going to hit him with that, because if he took a blow from Chung, he would die. Desperately, Yongho began to apologize, saying he hadn't done it on purpose, but Chung ordered him to put his head to the ground. In despair, Yongho clung to Chung's leg and begged for mercy. He said he had already suffered a lot, that he had been bullied since childhood, that he was also a victim, and that he didn't want to do those things anymore. Still, Chung told him to lower his head. Yongho thought he was completely screwed, really screwed. Chung told him to grit his teeth if he didn't want to lose his tongue. At the moment of the blow, Chung stopped at the last second. Even so, Yongho had already wet himself in the ring. The audience started murmuring that from that day on, that guy had become a legend. There used to be the Vomit Boy, and now there was the P-Boy. Chung warned that next time, there would be no mercy. Meanwhile, Kang was watching everything. Chung took the opportunity to bring order, telling everyone to listen carefully. He explained that everyone there knew the true purpose of the arena. It was simple: fight under equal conditions, accept the outcome, and be fair. Only the strong remained standing after a tough fight. But some had dared to bring outside conflicts into the arena. For those who broke the rules, Chung declared that as long as he was there, he wouldn't allow that again. He asked everyone to relax and just enjoy themselves, because the 6 Gates arena was a place where even cowards afraid to fight could become dignified through violence. The entire crowd hailed the king of the arena. The council president concluded by saying that was all for today. The next morning, Chung was still training on the terrace. Watching from afar, Gil Su thought he was going full steam, even after the previous day's battle. Chung asked why he had come there. Gil Su apologized, saying he had nothing left to learn from Dusu and was just there to train. Chung said he could leave then, but Gil Su replied that he had actually come to say thank you. Chung said there was no reason to thank him as he was just doing his duty as president. Gil Su thought he was being a little cold about it, but decided to ask something he had been curious about anyway. Gil Su asked why Chung had gone so far to help him. He said he'd heard that he was the first person to be trained directly by Chung, and that at certain times, Chung had even offered words of encouragement. Chung replied that he had something he wanted to show someone. someone, and since Gil Su had followed his teaching so well, now he could share it. Chung congratulated Gil Su, said he had done a great job, and that he was proud of him. Gil Su bowed and thanked his trainer sincerely. Still, Gil Su didn't quite understand what Chung meant by those words, but he was sure he had changed somehow. Even so, he decided not to ask, not wanting to be intrusive. That night, the arena was more alive than ever. After everything Chung had done, it had been revived, returning to what it once was, but now even more intense than anyone could imagine. Everyone was excited to watch the bloodshed every day. One of the matches that night was Gil Su's. He felt like he had changed too after so many brutal battles. He was much stronger than before, started to feel the flow of combat, and with every opportunity, he learned something new. He had become completely captivated by the arena. Meanwhile, Kang went to the prison to visit his older brother. His brother commented that last time they talked like that, Kang wanted to hear some good news. He asked how things had gone. Kang explained that a loser from his group had ruined everything. He said it went exactly the opposite of what they expected. They couldn't beat Chung. His brother remarked that Chung had grown a lot, but that it was only happening because the true owner of the school wasn't around. According to him, that didn't mean Chung could act like he was in charge. That brother was none other than Kang Hanhai, the former leader of the Six Gates. Kang told his brother not to worry, because he would come up with a new plan. If it didn't work inside the school, they could try another method. But Hanhai warned Kang that only those who had already put a collar on themselves could put a collar on others. He told Kang to stop messing around and know his place. Hanhai said their father would help, and was likely to be released from prison in a few months. Kang said that was a relief. Hanhai emphasized that until then, Kang shouldn't tarnish the family's reputation. Once he got out, he would take care of everything. Kang replied that he understood. Meanwhile, Gyungmin, known for his thick eyebrows, told his friends that he had finally asked a girl out. He said Jindo and Gil Su needed to help him. Gil Su said he'd never done anything like that. Do-il said the same and added that he had to train over the weekend. Still, Gyungmin was optimistic, saying he had a really good feeling about this. Jihye had actually asked him out first. Do-il commented that he couldn't even count how many times Gyungmin had said it was going to work out, and it never did. But Gyungmin insisted that this was a sign of destiny. Gil Su thought he was acting a bit desperate and suggested that maybe he and Do-il should help him, because maybe, just maybe, this time it really was a sign. Do-il replied that Gil Su didn't know Gyungmin's talent for messing up in situations like this. Gyungmin offered to buy them burgers. Do-il demanded dessert too. Gyungmin agreed. Later, the three were gathered. Gyungmin was so nervous, he wondered why he felt that way. Do-il asked how much he'd had to drink. Gil Su thought it was really the first time he'd seen Gyungmin so anxious. He got curious about who the girl was. When Jihye walked in, she was actually very beautiful. Gil Su thought Gyungmin really had some game, but of course, she brought her friends. Actually, the first one who walked in wasn't Jihye, she was the second. The other two were her friends. It turned into a group hangout. Gil Su thought he was even a bit shy himself. He had never been in a situation like that before, and for a moment, he thought maybe he shouldn't have come. But when the girl he found cute, Jang Mi, introduced herself to him, Gil Su realized he was really glad he came. Later, while everyone was eating dessert, Jihye asked Do-il what kind of student Gyungmin was at school. She was curious because she only saw him at the academy. Gyungmin replied that he was just a normal guy. Do-il immediately exposed him, saying it was a lie, that Gyungmin never paid attention in class, watched girl live streams, or slept through lessons. Jihye was surprised since he seemed so studious at the academy. Gil Su noticed everyone was chatting a lot, but he couldn't get into the conversation himself. Jang Mi noticed this and asked if he wasn't much of a talker. Gil Su said that wasn't it. Inside, he thought it was unbelievable to be living through all this. Jang Mi said she felt a bit out of place too. The others were too lively for her. She mentioned she always felt that way when going out with those friends. Gil Su agreed, saying he also felt like he was just getting pulled into this new atmosphere. He was more the type who liked to listen, just like her. As they were starting to connect more, Do-il suggested they all head out, since they had already reserved a karaoke room. Gil Su thought it was just when he was starting to get comfortable. Later, at karaoke, someone asked if Do-il was good at singing. He replied that he was average. Jihye commented that people who are good at singing always say that. Do-il said they could go first, but Gyungmin held him back, saying they were going to the bathroom first. Do-il replied he had already gone, and Gyungmin asked what was wrong with him that day, since he was talking nonsense. Gyungmin asked Do-il to stop laughing, saying he was ruining his image in front of Jihye, saying he didn't study and slept in class. Do-il replied he was just being honest, and that Gyungmin's jokes were terrible. Gil Su asked them to calm down and said he'd go ahead. As he walked, Gil Su thought they were making a scene in the middle of the street and found it embarrassing. Still, he concluded that those two always fought, but despite that, Gyungmin was a good guy, because he was honest. Then he remembered Jang Mi and thought he really liked her too. Now he wanted to get closer to her. Gil Su was already falling for Jiang Mi. But that's when he noticed some guy harassing the girls. Jihe asked what was wrong with that guy. The guy said he was with his group of friends, and since the girls were in a group too, they should all just hang out together. Gil Su was confused and asked himself what that guy was doing there. The guy asked if Jiang Mi had a boyfriend, saying she was with a loser and asking why she didn't want to have fun with him. Without giving her a chance to leave, he began grabbing her. When Gil Su thought about stepping in, Jiang Mi herself struck him. It was a karate blow so powerful that it knocked the guy to the ground like a piece of trash. Jihe commented that she knew this was going to happen. Still trying to grasp the situation, Gil Su asked what was going on. Rayon replied that Gil Su didn't even need to do anything because Jiang Mi was a really scary girl and she was beating the guy up. Jihe mentioned that she had heard Jiang Mi had practiced self-defense since childhood. Soon after, Jiang Mi finished off the bully with a precise kick. Meanwhile, Jiang Mi said she had heard that her brother was also part of Six Gates and had a very peculiar name, but she couldn't quite remember what it was. Gil Su, surprised, wondered if she was Chung Jiang's sister, since she mentioned Jiang and talked about a peculiar name. And yes, she was Chung Jiang's sister. Annoyed, Jiang Mi asked why those guys always tested her patience. Soon after, another guy from the group approached, saying the first one had tried to pick up a girl and got beaten instead. He asked if it was her who did it and threatened her, saying she was screwed now. When the second guy tried to attack, it was Gil Su who intervened. With just one punch, he knocked the guy out so hard that he lay flat on the ground. Even Jiang Mi was impressed. Gil Su, furious, asked how they dared try to hit a woman. Jihe commented that people from Six Gates were really different. Rayon agreed. Still worried, Gil Su ran up to Jiang Mi to ask if she was okay. She said she was, thanks to him, of course. Duil commented that this was nothing compared to what they faced in Six Gates. Soon after, Gyungmin showed up with Doil, asking why everyone was outside. They said there were no rooms left, but Jihye asked where they had been and if they knew what had just happened. Jihye explained that those guys showed up, and Gyungmin asked who they were. When everyone looked around, they realized the group had already fled. Outside, the group of aggressors was gathered, talking about the situation. They were discussing the Six Gates people, and the first guy who got beaten said he was sure their leader would want to hear about this. He promised they would make the group pay for what happened that day. As the others kept talking, Gil Su stayed a bit further back with Jiang Mi. She asked why he had started training and said he fought really well. Gil Su replied that she fought really well too, and that was fascinating to him. Jiang Mi explained it was all thanks to her brother's training. Only because of him she could protect herself. Gil Su said he owed Chung a lot, that he wouldn't have been able to adapt to the school after transferring without him. Jiang Mi asked if he was the boy her brother always talked about, the one who had transferred to the first year. Gil Su was surprised to realize Chung had actually talked about him to his own sister. He figured out that the person Chung wanted to impress was actually Jiang Mi. Gil Su thought that somehow it was a little embarrassing. He felt like his image was about to fall apart. But at that moment, Jiang Mi handed him her phone so he could input his number. She said it would be nice to keep in touch. Gil Su replied yes, of course, and thought about how happy he was for going to that meeting. He could only think that it had been a great day. Meanwhile, at night, in a building under construction, a gang was beating a guy up to make him pay his debt. The guy was getting badly beaten, saying he didn't have a cent at the moment, but promised to pay later. The gangster with a tattoo on his face said he could become a player and pay the debt that way. The tattooed man explained that when someone borrows money, they have to pay it back, even if it's with their life. Then the same trio who had gotten beaten earlier showed up before the gang. They said they had a group they needed to deal with. One of them, the first guy who got beaten, got slapped by the gangster, who asked if he had been beaten by a woman. Furious, the gangster began kicking the guy, asking how he had the nerve to shame the gang like that. Another member of the trio tried to justify it, saying it wasn't just a woman, it also involved people from Six Gates. The gangster asked if that was true, and the other confirmed it was. They had been attacked by a kid from Six Gates. The gangster smiled and said that sounded fun. The next morning at Six Gates, Gyungmin was very upset because Jihye hadn't contacted him since the weekend. Jindo looked at him and guessed the reason, asking if he was wrong again. Gyungmin replied it was all his fault. Meanwhile, Gil Su was still texting with Jiang Mi. He was realizing they had a lot in common, and he was actually finding her really cute. At that moment, they walked past the bathroom where Yongho was. Yongho was apologizing to Kang's gang, but Kang replied that kicking him out would actually help. Even so, Yongho begged for another chance. Kang, impatient, spat on him and said there was no second chance for a loser like him. Even Gil Su got a little worried about the situation, but Jindo Doyle told him to come outside and not to get involved with those people. Still confused, Gil Su asked why people wanted to hang out with Kang. He couldn't understand why anyone would be part of a group of bullies inside 6 gates. Doyle explained that inside the school it made sense, but outside, it was another story. Doyle said there was a very famous company in the area called Gang-un. Publicly, it operated as a regular business, but it was just a front. Behind the scenes, it was a major criminal organization with ties to the police and even politicians. Gyungmin explained that the second son of Gang-un's boss was Kang himself. He said Kang was born into luxury, and that's why so many people wanted to be close to him. Hearing all that, Gil Su was shocked. He realized the area was far more dangerous than he had imagined. That night, that impression was confirmed. Jiang Mi was returning home a bit late from work. She just wanted to get home quickly. While walking, she was texting Gil Su, but suddenly, a strange girl came running up, asking for help. She said she was being chased by some creepy guys who had just attacked her. Worried, Jiang Mi said it was okay, that the two of them could hide there and she'd call the police. But shortly after, the guys appeared, saying they had found 2 girls together. Jiang Mi, irritated, called them perverted bastards and said she'd deal with them if they got any closer. One of them asked if she was really going to protect the other girl. Then, suddenly, the girl who had asked for help betrayed Jiang Mi by hitting her with a taser. She said she didn't like dumb guys, but also loved taking down princess types like Jiang Mi. Still stunned, Jiang Mi asked why she was with those guys. At that moment, the gangster with a scorpion tattoo on his face showed up. He said it looked like Jiang Mi could fight, and they might have some fun with that. This was Han Jae-hoo, a second-year student at Mudin High and an executive of the Beck Sion group. Right after that, the guy Jiang Mi had beaten up earlier also appeared. He said she shouldn't have done that because now she had messed with the Beck San group. Han Jae-hoo asked how the taser was, and the guy said it might be a bit more charged than him, but it still worked. Realizing the danger, Jiang Mi tried to move and dodged at the last second. Han Jae-hoo, impressed, asked if she could still move. He found that really interesting. Meanwhile, the girl with the taser prepared to use it again. She electrocuted Jiang Mi once more until she was completely unconscious. She asked the others where they should take her and suggested she could teach her a lesson right there. Han Jae-hoo replied that he wouldn't let her have the toy, all to herself. He said the girl could be useful and told the others to tie her up and take her to the hideout. At that moment, someone came running. The guy in shorts from the enemy group recognized who it was, and before he could do anything, he took a punch straight to the face. It was Gil Su, who came in already attacking. He thought he could have been a bit faster, and if he had, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Then it was explained what had happened 30 minutes earlier. Gil Su had been walking, leaving the arena when he sent a message to Jiang Mi as usual. They chatted for a while, until she suddenly sent a strange message full of weird characters. That exact moment was when Jiang Mi was being electrocuted. Gil Su got suspicious when he saw the message. He thought it was strange and began to suspect she might be in danger. While he was fighting the guys, one of the delinquents recognized him and shouted that he was the bastard who attacked them at karaoke. Gil Su, angry, replied that he hadn't even been invited, but he still showed up anyway. He thought the 6 Gates people were really impatient. Gil Su said they messed with the wrong person and guaranteed he'd deal with everyone there. One of the gang boys, the chubby one, asked if he was really going to face them all alone and said he'd probably die trying, but Gil Su quickly dodged and knocked the boy out with a straight punch to the face. The next 2 who came at him weren't any luckier. One had his attack blocked and the other was dodged. Gil Su was handling all of them with ease. The second one, who tried to kick him, ended up losing 2 teeth after a sharp hook to the face. While fighting, Gil Su thought those guys were nothing compared to the opponents he faced in the arena. No matter how many there were, he believed he could beat them all. But suddenly, he was nearly hit by a wooden bat that Jae-hoo was using. Jae-hoo said he was curious to meet one of the 6 Gates kids and wanted to see how skilled they were. Even attacking with great speed using the wooden club, Gil Su kept dodging everything, and even managed to land an aerial kick so strong that it split the wooden club in half. Jae-hoo commented that Gil Su's aggression wasn't so bad, and Gil Su replied that it was just the beginning, asking if Jae-hoo could fight without his little stick. Then Jae-hoo took advantage of an opening and swept Gil Su off his feet, making him fall exactly where Jae-hoo wanted. Jae-hoo said dealing with Jiang Mi had been unexpectedly tough, but that with Gil Su it would be different. Unfortunately, Gil Su landed right on Jiang Mi's soft parts. A bit embarrassed, he said he didn't mean to fall there, and she replied that he looked kind of cute like that. Gil Su wondered if that thing in her hand was a taser and quickly figured they had probably used it on Jiang Mi, which explained why she was down. Just as Gil Su was about to get hit by the taser, Jiang Mi got got up and kicked the device away. The criminal girl with the taser asked how she was still standing when she should have been knocked out. Jiang Mi explained that she had used a piece of wood to protect herself, saying she took the hit while holding the wood like a shield. When Jaehu attacked her, the stick broke on the ground, and later, when she was electrocuted, she used the piece of wood to prevent the charge from reaching her body. Jiang Mi was impressed and commented that the girl was crazy, asking if she couldn't just finish things directly. Gil Su asked Jiang Mi if she was okay, and she replied that she was, that thanks to him she was able to buy some precious time. Now the two of them were ready to take down the remaining ones and said they would teach them a proper lesson. Jiang Mi said she didn't want to make a big scene, but now she had no choice. However, in the middle of her sentence, she got punched to shut her up. Gil Su said he was going to teach them what happens when you cross the line. Meanwhile, the other criminal with the taser said that Jiang Mi wasn't that bad, but since she'd already gone down once, it'd be easy to take her down again. Jiang Mi, however, said that this time she was really motivated because she couldn't stand girls like her. The criminal replied that taking down rich girls like Jiang Mi was always fun. Meanwhile, Jaehu was getting beaten up badly. Gil Su commented that he wasn't all that, but Jaehu said Gil Su was much stronger than he had expected. Still, he asked if that was all he had because now he was really going to start playing. Jaehu put something in his mouth and charged, and Gil Su noticed he still had a lot of energy. His strikes were faster and much stronger. Jaehu said he had already studied Gil Su's style and that now he couldn't be beaten. Gil Su noticed there was something different about Jaehu's power. It seemed like he had suddenly awakened something. Now Jaehu was turning the fight around easily, and Gil Su began to realize something was wrong. He could hardly believe he was being dominated by a guy like that. But even so, he had no intention of giving up. Even after taking several hits, he kept standing. He thought that this kind of opponent, who relied on luck and sudden bursts of energy, was exactly his favorite. So Gil Su closed in on Jaehu and started punching him at close range, accepting every blow he received, even headbutting. The two exchanged blows brutally. Jaehu thought Gil Su was a lunatic, fighting in a completely reckless and insane way. But Gil Su landed a solid uppercut, saying that Jaehu wanted to know what Six Gates boys were like, so now he could feel a punch from a first-year student. With that single blow, Gil Su knocked Jaehu out. After that, he even commented that Jaehu should try harder next time. Gil Su thought that guy had kept coming at him even while cornered. That's when he realized Jaehu had eaten something during the fight, which explained the sudden energy burst. Only then did Gil Su remember Jiang Mi, but when he looked to the side, he saw she had already finished off the woman she was fighting. Jiang Mi said she finished quickly, precisely, so she could try to help Gil Su, but he had already taken care of Jaehu too. Looking more closely, Gil Su thought Jiang Mi really did resemble Chung. She then began interrogating the fallen woman, asking who they were. The woman replied that she had no connection to the Baeksan group, that she was only doing it for the money. Gil Su then remembered that guy from earlier, who had also mentioned this Baeksan group. He asked what exactly this group was and why they were paying so much for something like that. The woman explained that, to her, Six Gates made no sense at all, and that's why she didn't know the group very well. She said that around half a year ago, a high school association called Baeksan had suddenly emerged in the Yongho region, and that their influence was massive. Because of that, all the local gangs became interested in the group, and Baeksan managed to control all the gangs and territories with ease. Gil Su asked if they were a school association. The woman replied that she didn't really know how it worked, but said their next target was Six Gates. She said that when she got the money, she was also curious why they were paying so much for a simple job like that. Gil Su thought it was probably to ensure the job was done right. According to her, if they managed to capture some kids from Six Gates, they could join the Five Dragons. Gil Su then asked if their target really was Six Gates, considering Baeksan had already taken over almost every high school in the Yongho area, but still hadn't taken over Six Gates' territory or Youngmi's. He recalled that Six Gates' territory was the largest in the northern region, which made sense now why that guy was so curious to know how he and the others from Six Gates fought. The woman said she had already told them everything and was leaving now, but Jiang Mi didn't let her. She said it wasn't over between them yet and gave the woman another beating before she could leave. Gil Su apologized to Jiang Mi, saying she ended up getting involved in all that because of his school. She replied that it was okay, that he wasn't the villain in the story and didn't need to apologize. Besides, she also had a strong connection to Six Gates. Gil Su agreed, saying that was true. Chung and Jiang Mi herself had commented that something like this would eventually happen to her. Even so, Gil Su said he was relieved that everything turned out fine. He assured her that no matter what Baeksan did, they wouldn't be able to take over 6 gates easily, not as long as Chung was still standing. He also said the guys they had fought that day weren't even that strong. Jiang Mi agreed and said her brother was on another level, but admitted Gil Su wasn't bad either. She said she owed him twice now. Gil Su felt relieved that he had managed to save her. Meanwhile, the Baeksan group that failed their mission was getting beaten up by their own boss. He asked Jehu what his problem was, saying that even though he was useless, he never understood his place. Jehu apologized repeatedly, saying he had done it only because he wanted to conquer that territory. Even so, the boss stepped on his face and said that even if Jehu hadn't interfered, the plan to take over the northern Yongho region was already in motion. He then declared that from now on, Jehu would become a player. Jehu, desperate, begged them not to do that, but the boss didn't listen. This man was Tyrone Quan, number 5 of the Baeksan group's 5 dragons, and he said he was looking forward to seeing how Jehu would perform in the coliseum. Meanwhile, somewhere else, several defeated players were gathered. A guy asked how they had the guts to show up in front of him. Everyone there wanted to join Divine Wind, seeking the benefits of being in that gang, but the first one got punched right away to learn his lesson. The boss asked if they thought this was some kind of charity. This man was Gongjin Seob, the leader of Divine Wind. When he started beating the applicants, everyone ran off, even leaving one of their friends behind. Gong commented that they had no loyalty or determination, and that nowadays there was no one with talent, only useless people. One of the guys lighting Gong's cigarette said it was probably because of Baeksan's influence, since most of the useful people on the streets had been recruited by them. Gong replied that they couldn't just let that happen and needed to expand their own influence. Then someone else showed up for the interview. Gong asked if they were really that desperate for manpower. This last person was Park Yongho. The others looked surprised and asked if he was crazy for showing up there. Yongho said he came for the interview and that he was on a completely different level from those losers who had just run off. Gong asked if he had no sense of rationality, showing up alone with such an arrogant attitude. He said Yongho's personality alone was enough to disqualify him, but Yongho replied that he was fully aware of that. He said he wasn't offering himself for free, that he'd do whatever it took and was prepared to do anything necessary to join. Gong asked if he was really that motivated. The next morning at 6 gates, Gil Su was feeling a bit sore. It seemed he had overdone it the night before. While walking behind the school, he ran into Kang's group, who were talking to Yongho. They said Yongho was going through a rough time and were even considering recruiting him again. But for that, he'd have to do a lot more than before. Yongho, annoyed, told them to stop talking nonsense and get to the point. He asked why they were suddenly acting like that with him. One of the guys, the one with the mohawk, commented that he had heard Yongho had been getting involved with some dangerous people and that maybe they could have some fun with that crowd. He suggested Yongho could even infiltrate them. Yongho replied that he didn't want to work with him anymore. The mohawk guy, furious, asked how he dared to ignore him. He grabbed a Coca-Cola Zero sugar can from the trash and threw it at Yongho's head, who responded with a kick that almost hit back. Yongho, angry, told them to stop acting like they were hot stuff. He said he had only joined Kang's group because of a situation involving a gang. Yongho asked if they really thought they could talk to him like that after he had left. They even taunted him, asking if Kang knew he had left. Yongho replied that he didn't want to be in that crappy school anymore. He said they could keep licking Kang's boots if they wanted. Gil Su, who was nearby, wondered if Yongho had really left the school. Later, as Yongho was heading home, he thought to himself that he didn't care about anyone anymore. Not Kang, not his clan, Dong. He said to himself that he was going to join Divine Wind. That's when Gil Su appeared to talk to him. He said he had heard Yongho left the school and asked if it had something to do with what happened in the arena. He said if that was the case, they could settle things fairly. But Yongho, angry, threw his stuff on the ground and called Gil Su a bastard. He said Gil Su must be real happy for doing the job of justice and exposing him. Yongho said if Gil Su got in his way again, he would kill him. He added that his whole day was ruined because of that conversation. Gil Su thought it really wasn't his business, but something about that story was bothering him. While Yongho was gathering his things, a letter accidentally fell, and Gil Su managed to catch it. That night, at an abandoned gas station, Ma Gang was complaining to his friends, saying that the week had been a total failure. The reason was that the Divine Wind Gang was collecting much more money in their territory. One of the members tried to calm him down, saying not to worry because they would soon handle it. Although Divine Wind had greater numbers, not all their members were truly useful. Meanwhile, Yongho was approaching the place to deal with that gang. He said they only had 2 choices, either serve the Divine Wind or leave the territory immediately. He asked what they were going to do. The guys recognized him right away, calling him Park Yongho. They said he was the guy who had joined Kang out of interest but had now returned to Divine Wind. They laughed, saying there was no bigger fool than him. Yongho remembered the moment he received that mission. Gong asked if he knew Yongeon, saying that Bastard wanted to take their territory and that they couldn't allow a rival organization to grow like that. He said that if Yongho dealt with them, he might reconsider letting him back into Divine Wind. Yongho thought he had no other choice. He had to do it to restore his position. Even though he was alone, he didn't hesitate. When they charged at him, he let the first blow with the stick pass without properly defending himself. But he blocked the next one with his leg and asked if they were surprised. He said his shin was bulletproof and knocked down the enemies with consecutive kicks. Now the rival gang's leader would also have to deal with him. Yongho told them to stop the nonsense and get straight to the fight. And so that war began. Yongho thought he had to win no matter what. Meanwhile, the Divine Wind members asked Gong if he would really accept Yongho back. Gong replied that of course he wouldn't. He said he only asked Yongho to do that because he wanted to see how far he would go when truly determined. Even if Yongho lost, it would still be useful for him. They had nothing to lose. To Gong, Yongho was just a beast with a corrupted heart, someone to be used only as disposable material. Later, Yongho alone managed to take down the entire rival gang. The gang leader said he was much stronger than the first time they faced each other. Yongho replied that his determination was completely different now, not even comparable to the past. He also said the leader only had one choice now. He could no longer serve Divine Wind. He had to leave the territory. The next morning at Six Gates, rumors started spreading. They said Yongho had left the school. One student asked why they had to throw his uniform in the trash. Another answered that there was a bigger rumor about him besides having left school. Apparently, Yongho had returned to the same gang he was part of before joining the school, and now on the streets, he was even fighting some Six Gates students he didn't get along with. Gil Su asked his friends if they had heard about it too. Jindo replied yes, and said everyone would soon realize it since Yongho hadn't appeared for a while. He thought it was kind of obvious, since Kang had discarded Yongho. He reminded that Yongho only came to Six Gates because of Kang, but Gil Su commented that even so, suddenly leaving school like that made no sense, especially since Yongho had no close friends there. Later, some kids were playing in a park, playing freeze tag. During the game, the one who ended up moving was Jindo, who was there looking for someone named Hyson. The kids asked who he was and why he was looking for her. A girl answered that she herself was Hyson. Gil Su explained that Yongho had left Six Gates. Hyson didn't know that either, but Gil Su had only found Yongho's sister because of the letter that fell from his belongings. Because of that, Gil Su went to the address indicated on the letter. He thought Yongho had no friends and had left school without even properly taking his own things. Hyson replied that even so, there was no way to return those things to him. Gil Su asked if she wasn't close to him. Hyson explained that after Yongho left the orphanage, they didn't even know where each other lived anymore. She only knew Six Gates, so she sent him there. Gil Su asked if Yongho was from that orphanage, and Hyson confirmed, saying that, like the other kids there, Yongho was an orphan and grew up there with all of them. She remembered a time she was being bullied. The other kids, younger, couldn't do anything to help. Not only her, but several kids from the orphanage were discriminated against just for being from there. That's when Yongho appeared and protected them all as if he were the orphanage's hero. After that, he became a target. In any school he stepped into, he became a target for being an orphan and considered weak. Of course, there was never anyone to help him. When he started elementary school, Yongho suffered heavy bullying. That's how his personality slowly started to change. That's also how he ended up joining the first gang he was part of. After a long time, he came back but seemed like a completely different person. The kids asked if all that was true, if it was really Yongho. Not even Haesun herself was managing to recognize him properly. Deep down, she still thought he was the same person who cared about the kids. She said he always gave lots of gifts every month, but recently she had lost contact with him and was very worried. She could hardly believe he had left school. Gil Su also could hardly believe what she was saying. That didn't match at all with the Yongho he knew. Haesun, crying, said that sometimes she thought maybe that boy from the past would end up disappearing completely, and that Yongho would become a terrible person, like those gangsters. Even without needing to, Gil Su was starting to worry about him. Meanwhile, at Divine Wind, another boy was being lynched. That was how the gangs usually acted. They beat people up without much justification. During the assault, Gong asked the beaten boy if he had any idea what would happen if he didn't come to his senses right after that beating. Even so, he showed a little mercy on the poor kid. Gong commented that kids these days had no guts. He really liked those who were truly hardcore. Like Yongho, he had a special respect for lunatics like him. Gong could hardly believe that Yongho had destroyed that other boy and still came back alive, without any serious scratches. When Yongho explained that the opponents weren't that strong, Gong said that was fine. That was enough to pay off the debt he owed them. Now they could start thinking about whether or not Yongho could rejoin Divine Wind. Gong asked in a teasing tone if they weren't going to accept him back right after he destroyed Yonggun, but he immediately answered himself, saying that after Yongho's betrayal, his qualification had become a bit more demanding. Yongho asked what else he would have to do, and Gong wanted to know if he would do anything. He even asked if he was willing to kill someone. Yongho was surprised by the question and asked if that was really what he had to do. Gong found his reaction funny. He told him to relax. It wasn't that. It wasn't a complete joke, but what Yongho had to do was just threaten someone with death. The job was simple. He only needed to set fire to a motorcycle. That was it. The damage to the warehouse would already be a few million, which would cause a lot of problems for the owner. Gong explained that it had been hard to find people willing to do this kind of job lately. When Yongho confirmed, half in shock, that he was really being asked to commit arson, Gong said yes. It didn't seem like a big deal for someone like him, who had already done what he did last time. If Yongho completed this job, he would officially return to Divine Wind. Later, Yongho kept thinking about it. His next task really would be to commit arson. If caught, he would probably end up in juvenile detention. He thought it was a bit ridiculous to be worrying about this now, after everything he had already done, but still he was thoughtful. Without even noticing, he returned to the orphanage as if it were automatic. He wondered why he had stopped by. He thought maybe he just needed to sleep, but he was interrupted when Haesun showed up to talk to him. Later, the two were together at the playground, swinging and talking. Yongho asked why she was walking alone at that hour of the night. He said it was dangerous. Haesun replied that she wasn't sleeping well and asked what he was doing there too since school was over. Yongho tried to hide it, saying of course he was still having classes, he was just very busy, but she noticed immediately that it was a lie. It was written all over his face. Still, Haesun said it was nostalgic for her to remember the times when they were younger and used to play at that playground. Yongho said he himself couldn't really swing properly because he was always busy pushing all the other kids on the swings. They stayed there for quite a while, laughing about the good memories. Haesun recalled that even when the mean boys came to bully the orphanage kids, it was Yongho who protected them all. He was the real hero of the orphanage. She asked if he couldn't come back there for good. She said it would be good if he helped take care of the other children like he used to. Yongho thanked her a lot for the invitation, but said he needed to leave. He had something he needed to do. He said he might not come back for a while, but told her not to worry. The most important thing now was for her to sleep. Haesun, for her part, was worried. She wondered what was going on with him. She thought that if that was the last time she saw Yongho, it would be with him acting that strange way. The next day, Yongho started the job. He put gasoline on the motorcycle and covered it carefully so the fire would catch well. The whole time, he kept looking around, searching for any camera that might record his face. He was paranoid, and rightly so. Finally, it was time to set the fire. He thought it would be easy, that there was no reason to hesitate, but he was still very nervous before doing it. He remembered that growing up in a world without parents, alone, the first thing a child learns is that even the simplest things are not easily given. If you're born weak in a world where only the strong survive, you have to become strong. He recalled a painful moment from his childhood. He was being beaten for being an orphan. One of the boys asked how Yongho thought he could mess with them. He said soon they would teach him his place. Yongho, angry, already had a piece of glass in his hands, ready to slash the boy's face. He was determined that soon he would show what his real place in this world was, until men in suits appeared, asking how children like them dared to use violence in that district. Before the boys could answer, the first man lost all his teeth with a punch that knocked him to the ground. Those men were from the clan, and the boys were completely massacred. That was when Yongho learned an important lesson. If he didn't want to be the prey, he would have to become the hunter. After the chaos, a man appeared asking what all the mess was about. The men in suits apologized, saying they were just dealing with some insects on the way. That man passing by was the clan leader. From that day on, Yongho decided one thing. He would stay close to whoever was at the top of the food chain. He never wanted to be hunted by anyone again. That's why he got that tattoo. That's why he joined the clan. For that reason, he now felt he had no other choice. One day, he would become the hunter. But before he could set fire to the motorcycle, someone appeared and threw a bucket of water right in his face. Yongho was surprised and asked if that person didn't know that a fire is very visible at night. It was Gil Su, who answered that it didn't matter. Then it became clear what had happened a few hours before. About 3 hours earlier, Haesun was at the Six Gates exit, waiting for Gil Su. She was desperate. When he arrived, Gil Su asked if she really thought Yongho would do something dangerous that night. Haesun said yes. She could tell when Yongho was acting strange or trying to hide something. She said he had told her the night before that he might not come back for a while and that he needed to take care of the kids. That only increased her worry. She was sure something bad was about to happen and asked Gil Su for help. He kept wondering what the hell Yongho was planning to do. Later, on the Divine Wind rooftop, the guys were having a barbecue hidden from the boss. When someone opened the door, they thought they were screwed, believing it was the boss arriving. But it was just Gil Su, which annoyed everyone. Gil Su thought this must be the right place. Jindo commented that the hideout must be in an abandoned part of the village. Gil Su played it cool, saying he hadn't come to join Divine Wind, but because he was looking for Yongho. One of the boys asked if he was Yongho's friend, since he was there looking for him at that hour. Gil Su said yes, that he had something to talk about with him, but couldn't get in touch. He said that was it, but one of them commented that it was already too late because soon Yongho would commit a crime that could send him straight to jail. Before the boy could say more, Gil Su grabbed his face hard and told him to choose his next words more carefully. He said time was running out and demanded he spill where Yongho was. Back to the present, that's how Gil Su found Yongho. He told him not to do something so risky out of nowhere. He said no matter what happened, that kind of crime was never the solution. Yongho asked who Gil Su thought he was to give advice like that. He wanted to know if he knew his life, if he knew what he had been through. Gil Su admitted he didn't know what his life was like or everything he faced, but he said there was someone who believed in him. And actually, not just one. It seemed like the whole orphanage loved Yongho. Gil Su said Hasten had desperately asked for his help. Yongho was surprised, asking if it was Hasten who sent him there. Gil Su confirmed, saying she was sincerely worried. She even asked for help from someone she barely knew, just to protect Yongho. Gil Su insisted that he shouldn't ruin his own life like that, because there were other people who believed in him and depended on him. At that moment, someone appeared joking, saying it looked like they were watching a drama. It was Gong, who said he almost cried from emotion. He said it was good he was there watching everything. Otherwise, he would have missed that scene. Yongho was shocked to realize he had been watched from the start, but Gong didn't believe his surprise. Moreover, he revealed he was recording everything to use it as evidence later, if he needed to incriminate him. Gong made it clear that from the beginning, Yongho was just a disposable card. He said a boy from an orphanage like him was perfect for that kind of thing. When both Yongho and Gil Su ran to try to stop him from setting the motorcycle on fire, Gong warned that, even so, Yongho was already in trouble. He said that after that, Yongho would be incriminated and go straight to prison. But suddenly Jindo appeared to stop that from happening, along with Gyungmin, who was trying to jump the fence to help too. Jindo asked if he was late, while Yongho wanted to know what he was doing there. But Gil Su had already planned everything in advance and said he arrived just in time. In Gil Su's mind, it was a relief that he had moved that plan forward. The moment he left the Divine Wind headquarters, he had already thought it was strange to see only 2 weaklings on the rooftop. That meant the really strong guys had left as well. Because of that, Gil Su called the 2 to help. Meanwhile, Gyungmin was falling on his backside in the bushes, but Gil Su thought at least they arrived quickly. Gong looked at the situation and asked what kind of school activity that was. He joked that it was time to get a projector and present a slideshow. Jindo made it clear he didn't want to be associated with Park Yongho, saying he came to help his friend but not that idiot. Gyungmin said he canceled his date just to be there, so it had better be worth it. When he charged forward, one of the gang members used an iron armband for protection. The enemy even found the friends of Yongho interesting and revealed his identity. It was Hwang Hee-sung, number 3 of Divine Wind, one of the obstacles they would have to face. The next to act was Jindo, who with his boxing speed tried a quick attack but ended up intercepted. Even though he dodged well, using his boxing experience to try a counterattack, he was still hit in the face. The opponent was Pyo Min-cheol, the number 2 of Divine Wind, who was also very good at boxing. He also had 2 retractable blades on his gloves, making him even more dangerous. When Gil Su tried to help his friends, he was stopped by the strongest of them all. The number 1 of Divine Wind, Kan Kyoshi, appeared wielding 2 sticks. Gil Su, who was watching, wondered who that guy was and why he was speaking as if he were foreign. Kyoshi charged with such force that, even blocking the blow, Gil Su spat blood and was thrown backward. He realized it was impossible to block such a strike. Kyoshi even said he was really enjoying the fight and knocked Gil Su to the ground. Gong warned Yongho that his buddies were in danger and asked if he was sure he didn't need their help, but Yongho just told Gong to watch out for himself and landed a solid kick on him. However, upon hitting him, he heard a metallic sound. Gong was wearing a protective vest. Like the other Divine Wind members, they all had weapons that gave them an advantage in close combat. Gong explained that he had also gotten stronger while Yongho was away. Now they could have a real fight, like in the old days. When Yongho, still wearing his iron greaves, tried another kick, Gong easily blocked it. He complained that Yongho was ungrateful since he had taught him almost everything he knew. Then Gong knocked Yongho down so hard he had to grit his teeth in pain. Gong was clearly more powerful than before. He said maybe Yongho would understand the situation after a good beating. That way he would learn who dared to mess with him. Meanwhile, Hwang Hee-sung watched Gyungmin, saying he was holding up pretty well. After all, he was from 6 gates. Gyungmin himself thought his arms were hurting just from blocking the strikes. He knew if he got hit directly, the pain would be much worse. Even so, he kept trying to dodge and barely block. Then Gyungmin noticed something important. Hwang Hee-sung wasn't using his fists to attack. He was hitting with his forearms, using the weight of his steel bracers. It was as if he was just swinging his arms instead of making real attacks. Realizing this, Gyungmin dodged a blow, causing Hwang to hit the fence. He used the fence height to gain momentum and landed a solid hit on the enemy. Meanwhile, Jindo was suffering from cuts on his arms caused by Pyo Min-cheol's blades. He wondered where Gil Su had learned that boxing since all he knew was was how to block. When Mincheol tried to land a blow on Jindo-il's face, he barely dodged but noticed something. He could clearly see the movement of that attack. Mincheol's strike range was limited due to the blades on his gloves. This opened an opportunity for a counterattack. Jindo-il took advantage of one of his opponent's wider strikes, hit the blade to destabilize him, and moved in to land a straight hook. Mincheol was surprised, wondering if the boy had already adapted to his style. Jindo-il replied that, apparently, the one who didn't know boxing was actually the opponent, and now he was going to teach him from the beginning. Even so, Gil Su kept taking a lot of hits. Kan Kyoshi said he loved seeing Koreans trying so hard like that. He said it made the fight much more fun. Gil Su was thinking how problematic those weapons Kyoshi used were, and how unpredictable his fighting style was. He wondered why Kyoshi was speaking Japanese, since they were in Korea. But before he could say anything, Kyoshi replied with a direct strike to Gil Su's stomach, making it clear he was Japanese and would speak however he wanted. Kyoshi explained he had nowhere else to go, and that Gong was the one who took him in. Now he was just repaying the favor. Gong's enemy was his enemy too, which meant he would eliminate anyone against Divine Wind. Besides the Divine Wind members, he planned to kill every Korean he found along the way. Gil Su, already battered, wondered how he could defeat that guy with those weapons. Then he noticed something. His sneaker was untied, and that's when he got an idea. While Kyoshi said those Koreans were really tough, he suddenly faced Gil Su standing up, holding his own sneakers, with the laces tied. Kyoshi, not understanding anything, was surprised by what he saw. But when he tried to attack, his blow was intercepted by Gil Su's shoelaces. Quickly, Kyoshi was tied up by his own laces, and before he realized it, Gil Su was ready to beat him up. Meanwhile, Gong told Yongho it had been a long time since he'd seen that look on his face. He said when he met Yongho, he had exactly that look. Yongho, not wanting to talk about the past, said it meant nothing to him. But Gong replied that ignoring the past changes nothing. The past would never be erased. He reminded Yongho that he had also learned that kick from him, that iron greave was given by him. The item he used, the technique he mastered, all came from Divine Wind. And now Yongho wanted to erase it all as if it never existed. According to Gong, he was always just Divine Wind's little dog. Hearing all that, Yongho began to remember crawling after any crumb that appeared. He reached a point where he no longer remembered looking at the blue sky. One day, while walking the streets, he passed an alley where he saw the Divine Wind Gang having a huge barbecue. He remembered when he first saw them, wondering if he could ever be as free and happy as they seemed. When he passed by, his stomach growled, drawing everyone's attention. They started calling him a beggar and told him to leave as fast as possible. He also remembered he hadn't had lunch that day. But suddenly Gong himself called him, saying if he had nowhere to go, it was good to come back the next day. Gong said he liked people with that kind of look. Curious, Yongho showed up the next day. He trained with Gong and really liked his spirit. He remembered Gong saying Yongho's kick was much better than the juice he made. If he kept training, he could improve even more. That's when Gong asked his subordinates to bring that little gift, the tool Yongho would use from then on. Gong always said that world wasn't about being the strongest or the winner. What mattered was how the strong won and how the winner got there, and that he should never forget that. That's how Yongho got the iron greaves. He believed in the hope the Divine Wind family gave him and did everything they told him. But over time, he realized Divine Wind wasn't his salvation or last hope. In fact, it was the noose that strangled him all along. Gong said Yongho betrayed him like he would never come back. But seeing him now crawling back to Divine Wind was pathetic. To Gong, a person's origins never change. When Gong was about to hit Yongho with a direct blow, it was Gil Su himself who blocked the attack, using Kyoshi's sticks. Jindo-il, seeing that, commented that even he had beaten those guys before. He thought they were weaklings, especially for those who used special equipment during fights and still lost. Besides, he thought they were being too arrogant. Gong then wondered if they all had really lost. Gil Su said he had something to settle with Yongho, and that Gong should stay out of it. Gong said he didn't understand why they were going so far for Yongho, but that they should be careful. In the end, it might not be worth it since Yongho was just a damn traitor. Meanwhile, Gong remembered a specific moment. He saw Yongho fighting back against the kids who bullied him. The group leader, terrified, said it was all his fault and begged for mercy. He asked them to spare them all. But Yongho, angry, said he always said that. He asked if anyone had ever listened to him before, if at any moment someone had spared him. He said those ears the boy had were useless since they never heard what he said. And he finished by saying if that was the case, he could cut them off. That's exactly what he did, using his own pocket knife. After joining Divine Wind, Yongho managed to free himself from that weak prey state. He became a predator and ended up addicted to the feeling of power. He wanted to win more and more. He felt he could do anything if he proved his worth and strength. Then one night, Gong appeared with an offer that seemed perfect for him. According to Gong, it was time for Divine Wind to start doing real business. Curious, Yongho asked what he meant by that. He questioned if the gang clan had made some business proposal, but Gong said no. He said it was something much more fun than that. He explained the plan involved Baek-san, the guy who worked in intelligence. Collecting money from victims had already yielded a lot for them before. Yongho agreed, remembering it had really made a profit, but also recalled Minchul and Hee-sung almost got caught by the police during one of those missions. It was dangerous work. Gong then made a new proposal. He asked what if they received a commission without taking any risk. Yongho was surprised and wanted to know if that was really possible. Gong explained they wouldn't do anything directly. They would only supply manpower for Baek-san. Then he asked if Yongho had heard of an orphanage called Jong-nung's Love. He said the director there was addicted to gambling. He had lost everything in bets and was now full of debts. Apparently, the director was using the orphanage's funds to try to pay what he owed. He was probably already planning to make money by selling the children as labor. Gong commented he had heard that if you raised one of those kids on the streets from the start, they could do anything in the future. Hearing that, Yongho remembered he also had a family before joining Divine Wind. He realized he had forgotten to take care of them all this time. But now he would make that trash of a director pay. He would avenge the children. Without wasting time, Yongho went to the orphanage and immediately started breaking everything with his baseball bat. The staff there ran away immediately. Only the director stayed behind. Full of rage, Yongho said that damn director never cared about the children, that he had neglected all of them all the time, and now he would get what he deserved. He almost broke the director in half. Out of pure mercy, he didn't kill the man right then. He said he really wanted to kill him, but there was only one way to spare his life. The director had to leave the orphanage immediately. If he did that now, Yongho promised nothing would leak out. But if the director stayed and kept taking advantage of the children's money, Yongho swore he would expose all his crimes, and in the end, kill him for real. That rainy night, while the children slept, Hyson woke up to the noise coming from the director's office. She said it was probably just thunder, and the children were scared for nothing. But when she went there, she found the broken glass and Yongho still in the middle of the mess. The next day, when Yongho returned to Divine Wind, Gong said something strange had happened. The orphanage director had completely cut contact with him and started talking only to Baek-san separately. Suspicious, Gong asked Yongho what the hell he was planning, but Yongho coldly asked back if Gong really thought he would stay in Divine Wind forever. He said it was natural to always look for the best opportunity. After all, why would he stay in a group of dogs if he could go straight to Slow's pack? Gong, irritated, asked if Yongho was stealing his business. He called the boy an ungrateful brat. But Yongho, inside himself, thought he had to take responsibility to make sure the kids stayed safe. Gong, saying they had been companions for a long time, said he was going to beat Yongho, but only enough so he could still walk afterward. In the present, Yongho admitted he had no choice but to betray the group. He said he did everything possible and impossible to keep anyone from laying a finger on the kids. Gong, with an ironic smile, replied that he had known that from the start. He said the reason he accepted Yongho into Divine Wind was precisely because he had researched him. He already knew Yongho came from the orphanage. But in the end, Yongho chose the kids over Divine Wind. Gong said he was even thinking about a way to take revenge at the right moment. But in the end, Yongho came back to his arms alone. Now, Gong said they would finally finish what they had started a long time ago. Gil Su, watching everything, asked if Gong had any idea what was going on. He said it was 4 against 1. But Gong, with a provocative smile, asked who exactly was number 1 in that story. That's because at that moment, the whole gang began to approach. All of Divine Wind was there. Gil Su, scared, said it was madness, and asked where they had all come from. Gong told his boys to finish them off. Everyone from Divine Wind charged with wooden sticks and steel pipes. Gil Su, already tired from the previous fight, thought he didn't even know since when there had been so many people in that gang. If he was exhausted before, now the situation seemed impossible. Jindo commented that they could all gang up against him, but Gyungmin replied that it wasn't because the enemies outnumbered them, that they were superior in quality too. Jindo agreed, saying that was true. Each of them was worth much more than an ordinary person. Yongho, watching the scene, wondered if those guys were crazy. This story didn't even involve them, but they were still staying and fighting for him. He couldn't understand why they were going so far. But while distracted by those thoughts, he was hit full on by Gong, who told him not to get distracted. After all, they had business to finish. Gong warned he had been waiting for this for a long time. He said it was time to finally end the horrible relationship they had carried for so long. A true general brawl started. It was practically a war. Gyungmin, Jindo, and Gil Su were fighting all out against the entire Divine Wind gang. Gil Su thought it was hard to block the attacks because there were so many enemies at once, but Jindo was providing cover, taking down as many as he could. Duil shouted that if anyone had problems, just call out. They were in this together. So the three stood back to back, defending and fighting. Gil Su, in the middle of the chaos, thought that was true. He wasn't alone in that battle. Meanwhile, Yongho was struggling to land a blow on Gong. Every time he hit, the attacks were completely blocked by the bulletproof vest Gong was wearing. Gong, laughing, said those little kicks didn't even tickle, and started returning heavy punches, using his brass knuckles. He said Yongho's biggest mistake was being on the wrong side of the story. Betraying Divine Wind and protecting those kids had been the worst choice of his life. Yongho was fully focused on the fight, but knew his strikes couldn't penetrate the vest. Besides, he barely managed to block the attacks because of Gong's brass knuckles' strength. He thought that if he could at least stop one of the blows, he might have a chance. Trying to defend, he blocked a punch with his shin, using the steel leg guard, but the impact was so strong that the leg guard dented right there. Seeing that, Gong was sure Yongho couldn't do anything more. Now he was going to kill the damn traitor. He said if it weren't for him, Yongho would still be on the streets, eating rats, living like the loser he was before joining Divine Wind. Yongho, realizing he had lost his steel leg guards, thought, maybe this really was the end. Maybe he couldn't win. But at that moment, looking around, he saw the Six Gates crew beating up the Divine Wind gang and showing the true power of Six Gates and the Miyongo arena. He thought it was shameful for him. He couldn't give up, not before those three. He took off the leg guards and threw them away. He prepared to fight. Now he was going to show Gong what he was really capable of. He would fight to the end. Seeing that, Gong said Yongho had really gone crazy now. He asked if he wanted to die. He said he had already warned him never to take off the leg guards. Now he would show what happens when a subordinate doesn't listen to his own leader. Yongho knew that if he got hit by a blow, it could be the end. But with great difficulty, he dodged the first attack. Then he realized something. He felt much lighter. Without the steel leg guards, he could move at a speed he had never felt before. He managed to land a knee right on Gong's chin and noticed he was moving at a level of speed much higher than before. Now he was beating Gong with his kicks. Limited by that equipment for so long, he didn't even know he was that fast and strong. Gong, trying to stay standing, said that was just the last breath of someone desperate. That, Yongho, was only delaying his own death. But Yongho easily dodged another blow. He prepared the strongest kick he could to knock Gong to the ground. He thought it had been a long time since he fought without the leg guards. Everything Gong said before was just to indoctrinate him, to make him weaker than the leader. Now, with a violent kick, he slammed Gong's head into the ground. From the start, Gong said he was protecting him. But now, in the end, he was doing exactly the opposite. Lying on the asphalt, Gong wondered how Yongho had gotten so strong. He couldn't understand how he was being kicked by trash like him. Gong remembered a certain moment when Yongho was much younger. One of the subordinates had asked why Gong had let that kid join the gang. At the time, Gong replied that he didn't trust him. He said he was just using the boy. After all, he was just an orphan. Whatever was ordered, he would obey without question. After that, it would be enough to discard him. Now, seeing everything, Gong said he would never accept losing to a parasite like Yongho. He said the leader of Divine Wind would never lose to a puppy like him. But Yongho, with a determined look, asked if Gong had forgotten everything. Without giving him a chance to react, Yongho knocked Gong down again with a direct kick. He said it wasn't about the strongest being the winner. It was about the winner always being the strongest. Gil Sue, watching everything, realized Gong was finally knocked out. He had fallen. The leader of Divine Wind had been defeated. The whole gang was completely destabilized seeing what had happened. Some began saying it was no longer worth continuing to fight. But Sue, angry, asked what they were talking about. He said they weren't going to run away that easily. But in practice, that was exactly what happened. They started trampling even their fallen comrades and fled as if there was no tomorrow. Yongho, all swollen, hurt, and bleeding, asked himself if he had really won that fight. He could hardly believe he had defeated Gong, that damn bastard. That's when Gil Su extended a hand to help him up. Seeing the scene, Gil Su asked why the guy who had won the fight was lying on the ground like that. He also commented that Yongho fought much better without the steel leg guards, didn't he? Hearing that, Yongho remembered what Gil Su said to him at the arena, that they could fight fair next time. He thought that guy had always been annoying, but still, in the end, he ended up thanking Gil Su. But Gil Su replied that he shouldn't thank him, but her. That's when Hae-sun appeared. She came running, crying, and the first thing she did was hug Yongho tightly. She asked if he was okay and said how worried she had been about him. Yongho replied that he was fine now. He said everything would be okay from then on. The next day, Gil Su was desperate, repeating several times that it was very bad. He said his wallet was missing. He had probably lost it during the fight or even on the bus. He was worried because he lost everything. including his ID. While walking through the hallways, they passed some students commenting about Divine Wind. They said Park Yongho's gang had been completely destroyed by someone. They also said Yongho himself had gotten involved in something very bad and ended up in juvenile detention. DSU, hearing that, said it was always the same damn rumors. But suddenly, Yongho himself appeared right in front of the boy, spreading the gossip. Yongho, staring at the student, asked who he was talking about. The boy, scared, asked what Yongho was doing there. After all, hadn't he left the school? Yongho, with a firm look, said they didn't know anything. He told them to stop talking about other people's lives. He advised the boy to shut up while he still could, or they would settle things in the arena. Gil Su, watching all this, thought it was good to see Yongho back. Later, already in the classroom, Yongho was even a bit bored. That slow school life really wasn't his style. Deep down, he was just doing what he wanted. The night before, Hasen had said he committed a very serious crime without telling her, and still left school lying. Yongho, a bit embarrassed, asked her to stop crying. Hasen asked if he was really going back to school. She said he had to promise, and that's what they did. They promised pinky swear. That was why he returned to school. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have come back. After that, Kang appeared. He said he didn't know Yongho would come back so quickly. He also commented that he had heard the news about Divine Wind's destruction. He said Yongho seemed very well, whole and recovered. But Yongho, impatient, replied that it had nothing to do with him. Kang, trying to keep the conversation going, said he was thinking about maybe recruiting him again. He offered to reinstate him, but Yongho, surprised, asked what he meant by reinstating him. He said no. This time he would have to refuse. Kang insisted, saying Yongho had nowhere to go. After all, Divine Wind was already finished. The only way to survive was being subordinate to the gang clan. But Yongho, determined, asked why Kang didn't mind his own business. He said now he would take care of his own life. He was going to decide his own path. That night at the orphanage, Yongho returned to his room. He thought that if he joined the clan, he would certainly have many privileges. One of the benefits might be giving a better life to the kids at the orphanage. It would be the best condition for someone like him. But alone there, he realized his goal should be somewhere else. He thought about the pride of being part of a powerful organization. He thought about the peace of being in a comfort zone full of benefits. But the more he reflected on all this, the more he realized he would have to go back to using violence. He would have to commit betrayals again, and that wasn't what he wanted. So that night, he returned to the orphanage and was ready to have that barbecue with the crew. Yongho asked why the kids weren't obeying Hasen, thinking they were all unruly, but it was clear that they were all very happy to see their big brother back. Deep down, he thought all he wanted was a family. However, he soon turned around and asked why those guys were there. Gyungmin, Jindo and Gil Su were helping with the reopening barbecue, as they were calling the event. Gil Su explained that day they were more like customers, and Risun said she had invited the three since they helped, so now it was time to repay the debt. At the table, Gil Su commented he would be really pissed if Yongho actually left school. They still had a rematch pending. Yongho replied that next time he would crush Gil Su, promising he would beat him up. Gil Su said Yongho was just bluffing, but took the opportunity to ask if the motorcycle situation had been resolved. Yongho said everything was fine, but he just needed to compensate the bike's owner. Gil Su was curious and asked exactly who the motorcycle's owner was to be demanding such a big compensation. Yongho answered that he honestly didn't really know. He had only heard it was a student, apparently even a bit famous. Later, the group of Jinsong students went to check the motorcycle. When they arrived, the owner asked, who was the son of a bitch who tried to set his boom boom on fire? That was Hwang Hyuk-jin, known as the motorcycle maniac and leader of the school's students. Meanwhile, one of the guys from Jinsong mentioned he had seen something interesting on the ground, which left Hwang completely shocked when he saw it. Back at the barbecue, Gil Su asked if the owner of that motorcycle had any connection with Wind Divine. Yongho replied that, as far as he knew, no. He explained that the Wind Divine crew had been punished after a certain incident. He mentioned that sometimes large organizations like clans and gangs hire other gangs to commit crimes. The same happened in the case of the arson. The ones who ordered the job were the same ones who later punished those involved. Gil Su found all of this very strange and asked if it really had to be that way. What kind of crazy organization does that? Yongho said he hadn't heard much about them either, but from what he knew they were called the Baeksan Group or something like that. He had heard they were ruthless. Gil Su immediately recognized the name, remembering they were the same ones involved in another incident he had been part of. The next morning, Gil Su found himself in a situation he didn't even know how he ended up in. After hearing from Yongho about the Baeksan group, he sent a message to Jungmi, worried she might be in danger again. But the conversation took an unexpected turn. She invited him on a date. Gil Su got nervous. It was the first real date of his life. Later, they were at a somewhat fancy restaurant. Gil Su was trying to be pleasant, wanting to impress her. Luckily, he had Googled some good date spots tickets the night before, but since it was last minute, he couldn't get the ideal reservation. Still, he was confident everything would go well. But Youngmi seemed a bit nervous. Gil Su suggested they could go to a cafe afterward. He had found a cute little place that seemed nice, but when she replied, he realized she might be uncomfortable with the whole situation. After the meal, they went to the pink-themed cafe. So pink it almost hurt the eyes with all its glitter. Gil Su thought sweets always pleased girls, and he was sure dessert wouldn't fail. But when it was time to pay, he realized he had lost his wallet. He had to pay with physical cash, dropping a bunch of coins from his pocket in front of everyone. Youngmi quickly used her card and said she'd cover it, that he had already done a lot for her, and that's exactly why she had invited him out, to repay her debt. Gil Su accepted and thanked her, but he kept overthinking everything. He felt he had made her uncomfortable with the whole situation. He ended up telling her it was his first time going out with a girl, that he had tried to plan a date, but everything had turned out horribly. Youngmi quickly said he had gotten everything wrong. She didn't like fancy restaurants or cafes either. It was her first time at that pink cafe too. She had done it all just to please Gil Su. He then admitted he wasn't used to places like that either. That's when Gil Su realized Youngmi wasn't like the other girls he had known. She then suggested they go somewhere much more interesting, where they could do way more fun things. Later, she asked if it was his first time, saying he would enjoy it. They were at the amusement park, right on the Tagada ride. Gil Su was bouncing so much he could barely hold on. He hadn't expected that. It was definitely a different kind of date, but Youngmi was having the time of her life. She loved that kind of thing. Gil Su could only think how pointless it had been to take her to that pink cafe earlier. He was shaking so much that he ended up throwing up right after getting off the ride. Youngmi laughed and said that was how it always was the first time, that he'd get used to it, and then the next ride was already waiting. Gil Su still wasn't ready, but Youngmi said there were plenty more ahead. Next was the kamikaze, where Gil Su totally panicked. On the roller coaster, he nearly had an anxiety attack. On the kaboom ride, he thought he was going to have a heart attack, but Youngmi kept laughing and enjoying it like it was totally normal. By the end, Gil Su could barely stand. He was completely exhausted. Youngmi asked for just one more ride, saying he could handle it. She knew he could. But at that moment, a group was already watching Gil Su from a distance, observing the Six Gates student who, unknowingly, had just gotten involved with their group. That night, as they were leaving the amusement park, Youngmi said it had been a long time since she had had that much fun. She said it was a bit suffocating to be stuck in the school's study rooms all the time. Gil Su admitted that in the end, he had enjoyed it too, even if some parts were a bit scary. Youngmi thanked him a lot for agreeing to go out with her and said they could do that more often. Gil Su got nervous but knew he had to be a little braver. When he finally mustered the courage to suggest another date next week, a group of bikers suddenly appeared. Huang was the first to approach and said he had found the cutie again. He said he had been looking for him all day. Gil Su immediately recognized his face, and the motorcycle too. It was the same one Yongho had almost set on fire days earlier. Huang said Gil Su had dropped something near the bike. When Gil Su saw Ryujin's ID, he immediately realized he was part of the Six Gates, making everything even more complicated. Huang clearly became more interested in the situation. Gil Su, a bit confused, asked if he had his wallet, trying to change the subject. Huang sarcastically asked if, after trying to torch Bung Bung's bike, he was now going on dates. That only made Huang want to beat him up even more. Trying to defend himself, Gil Su said it was all a big misunderstanding. For starters, he hadn't been the one who did that to the bike, but Ryujin didn't want to hear it and charged at him, ready to see how many hits Gil Su could take before collapsing. Gil Su knew he couldn't be caught by that grapple, and luckily he managed to dodge Ryujin's strike, which even impressed him. It looked like Gil Su had improved since the last time they met. Youngmi tried to intervene, but Ryujin's gang blocked her. When she tried to respond with a kick to one of their faces, saying she had been kind so far, the guy blocked it and said now he wouldn't feel bad hitting a woman. Youngmi, surprised, asked if he had really blocked her kick. That only made things even more interesting for everyone involved. Seeing the situation, Gil Su shouted not to touch her, but Ryujin pulled him back and slammed him to the ground. Ryujin made it clear that his opponent was Gil Su, and he had no choice but to fight him right there. Meanwhile, far from there, Kang Ryuk walked nervously toward his father, who had summoned him for a private talk. The father asked if Kang remembered to visit his brother. Kang replied that he had, and that the brother was okay for now. The father said if the brother needed anything, he should just ask. Kang said he knew that. But then the father asked if Kang himself didn't have any good news to share. He reminded him that at Kang's age, Manhwa had already taken control of his school and proved himself worthy of leading the clan. With a serious look, Kang Ryuk listened as his father said he should be able to do the same. After all, he was the son of the organization's boss. But Ryuk, the father, made it clear that he wouldn't give him any position just for being his son. Kang had to earn everything through strength, and so far he hadn't even managed to control his own school. Still, Kang told his father not to worry. He had his own plans. Back to the fight, Huang was completely out of control, trying to grab Gil Su, saying that this time he wouldn't be so lucky. He tried to hit him with several punches, but Gil Su managed to block them all. Ryujin warned that if he kept blocking like that, he'd go for a grapple. When he tried, Gil Su held the move and said that strategy no longer worked on him. Gil Su knew he couldn't let his guard down. If he did, Ryujin would strike immediately. He remembered other fighters from the arena who used the same grapple tactic. Huang, admitting that dates weren't the only thing Gil Su had been doing, switched tactics. He pulled Gil Su's leg from behind, lifted him up, and threw him over his shoulder with force, tossing him straight into the water. Then he submerged Gil Su's head, trying to drown him. He yelled at Gil Su not to act so high and mighty just because he had landed a few punches earlier. Gil Su had no idea what he had gone through to get there. Huang said he had always been smaller and weaker than the others as a kid. He was the runt of the school, always getting beaten up because of it. He remembered with hatred the person who bullied him, and always said they hated cute things. Because of that, he was ridiculed and beaten every day. At school, that was his routine, getting hit, until one day, he realized that to fight a monster, he had to become one too. He joined a gym, learned to fight, and went through intense and painful training. What kept him going was imagining the day that person who called him cute would tremble in fear before him. The training paid off. Now he could pay back everything he suffered and asked, with a dark smile, "Who's the cutie now?" After that, Huang really became someone to fear. Right when he was about to land another blow on Gil Su, he was surprised when Gil Su spat water in his face to escape. Still trying to stay calm, Gil Su said he understood Huang's anger about what happened to the bike, but insisted he wasn't the one who did it. Deep down, Gil Su knew he was just buying time, but he also knew he could be caught at any moment. While still thinking of a way out, Gil Su got distracted for a second. Huang took the opportunity and grabbed him, slamming him hard against a concrete pillar. That left Gil Su nearly immobilized, but at the same time, Huang couldn't move freely either. Even while pinned, Gil Su started provoking him, saying that Huang still looked pretty cute at that size. It was a deliberate provocation. Gil Su wanted to make sure Huang's focus stayed only on him. Huang, furious, knew very well that was the word he hated the most. Even so, Gil Su dared to provoke him that way. Enraged, Huang began crushing Gil Su with all his strength, making his bones crack and leaving him breathless. But Gil Su's plan was clear. He did all of this just to buy time for Zhong Mi. Seeing the opening, Zhong Mi knocked out the other two gang members and charged at Huang. With a powerful kick, she sent him flying. Yelling in anger, she made it clear she would never forgive that bastard for what he was doing. Gil Su, still hurt, worried about her, and asked if she was okay. Zhong Mi, smiling and still full of energy, said it hadn't been that hard and praised Gil Su, saying he did well too. Watching it all, Gil Su could only think how amazing she was. In just seconds, she had taken down two big guys. Climbing the stairs, Youngmi asked Gil Su why they were suddenly attacking him like that, and who those gang kids were. Still catching his breath, Gil Su said it was a long story, and they could talk about it later. But Huang hadn't given up yet. Out of nowhere, Huang shouted, asking where the cuties thought they were going. Youngmi, surprised, thought he had already been knocked out. She was sure her strike had landed cleanly. Huang, staggering a bit, said yes, it hurt, but not enough to bring him down. Gil Su, seeing danger approaching again, told Youngmi to get behind him. But before he could finish speaking, he was grabbed by the neck and thrown hard against the wall. Huang looked like a complete monster. Even after all his training, Gil Su realized he was still weak compared to him. When Youngmi tried to help, she was also kicked away. Standing tall again, Huang said he was simply returning what he'd received. He didn't like being in anyone's debt. He declared that those cuties would soon be down for good. Preparing for the final blow, he wanted to smash Gil Su into the ground like a nail. This time, he wanted to get rid of him, once and for all. But something unexpected happened. Huang's own motorcycle turned against him. Confused, Huang yelled, asking who was messing with his bike and how they dared do that. That's when someone answered that before starting a fight, it's good to know who you're messing with. The one who appeared was Yongho, who, with a serious look, told Huang not to touch Gil Su because he was the wrong person to mess with. Then, the story went back to what had happened an hour earlier. Yongho was at a LAN house, losing a League of Legends match. Frustrated, he complained that the bot lane was terrible, and to make things worse, he was hungry. So he decided to head to the counter to grab some ramen. As he walked, a stranger tapped Yongho's shoulder to see his face. When he realized the mistake, the guy apologized, saying he was looking for someone else. He had confused Yongho because of the Six Gates uniform, but Yongho, already pissed about the game, got even more irritated and asked who the guy thought he was to touch him like that. The guy holding a phone said it was nothing. He just mistook him for someone else and asked him to move aside unless he wanted a beating too. But Yongho, out of patience, grabbed him by the collar and asked if he wanted to die. The guy tried to explain, saying he was just looking for another Six Gates member. When Yongho saw the phone screen, he recognized Gil Su's picture. He then asked why they were after him. Before the conversation could continue, Sang Shil showed up, trying to butt in and saying it was none of Yongho's business. business. But Yongho, completely losing his patience, said it seemed like everyone wanted to touch his shoulder that day, and that, from now on, he'd start handing out punches. Minutes later, Sangshil was already badly beaten. Back to the present, Yongho explained that the whole situation with Huang had been a misunderstanding. He said the one who messed with Huang's bike wasn't Gil Su. It had been him. In fact, Gil Su had even tried to protect the bike. Still suspicious, Huang asked if they were buddies now, and if Yongho had any proof of what he was saying. Yongho, with a cynical smile, said he did. He still had the photo Gong had sent him, showing Huang's bike with a message telling them to set it on fire. Huang, still angry, complained that those bastards had gone too far. Yongho, trying to clarify, explained that, more precisely, it had been the Baeksan group who gave the order. Upon hearing that, Huang was shocked and asked how that was possible. He threatened Yongho, saying that if he didn't want to die, he'd better explain everything right then. Later, once things had calmed down, especially with Huang, he was still trying to confirm the details. He asked if it was really the Baeksan group who wanted to burn his Bung Bung. Gil Su, beside him, assured again that it hadn't been him. Huang, still in disbelief, asked what exactly those Baeksan guys were thinking. He said they had crossed the line and invaded territory in a blatant way. Yongho, curious, asked who those guys were. What was the Baeksan group, and why were they after Gil Su? Huang began to explain that the Baeksan group wanted to unite all the schools in Jungnong, taking over the territories all at once. That's why they had approached him. He said he had attended a meeting with the Baeksan people, where there was everything: good food, expensive drinks, women trying to impress. They did everything to make a good impression. They even gave him money as a welcome gift. During the meeting, the Baeksan representatives made it clear that if he refused the offer, there would be trouble. Huang immediately understood their true intentions. In short, Baeksan wanted to buy out Jinsang School, to dominate that territory. And, as expected, Huang directly refused, telling them they could shove that offer wherever they wanted. After that, Jinsang School became the target of a wave of extreme violence. Various crimes occurred, and several other motorcycles were also set on fire, all by Baeksan's people. Huang explained that he had been trying to protect the school the whole time, but he admitted it wasn't easy. The Baeksan group was very powerful. Huang also said that Baeksan had already swallowed all the other high schools in the region. Only 6 gates in Jinsang remained. Now the ones causing the most trouble were the so-called 5 dragons of the Baeksan group. At that moment, the 5 dragons were meeting. One of them, Tyrone Quan, commented that the Wind Divine people couldn't even do a simple job, calling them useless. Also present was Choi Nomun, the 4th dragon of the group, who said it would be best to go straight to Jinsang and destroy everything at once, questioning why they were still waiting. The 3rd dragon, Maria, known as Cumprio Lito, stated that not everyone needed to go together. She wanted to personally take care of that tiny cutie, referring to Huang. The 2nd dragon, Tenchai, commented that her taste was really awful and reminded everyone that gathering all possible intel was more important right now. He suggested they speak with the leader before making any rash decisions. Tenchai, the 5th dragon, emphasized that everyone should behave properly, because this might be the final piece needed to fully unite Jungnong. In the middle of the meeting, one last person entered the room, saying it was great to find them all there. It was none other than In-hae Kang, the son of the Ungang clan's leader. Tenchai, surprised, said it was impressive to see that man's son here and considered it an honor. But In-hae Kang wasn't alone. He brought reinforcements, including Sun Seokwoo, a 3rd-year senior from 6 gates. Upon entering, Sun Seokwoo looked around and commented that the place was way too luxurious. Tenchai, smiling, replied that they actually only had the essentials to survive there. He then slipped a drug into Sun Seokwoo's drink, saying they must be tired and a good drink would help. Looking at the glass, Seokwu recognized what it was, but before he could drink, In-hae Kang stopped him, saying they weren't there to mess around and that he should stay in control. Seokwu accepted the warning, saying it was fine. Tenchai thought to himself that, as expected, In-hae Kang was quite different from the others. Trying to stay calm, Sun Seokwu said they could just get down to business. He was itching to settle things. Tenchai, trying to keep things light, agreed and said they'd get straight to the point. In-hae Kang and Sun Seokwu made it clear they wanted to take over 6 gates, but to do that, they needed the Baeksan group's help. In-hae Kang said that the candy they gave Sun Seokwu last time hadn't helped as much as they had hoped. Tenchai asked if Seokwu was sure about that. Had he taken it correctly? Sun Seokwu replied that the effect had kicked in, but even so, he hadn't managed to beat Chung. He needed more power. Compared to Baeksan's reputation, that drug hadn't been very effective. Meanwhile, a fly flew near them, annoying Sun Seokwu even more. Tenchai, observing, thought Chung must be really strong. Previous investigations hadn't made him seem that dangerous, but Tyrone Quan caught the fly in midair like it was nothing and said everyone should show better manners at the table. He asked if they wanted to die or something, saying they received Baeksan's help and still dared to complain. Sun Seokwu, already irritated, threatened to shut him up for good. But Tenchai cut them off, saying it was completely unnecessary. This wasn't the place for fights. Seeing the tension, In-hai Kang told Seokwoo to sit down and keep it together. Seokwoo, taking a deep breath, said he had been holding back a lot lately. But In-hai Kang took the chance to mention he had heard rumors of higher quality candies on the market. Tenchai, used to Seokwoo's way of speaking, said he had been calling it candy ever since he arrived, and asked if he really thought the Baeksan group was just a drug distributor. With one strike, Tenchai cracked the entire table, making the atmosphere even more tense. He reminded them that the Baeksan group didn't get this far by selling drugs. He warned In-hai Kang to be careful. If their leader didn't have a direct contact with Hong-hai, who was in juvenile detention, this meeting wouldn't even be happening. In-hai Kang, unfazed, asked if they were trying to make enemies of the Ungang clan. Tenchai said that wasn't the case, but also made it clear they weren't helping because they trusted them. It was because of their background. The reputation of Six Gates was truly interesting. That school's past was full of glory, with a history of conquering Yongho. And of course, with Chun's presence, they were even more tempted to help in taking over that school. But it was also clear the deal had to be beneficial. In-hai Kang said that, by the way they were asking, it sounded like the Baeksan group wanted something in return. Tenchai, pleased with the honesty, said they were finally talking the right way. He reminded them they couldn't expect the Baeksan group to do everything for free. Finishing his drink, he said that first, In-hai Kang would hear their demands, then they'd listen to his. The next morning, Gil Sue was training hard, sweating heavily, as he thought about the Baeksan group, wondering if they really planned to take over all of Jungnung's territory. He remembered something Hwang had said. Even that guy, a complete psychopath who feared nothing, had spoken about the Baeksan group in a way that made it seem like they were truly out of the ordinary. Gil Su thought that if he could barely fight Hwang, then facing people that even Hwang feared was practically impossible. While reflecting, he fell from the exercise bar, realizing he was still far from being strong enough. He had a long way to go. Soon after, Do-il showed up, asking if the important matter Gil Su had mentioned was just another training session. Do-il was there with Gyungmin, both snacking as they watched. Later, Gil Su reviewed everything he had heard. The Baeksan group's plan was to dominate all the schools in Yongho, one by one. Do-il confirmed it and said that, from what he'd heard, only Jinsang and Six Gates were left before Baeksan could prove their power. The schools already taken over had their students practically enslaved by the Baeksan group. It was a horrible situation, almost like hell on earth. Gyungmin, in his usual tone, said that no one had ever managed to bring down Six Gates, and that it wasn't going to happen now. According to him, that school had its reputation for a reason. Gil Su agreed, but said his concern wasn't just for the school, but mainly for himself. In recent days, he had been feeling very weak, especially against enemies who used grappling or ground fighting techniques. He asked Do-il if he knew any counter techniques to deal with that. Do-il honestly said that even he had trouble with those kinds of opponents, since that fighting style was very different from just dodging and counterattacking. Hearing that made Gil Su even more worried. If even Do-il said that, maybe there really wasn't a simple answer. But Do-il remembered someone. He said he knew a person who specialized in that kind of technique. Gyungmin, curious, asked if he was talking about that senior. Gil Su asked if the guy was really that good. Meanwhile, at the school field, there was a soccer match going on, but someone kicked the ball too far, and it landed in a garden known by everyone as one of the strange areas of Six Gates. The students immediately said the game was over. The ball couldn't have fallen in a worse place. Without knowing exactly why, Gil Su walked toward the restricted areas of the school as if nothing was wrong. When he opened the door, there was already a guy behind him, asking who he was. Not understanding, Gil Su asked if he was Seung Yu. Before he could finish, the man grabbed Gil Su's shoulder with such force that he couldn't even react, being thrown to the ground like a sack of trash. Seung Yu, the most powerful third-year student at Six Gates, dragged Gil Su's face across the grass and asked if he didn't know the rules. That area was completely off limits. At that moment, Gil Su asked who exactly the senior Do-il had mentioned was. Do-il explained that after Chung united the Six Gates, he acknowledged 3 students as the strongest in the school. They became known as the 3 strongest members of the student council. One was Gun Hang, the current arena referee. Another was known as the strongest grappler in the school, No Sunung Wu. Gil Su, curious, asked if he was really that powerful since he had never seen him in the arena. He wondered where this guy stayed and what he did at school, since no one ever saw him around. Do-il explained that Sunung Wu had stepped down from the student council due to certain circumstances and practically lived in the Harmony Barracks, an area behind the school in what were called the Six Gates zones. As soon as he finished explaining, Do-il ran off off in that direction, worried, saying it was bad that Gil Su had gone there without any warning, and that's exactly what had happened. Now Gil Su was face down on the ground. Still confused, he asked how that area was restricted. No Sunung Wu, looking at him coldly, said that since he was a newcomer, he would let it slide this time, but warned him never to return. Gil Su, still recovering, apologized and promised not to do it again. Sunung Wu, with disdain, told him to get lost. As he walked away, sore all over, Gil Su kept wondering who the hell that senior was. After he was alone again, No Sunung Wu returned to the small space where he lived. Inside, he lived with the bare minimum, just a mattress, a wardrobe, and a fridge. He still couldn't believe someone had dared to enter like that, so fearlessly. He concluded it was probably just another transfer student. Inside, No Sunung Wu was taking care of a child named Juan. He approached him and said everything was fine now, that no one else was around. Juan, with an innocent look, said it wasn't that intruder who woke him up. It was the crowing of a rooster. He also said he got a bit scared when someone tried to open the door, but Sunung Wu assured him he had handled it and everything was fine. He even brought Juan's favorite cake for a snack. Later, the two had dinner together. Juan excitedly asked if No Sunung Wu wasn't going to eat too. Sunung Wu said no, he had already eaten at school. Juan said he couldn't wait to go to school too, especially because his birthday was coming up and he hoped to get lots of presents. Juan then asked if Sunung Wu wanted anything for his birthday too, since it was the next day. Sunung Wu, with a discreet smile, said that Juan's presence was enough. He said he would be back after his part-time job, so the boy just had to wait for him. Juan, a bit thoughtful, said it would be nice if his mom showed up too. Sunung Wu, more serious now, said she was busy chasing the bad guys. He reminded the boy that she'd be back once everything was resolved and asked him to wait patiently for her. The next morning, Gil Su was sore all over from what had happened the day before. Doyle commented that he should have waited for a warning before invading that area. Gil Su, frustrated, said he had no idea about the rules there and complained that he got beat up by No Sunung Wu. Doyle said that from what he knew, No Sunung Wu hadn't always been like that. Something had changed in him. He'd heard that in his first year, Sunung Wu had many close friends and was active in the arena. But then he became temperamental and started isolating himself. Since moving to that area behind the 6 gates, he'd made it clear that no one was allowed in, not even Chung. Still sore, Gil Su admitted that No Sunung Wu's skills were impressive. He'd been thrown to the ground with one hand. Doyle, laughing, said that Gil Su's first impression of the guy had been completely ruined. He asked if Gil Su didn't want to look for someone else skilled in grappling, but Gil Su, determined, said no. He wasn't going to give up on learning from that guy. If he wanted to learn from someone truly strong, it had to be No Sunung Wu. A few days later, Gil Su finally managed to catch No Sunung Wu leaving 6 gates. He put on a coat and secretly followed him through the streets. As he walked, Gil Su thought about how he had spent several days asking others about Sunung Wu, but no one really knew much about him. No one was truly close to him. The only person who seemed to know anything was Yongho. He said he'd once seen No Sunung Wu leaving. One time he had gone to a barbecue restaurant with some orphanage kids and saw Sunung Wu working there part-time. As always, Yongho had pretended he didn't recognize him. Now Gil Su was at that very place. He had followed No Sunung Wu to the barbecue restaurant where he worked. The staff commented that the part-timer was really good. Sunung Wu was smiling a lot, and it was hard to tell if he was faking it to seem friendly or if he really enjoyed working there. Gil Su thought he didn't even seem like the same person with that smile. But, as always, some annoying people had to show up and stir trouble. One of the men, who clearly knew Sunung Wu from before, asked how they knew he'd be there. They said he had been playing hide-and-seek for a long time. Gil Su, of course, was watching everything. One of them said Sunung Wu was better than his own mother. At least he paid the interest when hiding. Another said that woman was still out there, racking up more and more debt, but at least she left behind a decent son. Sunung Wu asked what they were doing there and how they found him. He said he had already paid the last debt. One replied, asking if he really thought they came just to extort more money. Another added that they were also sad to be out of business with him because some people had shown up and paid all his debts. Sunung Wu was confused and asked what they meant. The man explained that it wasn't a bad deal. It seemed Sunung Wu was very valuable to those rich people, and they clearly needed something from him. So they weren't there to collect. They were just informing him. Gil Su also wondered who the hell had paid off all those debts. He'd never heard of anything like that. The loan shark continued, saying those people had asked many questions about Sunung Wu and wanted to know what mattered most to him. He said he only knew one thing: the child Sunung Wu was taking care of instead of his mother. Right away, Sunung Wu grabbed the man by the collar and warned him not to involve Juan in this mess. The loan shark replied that if he was so angry, he'd better go back and check on the boy. Sunung Wu let him go, but threatened that if anything happened to Juan, he'd come back and kill both of them. Without wasting a second, he ran off, deeply worried. Gil Su, still watching, began to follow. Sunung Wu thought the place was hard to find, but ran there anyway. When he arrived, Juan was gone. He probably probably hadn't found him yet, but the boy was clearly in danger. At that moment, Juan was out on the street, looking for a surprise birthday gift for his big brother. But, as always, walking the streets alone was dangerous. Soon he was approached by a gang, most likely sent by the Baksan group. Sunung Wu spent hours searching the streets for Juan until the boy finally appeared. As soon as he saw his brother, he ran to him and hugged him tightly, saying he had been really worried and had told him not to go out alone. Juan replied that he was fine and explained he had found some friends who brought him back. But soon after, a gang approached and asked if he was Sunung Wu. He wasn't. They were just there for a business talk, if Sunung Wu was available. The man leading the group introduced himself as Kim Do-yuk, one of Baksan's executives. Sunung Wu began to suspect these were the people who had paid off his debt. Do-yuk replied that he didn't know if Sunung Wu was aware, but his debt now belonged to the Baksan group. In other words, he had new owners. Sunung Wu asked why he would work for people he didn't even know and told them to leave. Do-yuk said things wouldn't be that easy and grabbed Juan's birthday gift, crushing it in his hand. He said the world wasn't an easy place, and that was what happened when an older brother left a kid like that in the hands of someone with no money. That was enough to trigger Sunung Wu, but before he could react, Gil Su appeared and landed a solid hit on Do-yuk, starting the fight. When Gil Su slowly opened the door earlier, he saw some toys on the ground and realized a child was involved. That's why Sunung Wu had made that area restricted. Do-yuk asked who the hell that kid was and why he was interfering with Baksan's business. Gil Su asked Sunung Wu if it was okay for him to be there. After all, wasn't this area off limits? Sunung Wu replied that the first thing he was going to do was take out the trash. Sunung Wu then remembered the first time he met Juan. He had been returning to his tiny studio apartment, struggling to live alone, when Juan showed up at his door with a note from his mother saying he should take care of the boy. If he couldn't, he should drop him off at an orphanage. At that moment, Sunung Wu thought his mother truly had no limits. Since childhood, she was the only family he had, but they lost contact because of her endless string of boyfriends. To survive, he worked countless part-time jobs. And of course, he could have just taken the boy to the orphanage. He wasn't obligated to care for him. But when Sunung Wu looked into Juan's eyes, memories of his own childhood came rushing back. Sunung Wu told him that from that day on, they would be a family. He realized he couldn't abandon that child, just like he had been abandoned when he was little. That's why he asked Chung for help, so they could live in the back of the school. It wasn't ideal, but it was peaceful. Juan's presence brought purpose to Sunung Wu's life. It made him believe a better future might be possible. It gave him the determination to keep going. Now in the present, Sunung Wu told Gil Su he would handle the situation and only asked him to take care of Juan. Gil Su agreed and stayed with the boy while Sunung Wu charged at the three opponents as if they were nothing. The first one tried to attack, but Sunung Wu blocked it with one hand. His grip was so strong that he twisted the man's arm effortlessly. Sunung Wu told them they should be grateful they were still alive because of Juan. When the second attacker launched a kick, Sunung Wu narrowly dodged, but got pressured by the enemy's rapid strikes. Even Gil Su became worried. The kicker said he had won a taekwondo competition and shouldn't be underestimated. He managed to knock Sunung Wu down, making Gil Su even more tense. But he soon realized it was all part of the plan. While on the ground, Sunung Wu used the position to lock in a leg hold. He said taekwondo was his favorite style and twisted the man's leg until he brought him down completely. Gil Su even had to cover Juan's eyes to keep him from seeing the violent scene. He realized Sunung Wu had fallen on purpose just to execute that move. Kim Do-yuk then complained that the day wasn't supposed to be this troublesome. It was just meant to be an introduction. But since things turned out this way, he'd have to fight back. Do-yuk used his body weight to fight, but Sunung Wu jumped over him and applied a hold. He choked Do-yuk with his legs and locked his entire body. The man could barely breathe. Sunung Wu said this was self-defense, so he was going to use proportional force. He looked like a crocodile dragging its prey underwater. There was no way to escape. Gil Su was shocked by his strength. He thought the guy was insane. He had no idea Sunung Wu was that strong. Meanwhile, Tyrone received a call from the men who had just been defeated, saying that Sunung Wu was much stronger than they expected. Tyrone asked if all of them got beaten. They confirmed. Then Tyrone admitted that the Six Gates kids were really something else. He ordered the group to return to the coliseum because they were going to be punished for failing their mission. He hung up on Do-yuk and commented that the Six Gates bunch was far more trouble than he imagined. Even so, he considered that a good thing. At that moment, the one in the arena was Jairu, the same guy Tyrone had sent to the coliseum, possibly as a future replacement. He was already considering swapping out the failure named Do-yuk for him. Later, at Kang's gang's hideout, Sunung Wu asked if Kang truly intended to follow Baeksan's orders and obey them. The mohawked guy said he wasn't sure about the others, but had heard Sunung Wu, the second year, was close to Chung. Kang asked what was so special about that. In fact, he thought it made things even better. Like it or not, selling Sunung Wu to Baeksan would benefit them. Sunung Wu warned that if Chung found out, things wouldn't end well. But Kang replied, that's exactly what made it interesting. A fight between Chung, Baeksan, and and himself, using the situation to take 6 gates for himself. Sunung Wu asked if he really planned to turn both sides against each other. Kang replied that was exactly the plan. He said their trap was about to be triggered. Later, Sunung Wu thanked Gil Su for the help. He said he didn't know how he had found the location, but he owed his life to him. At that moment, Sunung Wu decided to tell Gil Su his full story to clear up the misunderstanding. Since Gil Su helped him, he said he now owed him. Gil Su replied that, honestly, he also needed help with something. The next morning, at a remote gym, Gil Su, Yongho, and the others were all ready for training. The night before, Gil Su had practically begged Sunung Wu to train him. He wanted to learn. He wanted to learn directly from the strongest grappler in the school. At that moment, and even now, Sunung Wu couldn't believe all Gil Su wanted was to learn from him. 6 gates hadn't changed, but Sunung Wu told everyone to come in pairs. One person was missing. Gil Su said he was on his way, and Yongho asked why they had called him on the weekend. He wanted to know what the hell they were doing there. Du asked why Gil Su had called that guy. Gil Su explained he didn't have anyone else to partner up with. Du said it was probably because Yongho didn't have any other friends. He always stopped by class just to visit Gil Su. Yongho got annoyed but didn't want to admit it was true. Sunung Wu then asked for everyone's attention. He said they would learn the fundamentals that day: heel hook, chokehold, armbar, half guard, open guard, lock, kimura, and so on. He explained that all those techniques were on YouTube for anyone to practice alone. But technique wasn't the most important thing. To demonstrate his point, Sunung Wu picked up a stone and crushed it with one hand like it was nothing. He said the most important thing was grip strength, the kind of strength that made sure the opponent never escaped. That was the best weapon they could have. With that base, they could learn any grappling technique. Sunung Wu then brought out some climbing ropes. He said they would split into 2 groups and climb up the mountain using only the ropes. Everyone was stunned. It felt like a joke. They had to climb by hand with no gear up that giant rock. Yongho asked why they were doing that on the weekend. Gil Su replied that he came of his own free will, and so the training with Sunung Wu began. After climbing the rock, they had to climb poles using ropes and do countless pull-ups. Each one had to complete 1,000 pull-ups. They climbed logs, trees. By the end of the day, their hands were calloused, bleeding and swollen. But they endured the training, even though they were nearly dead from exhaustion. During the break, Sunung Wu said they had done better than he expected, but warned them not to relax. This was just the beginning. Gil Su was scared, but wasn't thinking of quitting. Sunung Wu wondered why he wanted to become so strong. He was trying to understand the source of such determination. Gil Su replied that he liked 6 gates. It was a very special school to him. In fact, it was the first place where he had made real friends. The first school in his entire life that made him want to come back every morning. But now some people were threatening 6 gates, and that's why he couldn't just sit still. Sunung Wu asked if he meant the Baeksan group, and Gil Su confirmed. He said Sunung Wu wanted a reason why he wanted to get stronger, right? Once, Sunung Wu had told him that he didn't have the strength to protect even himself, let alone others. But now, he had something to protect. That's why he wanted to get stronger. Sunung Wu said now he understood why Chung had trained Gil Su personally. In fact, he was very similar to the person Chung cared about most in the world. Meanwhile, speaking of Chung, he was visiting someone important to him. He apologized for not visiting sooner, saying it had been a long time. The woman who welcomed him said it was fine, and told him the person was upstairs. When he arrived, Chung immediately sensed the situation wasn't good. He stopped at the door and asked how he was doing. He said it had been a long time since his last visit, and commented that many interesting things were happening at school. He really wanted to share everything, but wasn't sure the person was awake enough to hear it. He asked if they remembered that first-year transfer student he had mentioned before, the boy who struggled to fit in at 6 gates. Chung said he was even surprised. After the boy won his first arena match, he seemed much more determined. He was growing rapidly. Chung wondered what Jaejung would think, seeing the arena they had created growing like that. Later, back at 6 gates, Chung was training in the arena after hours. Gunheng asked how his talk with Jaejung went. He wanted to know how he was doing. Chung remembered it was the same as always. Jaejung didn't say a single word. Gunheng said that one day he would speak when he was ready. Chung thought that every time he tried to talk to Jaejung, he always ended up coming back like that, feeling a little sad. But then Gunheng brought up a more serious subject. He began talking about what Chung had asked him to investigate, the Baeksan group. Just as Chung had expected, they weren't just a student organization. Chung asked him to explain in detail. Gunheng said that it had recently gone public, but many schools had already been taken over by the group. One thing was certain, they were a dirty organization. Gunheng revealed that anyone who got involved with them ended up tangled in much worse crimes, such as drug trafficking and large-scale robberies. But what disturbed him most was that the Baeksan group had a very clear goal: to dominate all of Yungnung. Chung remembered that Youngmi had already warned him about something similar. There was definitely something fishy about this whole situation. As he knocked down the punching bag during training, Chung muttered to himself that, for the first time in a long while, it seemed like he'd need to reorganize the hierarchy again. One week later, a couple was walking down some shady-looking streets. The woman asked if it was really there. Could there really be a club in a place like that? The guy asked her to trust him and pointed to the top of a tower. She thought he was joking. A club inside a church? He insisted, saying he'd been there before and knew the place. When she entered, she found an actual nightclub inside the church tower. She was surprised to see it was real. She commented that there were a lot of underage people for a club. That's when Dave, the manager of Tyrone's Coliseum, appeared, asking if it was their first time at the club and welcomed them. Dave asked if that was the DJ candidate the guy had mentioned earlier. He confirmed and introduced her to the manager. The girl said she was still learning, but that it was her dream. Dave said that was fine. She could take her time. Meanwhile, he would show them the rest of the club. They went down a staircase, descending deeper and deeper. The woman was surprised at the size of the place. Dave explained that what she saw wasn't all. There were multiple underground floors. The first floor was just an appetizer. The real highlight was what he would show next. Dave then introduced the Coliseum. The DJ asked if it was some kind of martial arts tournament or something. Dave laughed and asked what she thought Baeksan was. That place went far beyond a simple tournament. People came there to have fun, place bets, fight, drink, and fulfill all kinds of desires. To him, it was beautiful. The Coliseum announcer was already announcing the next fight, the main event of the night, Kim Do-hyuk versus 5 Jinwang slaves. The match was about to begin. The DJ was fascinated by everything. Suddenly, Dave received a very important message. He told his colleague they could stay there for now, that it was an emergency and he'd be back soon. He also asked him to guide the beautiful girl to the 3rd underground floor. Meanwhile, Dave was already on his way to the meeting. He sincerely thanked the person who had come, Sunung Wu from 6 Gates. Sunung Wu said he had no choice. Serving was the only option. Refusal wasn't on the table. Sunung Wu thought he was there because he needed to understand exactly what they were planning. Dave commented that Sunung Wu's judgment was better than he expected and thanked him for not being an idiot. Maybe Sunung Wu thought the Baeksan group treated its subordinates too harshly. But Sunung Wu replied no, not really. They had just sent some annoying and arrogant guys after him, but they had all been beaten up. Dave told Sunung Wu to bury the past. The fact that he came to this meeting meant he wanted to do business. Dave explained that the Baeksan group was involved in all sorts of things, and to show an example, he revealed a giant screen with a live feed of the Coliseum. At that moment, former Baeksan executive Kim Do-hyuk was fighting 5 students from Jinwang. People who had placed bets were cheering wildly. Dave explained that the Baeksan Coliseum was one of their main businesses. In short, it was like an underground fight betting house. Sunung Wu was clearly impressed. Meanwhile, Do-hyuk was trying to crush all 5 opponents at once, despite being attacked from every direction. Dave clarified that this wasn't a normal fight competition. In the Coliseum, every match was unique and absolutely insane. All methods were allowed. Weapons, forbidden techniques, one versus many fights, everything was fair game. The matches always ended in bloodshed and excitement, both inside and outside the ring. For example, at that moment, the people who had bet on the 5 boys were losing badly because the odds were much higher for Do-hyuk, and it was clear he was going to win. Dave asked if that didn't make Sunung Wu's blood boil a little. With his skills from 6 Gates, he could put on quite a show in there. Dave pointed to the screen and asked Sunung Wu to pay attention. That was the total prize pool. Those who bet on the winner would get that money. And when the prize was that high, the winner of the match also got a good portion of it. Sunung Wu was even more impressed to see that the winner had just earned 12 million won for a single round of fighting. Dave commented that he knew Sunung Wu had a lot of debts. He said this was a chance to escape from that, especially since Sunung Wu had the talent for it. But Dave made a point to remind him that the Baeksan group was involved in many other things. The Coliseum was just the beginning. Meanwhile, that couple who had arrived at the club was now descending to the 3rd underground floor. She was getting scared. The place was very dark. The guy told her to relax. He said that's where they kept the most important things. He was taking her straight to paradise. But what exactly was down there hadn't been revealed yet. Back at the meeting, Dave told Sunung Wu that if he joined the Baeksan group, he would have a lot of fun and earn a lot of money. Not just through the Coliseum, but with many other operations. If Sunung Wu worked with them, his life would change completely. Sunung Wu said he wanted some time to think about the proposal. He explained that he had something important to deal with, and that if he ended up hurting himself badly, he could get into trouble because of it. Dave replied that it was fine, said it was something serious and that Sunung Wu could think about it calmly, but asked him to make up his mind by the weekend. He handed him a card and told him he could contact him if he had any questions. Before leaving, Dave made it clear that the conversation had to end there and suggested that Sunung Wu think long and hard about the car too. The next morning, Sunung Wu was once again looking after after Juan while feeding the farm animals. Even though he was doing his chores, he still seemed a little scattered in thought. What he had seen in the coliseum was too much to bear. He knew that even if he resisted, there would be no escaping those guys. They were on another level. If he agreed to enter the coliseum, Juan might be able to have a better life, but Sunung Wu still had many doubts. As he thought about it, he wondered why the hell he was there, hanging from a tree. Gil Su wouldn't let him rest even at the weekend. Gil Su replied that he wasn't there to bother him. He just wanted feedback on his training. Sunung Wu commented that Gil Su looked like a pervert, but Gil Su apologized, saying that he didn't really want to bother him. Sunung Wu had already explained that there was no shortcut to getting stronger. You had to keep training every day and work harder and harder. Gil Su thought that at times like that, Sunung Wu reminded him of Chung. Sunung Wu took the opportunity to say that Gil Su seemed to be free that day. So he put Gil Su on the horse for Juan, who was already dead tired. He felt that looking after that child was more exhausting than any training session. Gil Su ended up staying to look after Juan while Sunung Wu went out. As he said, he had plans for that evening. Gil Su couldn't take it anymore. He wanted someone to save him from that child. Later, he was all wound up, not reacting to anything else. When Juan asked to have a sand war, Gil Su said no. He was already dead tired and wondered where so much energy came from. Then he noticed a certain card with the Baeksan group symbol on it. That night, at the Coliseum Club, there were Gil Su, Kyungmin, and Do-il, the trio that had been hanging out together lately. Do-il asked if that really was the right place, the address on the card. Gil Su said that, from the name and the symbol, it did look like it belonged to the Baeksan group, but they still weren't sure what kind of place it was. Kyungmin commented that it was a very strange place. There were pretty girls, but the fact that it was inside a church was very bizarre. Yongho arrived a little late and asked why they had called him to that club, especially if it wasn't to dance or drink. Do-il said that Yongho was acting naturally now, and Kyungmin commented that he was tired of seeing his face. Gil Su asked if it was really a club. Yongho asked if Gil Su didn't know, since he was the one who called him. Yongho thought they were there to party. According to Yongho, everyone in the neighborhood knew that the place was a club, one of the most famous among minors precisely because it allowed them to enter. Kyungmin said that was great, as he was in need of a club. Do-il thought it was strange, and Yongho commented that he had heard that entry was very restricted. He said it might be difficult for them to get in. Apparently, there was even a secret code because the place was private. Gil Su asked if guests could enter. At that moment, he noticed someone being forcibly ejected from the place. Gil Su recognized it instantly. It was Jae-hoo, that former Baeksan executive who had messed with Gil Su before. After being beaten up, he was thrown out of the Coliseum. Gil Su approached him, said it had been a long time. He almost didn't recognize him, but said that now the cute presentation was over. He wanted to know everything. Jae-hoo responded by telling him to go to hell, but Gil Su wasn't alone. Yongho commented that they tried to do everything politely, but if it had to be done another way, that would be fine. Jae-hoo gave in and told him everything. He confirmed that the club was indeed related to the Baeksan group. Do-il said that they only needed to confirm one thing. They had to do something inside. There was someone they knew inside. Jae-hoo said it was probably someone from Six Gates, so everything was going according to plan. Yongho asked if he knew anything, and Gil Su said he wanted him to tell him everything. Jae-hoo proposed a deal. He said that if they did him a favor, he would tell them everything they knew. The favor was simple: go inside and bring him something he needed. Gil Su said he wanted to know what it was first, to see if it was worth it. Jae-hoo told him not to go back on his word. From the outside, the place looked like a church, but at night it functioned as a club run by the Baeksan group. Gil Su began to wonder why that place had such heavy security and even used a secret code at the entrance. He asked if there was anything else they didn't know. Jae-hoo confirmed that there was. He explained that in addition to the security, there was also a coliseum, a private network for betting and illegal fights. The Baeksan group made money by forcing pupils from the dominated schools to fight in the coliseum. From the state of Jae-hoo himself, you could see that there were no rules inside. It was just violence to entertain the gamblers. Gil Su was outraged. He said it was absurd that they should force children to fight like that. Jae-hoo explained that there were all kinds of people there. Some owed money to the Baeksan group, others had simply screwed up in life. The boy they were looking for was probably in one of those two situations. Gil Su said that they had to stop it, but Jae-hoo replied that once someone got in, there was no getting out. He said that the Baeksan group's other lucrative business was even worse: drugs. Extremely addictive. Tyrone commented that Sunung Wu had made a great decision by celebrating their first contract with a toast. Jae-hoo explained that once someone had accepted the contract, the group would start pumping them full of drugs. All it took was a little to fall into a quicksand from which there was no escape. From that moment on, the person became Baeksan's slave. Later, the four of them were at the entrance to the club. The bouncer looked at their faces. They looked back at the bouncer. The guy said he had never seen them before in his life. Yongho replied that it was a friend who had recommended the club. It was their first time there. He wondered if the code that bastard had given them was real. The bouncer asked exactly that, what the code was. The code that Yongho passed on was that there were 5 dragons in front of the White Hill. And yes, that was the right code. They were allowed in. Yongho said they were going to have some fun. For Do-il, it was his first time in a club like this. But Gil Su was stopped at the door. He thought they had been discovered. In fact, the problem was something else. Security was so tight in that place that even the dress code was controlled. Neither Gil Su nor Gyungmin were allowed in because of this. Yongho and Do-il went ahead. Yongho could hardly believe that those 2 idiots had been barred because of their clothes. He commented that this little party was much better than he had imagined. Do-il asked if they were really going to leave the other 2 behind. Yongho replied that it was actually easier without them. Do-il said that he never really liked Yongho and asked what he would do about it. He called Yongho a loser who had been humiliated in the arena. Do-il teased him, saying that cheating was easy but next time he'd get beaten badly. Yongho asked if he really thought he was scared, so they split up to get the information they needed. Yongho honestly thought it was better to move around alone in that place. It was his first time in a club like this, and he wanted to enjoy it. They remembered what Jehu had told everyone. First, they had to get to the 2nd floor. That's where the coliseum was. The easiest way to get there was to look for the girls at the party. Yongho thought that was his specialty. He found a girl and bumped into her on purpose, pretending it was by accident. Even though he knocked over some of her drink, the girl said she liked him. Yongho realized that she was clearly drunk. That made everything easier. Soon, he would be on the 2nd floor. Yongho said exactly that it was his first time there, and he had heard that there was a much better place in that club. The girl asked if he had gone there. She said she could take him there. She literally dragged him upstairs. In the meantime, the 2 who had stayed outside were trying to change their look. They tried to change their haircuts, tweak something here and there. Jehu wondered what those idiots were doing. He asked if they'd been barred at the entrance again. Gyungmin commented that Gil Su's clothes were much worse than his hair. They needed better clothes. They looked at Jehu. Jehu realized what they were looking at. Sometime later, Gil Su was wearing Jehu's clothes. Jehu himself was standing outside, shirtless and cold. Gil Su said he was starting to feel bad for that guy, but that they'd get their clothes back soon. They came back much more stylish. The security guard even said they looked a bit better now. But Gyungmin, again, was barred. Only Gil Su was allowed in. The bouncer commented that even the people in the queue thought Gyungmin was too basic for that club. Gyungmin wondered if he was the worst of the bunch for this kind of thing. Meanwhile, Yongho was arriving on the floor of the Coliseum. He commented that the whole thing was huge, until he was finally introduced to the real Coliseum. He was completely shocked. It was so impressive. An octagon in the center, a gigantic audience all around, and a level of luxury worthy of the Baeksan group. Do-il said that Yongho had finally arrived. He said he was very confident, but it had taken him a long time to get there. Do-il arrived more quickly and brought 2 women with him. Do-il said he didn't even have to look for them. They found him. Yongho got angry. He thought he had lost to that guy. Then the presenter announced the next match. The stakes were so high that the jackpot was already over 23 million. Yongho asked who was going to fight, why people were betting so much. Then the first 5 fighters were introduced, the Coliseum Torturers, the Slasher team. Do-il wondered if a single person was really going to fight an entire team, and an armed one at that. What kind of rule was that? The presenter explained that on the blue side was one of the most powerful players in the Yungyung district. 6 Gates' #1 player, No Sunung Wu, who came onto the scene with blood in his eyes. Of course, Do-il and Yongho were completely shocked to see that Sunung Wu was also fighting there. The presenter explained that if Sunung Wu defeated the Slasher team, he would completely dominate the Coliseum. The match was about to start. Do-il commented that this was crazy. He asked how Sunung Wu was going to win a match like that, facing 5 armed opponents in such a small ring. Yongho said it was clear that they were doing it to make Sunung Wu lose on purpose. They wondered why on earth he had agreed to such a dangerous fight. But Sunung Wu had come to expect that nothing was normal there, both in the fights and in this place. At the time, he had refused the drink that was laced with drugs. Tyrone told him that he was too dull, that he wouldn't even accept a drink before the fight to celebrate. Sunung Wu himself said he didn't want anything to drink before the fight. Tyrone asked him if he was careful or stupid. He asked if he really thought people fought sober in the Coliseum. Sunung Wu wondered what he meant by that. That's when Tyrone offered him the drugs. Sunung Wu asked if he was supposed to take it. He wanted to know if everyone took it. Tyrone said that if he really wanted to go hard, he could just take a pill. The first person to go after Sunung Wu was wearing a flail. The guys there clearly weren't messing around. Sunung Wu remarked that if you were going to come at him with a heavy weapon like that, the least you had to do was hit him. He managed to grab the guy and threw him to the ground with all all his might. Soon after, he had to dodge a blow from a stick full of nails. Sunung Wu asked if they weren't paying attention to their surroundings. He took advantage of another opponent's wobble, who had his guard down, and landed a blow on him, throwing the guy on top of the first, causing a big bang inside the ring. Duil said that this was to be expected from Sunung Wu. He'd knocked out 2 guys in an instant. Yongho commented that maybe the fight was even easier than it looked, but one of the punters, who was watching closely, asked if they were there for the first time. He said that the fight was still far from decided. He said that the slashers weren't just strong because of their weapons. The slasher team leader had already understood Sunung Wu's fighting pattern. He realized that he was the type to fight on the ground, so he ordered the 2 subordinates who were still standing to attack at the same time. They began to flank Sunung Wu, surrounding him completely. As he tried to dodge the knife blows, he ended up being caught by the team leader's chain. He was completely immobilized. Yongho asked if they had planned it from the start. The bookie replied that he had warned them. He said that the slashers weren't dangerous just because of their weapons. What set them apart was their ability to analyze the enemy's movements. The slasher leader pulled out his claws and said that the main event would now begin. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Gil Su was just arriving. He remembered what Jehu had said. He needed to look for some girls on the second floor. Perhaps finding the manager would be a little easier that way, until he saw a very striking person in the crowd. He ran after her like there was no tomorrow. He ended up in an extremely intimidating room. It was Dave's office. Gil Su apologized. He said he thought that was the bathroom. He was already thinking about getting out of there because the atmosphere was too heavy. But Dave realized something. He told Gil Su to stay. He noticed that the necklace he was wearing belonged to Jehu. He asked them to drag Gil Su inside. He began to wonder if the boy had noticed the necklace. Back in the coliseum, Sunung Wu was already badly injured by the claw attacks. His clothes were torn, and he was bleeding profusely. The slasher leader commented that he was pretty tough. He said that Sunung Wu had managed to dodge enough to avoid being hit in any vital places. He reminded them that this was the coliseum. What the audience wanted was entertainment, but now they could end the little show. Sunung Wu thought that they should have taken him down when they had the chance. At that moment, he pulled so hard on the chains that he knocked over the other 2 who were holding on. Then he locked the slasher leader in a leg lock as strong as a crocodile's bite. He threw the guy to the ground. The leader's mask fell off, and he was knocked out. The 2 subordinates who were still standing were terrified to see Sunung Wu breaking free of the chains, but they didn't even have time to react. They were soon thrown to the ground and knocked out too. Duil and Yongho were completely shocked. They said that Sunung Wu wasn't from this world. The presenter said it was incredible. She said that the new competitor, Sunung Wu, had defeated the slasher in the blink of an eye, but now he was going straight into the second round, with no time to rest. Duil commented that this was on purpose. The next opponents would be former Baeksan Group executive Kim Do-yok and his group. Do-yok said it was good to see Sunung Wu again. He said he'd never imagined he'd find him in such a fun place. Duil said it was a joke. They were clearly setting Sunung Wu up. He hadn't even had time to treat his wounds, and they were already throwing him into another fight. Yongho told Do-il that they could get into that mess too. He said he wasn't going to stand by and watch their veteran take a beating all by himself. Meanwhile, Gil Su was also beating up the security guards. He said he was going to show 6 Gates his style. Dave commented that he really was an interesting kid and asked who he was, but Gil Su replied that from now on he was the one asking the questions. Without wasting any time, he asked where the coliseum was. Dave asked what would happen if he didn't tell him. At that moment, in the arena, Yongho and Jindo were stepping into the octagon to help Sunung Wu with everything they had. All 3 said at the same time that people like their opponents deserved to be beaten to death. Yongho told the veteran that he was there to end this crazy fight. Sunung Wu asked how the hell they had managed to get there. The presenter announced that an extremely unexpected situation was taking place. Spectators had invaded the ring. As expected, the punters were very angry about the situation. Yongho shouted that he wasn't a spectator at all, that he was from 6 Gates, and if anyone had a problem with that, just get up there. He also wagged his middle finger at everyone. Jindo said that if they were bothered, they should cancel the whole match, because it had already become a joke. It was then that the host of the place, Tyrone, appeared and asked if the special event had taken everyone by surprise. He asked them not to worry and just watch, because from that moment on, it was 3 against 3, 6 Gates students against Kind Walk and his gang. He said they could now bet as much as they liked, as if the match had started again. Jindo commented that this guy really knew how to do business. He was probably the real leader of that arena. Tyrone said that he was lucky that day. He could hardly believe that the 6 Gate students had come all that way. A subordinate asked if all this wasn't reason enough to stop the match, but Tyrone replied that it was worth continuing. It could break the betting record. Even so, he warned them that they had to prepare for the next fight as well. They were going to take this chance to test 6 Gates' capabilities. Doc asked if Sunung Wu had brought the juniors because he was scared. but Sunung Wu could only remember who it was that fainted last time. He had lost miserably and still had the nerve to want to say something now. Jindo said that this time he wasn't the same, that he had come prepared. Sunung Wu replied that this was a big bluff and asked Jindo and Yongho to choose an opponent each, while he himself would take care of the big man. Sunung Wu commented that he had left something with Gil Su that he still needed to retrieve. Yongho explained that Gil Su was there with them at the club. In fact, it was Jindo who had found out that he would be there. Sunung Wu wondered if Gil Su was alone, but was interrupted when Jindo advanced on him. Each of them then chose an opponent. Sunung Wu realized that Jindo no longer had the same confidence as before. He knew he couldn't waste any time there. He had to finish this quickly and find out where Gil Su was. But this time, it was Sunung Wu himself who ended up being grabbed. Jindo threw him to the ground, saying that he was now the one who knew how to grab. Sunung Wu hit back with a direct blow to Jindo neck, asking if that was really wrestling. He said it made sense with the size of his body, but in the end it wouldn't make any difference. Sunung Wu then beat Jindo as if nothing had changed. Jindo wasn't expecting the blows to be so precise. Sunung Wu made it clear that no matter what technique he used, he was going to knock everyone out. The result would always be the same. Meanwhile, Yongho and Jindo were already beating up the other two opponents. Yongho shouted for them not to underestimate Six Gates. The audience went wild. Six Gates were really putting on an incredible show. Sunung Wu even commented that he was proud that teaching those boys had paid off. Only Jindo was still standing. He started consuming several of those highly addictive drugs, the same ones Tyrone had offered Sunung Wu earlier. Even Jindo's own subordinates tried to warn him not to take it all at once, but he ignored them and swallowed the whole capsule. Now he looked like a real beast, completely different. Jindo shouted that this time he was going to kill Sunung Wu. Even though he was punched straight in the face, he didn't fall down. He kept going until he managed to grab Sunung Wu, using the weight of his own body to throw him to the ground. Sunung Wu thought he had suddenly become very strong. Jindo commented that it was there that he made real money, and that money made people much stronger. He recalled that one day he had received an offer to join a professional wrestling circuit, but at the same time another offer came along for twice as much money to become an executive there. That's how he realized that his wrestling alone was pathetic. After beating up Sunung Wu, Jindo said he was much better off now. Strength, power, money. He asked if Six Gates finally understood that. Only the moment he went to hit him again, Sunung Wu asked him if he really thought he was stronger just because of that. He said that he was actually much worse off than before. Sunung Wu had managed to hold off Jindo's blow, and Jindo himself wondered how he still had so much strength left. But soon afterwards, Sunung Wu was grabbed around the neck and knocked down again. Jindo said it was impossible. How could he be losing after taking so many drugs? Sunung Wu responded by saying that humans only become truly strong when they have something to protect. Meanwhile, Gil Su had already taken down all the club's guards. Dave commented that it was very interesting, that the fight had been captivating. But Gil Su told him to stop stalling and deliver what he wanted straight away because he didn't have the luxury of waiting any longer. Dave said it was fine. Since Gil Su had put on such a nice show for him, he was going to return the favor. But he warned that he wasn't going to take it lightly. Gil Su thought that this was taking much longer than he had expected. He needed to get back quickly to be with Juan. Meanwhile, Juan was alone in that apartment behind the school. He was already getting pretty scared because no one had come back yet, and he was still there, alone, until someone tried to open the door. Juan realized right away that it wasn't Gil Su or his brother and became completely desperate, even more so when he saw who had actually opened the door. Meanwhile, Gil Su was frantically exchanging blows with Dave. Dave dodged several of the blows and asked if Gil Su didn't want to get it over with. He said that like this, the fight would go on forever. Gil Su thought the guy was too fast, but he had a new technique. Although he landed the blow, Dave managed to block it using the face of one of the defeated security guards as a shield. Dave threw a glass of whiskey in Gil Su's direction. He was fighting in an extremely cowardly way. Dave went on to say that life was like that you had to fight dirty to get what you wanted. Gil Su was almost blinded by the shards of glass that hit his eyes. Dave took advantage of the gap and managed to take him down. Gil Su commented that he was much nastier than he looked. Dave said that the last attack had been serious, but Gil Su had managed to block it. Gil Su realized that if he tried to attack in his current state, Dave would surely block again, so it was time to use his new grabbing technique. He managed to grab Dave's leg, but Dave was completely relaxed about it. Gil Su realized it was because his arm was completely powerless. Dave asked what was wrong, asked if he couldn't lift his arm anymore, and said that he probably already knew why. Once again, Gil Su was knocked down. He then remembered that he had gotten a scratch on his arm while blocking. Dave showed that it was his ring that had caused it. There was a needle hidden in the ring. Dave said that now they were going to have some real fun. At the same time, Yongho was also having a hard time. The opponent he had beaten before was completely different now. His power and speed had greatly increased. It was Yongho himself who was taking the brunt of the blows. He was about to be hit by a very powerful blow and thought he wouldn't be able to defend himself like that. Duok also didn't understand how the guy had suddenly become so strong. He thought the guy looked like a zombie, as if he didn't fall unconscious or feel pain. When he was hanged, he realized that it was all because of the drugs. Jindo wondered how many of those capsules the guy had consumed. The enemy really did look like a zombie, because he even tried to bite Jindo. But at the last moment, it was Sunung Wu who appeared with a strong grip on his neck, saying that those damn junkies were unbearable. He had taken the two who were fighting Yongho and Jindo and hung them until they stopped moving. The punters were going crazy, saying that the Six Gates people were completely insane. The presenter said that it was incredible. Six Gates had completely beaten Jindo-il's gang. Only at that moment, she was also kicked away by Sunung Wu, who broke down the ring door and said he refused to play any more matches. They simply started to leave through the crowd. One of the security guards tried to stop them, saying there would be a penalty. But Sunung Wu just grabbed the guy and threw him to the ground, saying that this was what happened to people who blocked his way. He asked if anyone else was trying to stop them from leaving. And of course, everyone was nervous and silent. Sunung Wu said that since there was no one else, they should just get out of the way. Tyrone commented that he was making things much more difficult by leaving in the middle of the match and asked if Sunung Wu had forgotten that he still owed him. Sunung Wu replied that he was going to pretend that contract never existed. He said that he didn't work at the Coliseum and that he would pay him fairly. Tyrone said that wasn't how things worked. Sunung Wu couldn't just end the contract like that. He'd better change his behavior soon. Tyrone said that if he didn't want to obey, he was going to force him to surrender. Without hesitation, he threw a security guard on top of Sunung Wu, who realized right away that the people in that solo coliseum were totally dirty. Tyrone was so fast that he had already come up behind him, saying that this was how the Baeksan group fought. Sunung Wu would never be able to escape the coliseum. Meanwhile, Gyungmin was still outside, wondering how long this was going to take. That's when he saw the punters starting to leave the arena, complaining that the Six Gates people had ruined everything. Gyungmin wondered what the hell was going on inside. He told the security guard that he had to go in. He said he knew very well that this wasn't just any club, but when the bouncer tried to stop him again, Gyungmin said he had no choice, but he had already been mobilized by two other bouncers and began to take a beating. Luckily, Chung appeared to protect him out of nowhere. He simply broke the hand of one of the security guards. When the other approached, he was punched like a 12-gauge shot. Gyungmin asked if they were all from the Baeksan group, but the last security guard still standing was also easily immobilized and put in his place. It was then explained what had happened a few hours earlier. Gil Su had sent a message to Young-mi asking for help with something. He said he had some business to settle with the Baeksan group and asked her to keep an eye on a child, Juan. Jungmi asked what was going on because out of the blue, he asked her to babysit a child. She thought it must be something serious. Chung asked where she was going in such a hurry, but Jungmi took advantage of him being there and asked if he was free. Later, they were in the apartment where Sunung Wu and Duok lived. Chung asked if Gil Su had really asked her to look after the child. Jungmi confirmed it and said that apparently there was some serious business going on with the Baeksan group. Chung said that Juan's guardianship was supposed to be a secret thing that no one should know about. If Gil Su found out, then it was something really serious. It was at that moment that Chung opened the door, scaring Juan, who almost peed himself with fright. But when he saw that it was only Chung, he calmed down. Chung asked why Juan was there alone, late at night like that. Juan explained that his brother and his friends had gone out to sort out some business, but hadn't come back yet. Chung asked what that business was. Then he saw the Baeksan group's club card. Jung-mi asked if something was wrong. She said that Chung could go and she would look after the child. That's how Chung arrived at the club, knocking down everything in his path. He said it was perfect, that it was much easier when everyone came at once. Meanwhile, Dave was also in high spirits, beating the crap out of Gil Su. Gil Su thought that, without an arm, he couldn't block properly, let alone counterattack. He ended up getting knocked down again. Dave told him not to worry. He wasn't going to lose his arm. It was just an anesthetic effect that would wear off after a while. He said it was great for taming disobedient players in the arena. Gil Su asked if he was talking about Coliseum players. Dave asked if he had come to the club without knowing that and wondered what his purpose was. Gil Su said that he had come to help Sunung Wu and that he knew he was involved. Dave asked if he was also from Six Gates. He said it was no wonder he fought so well, but that in the end it didn't matter. Sunung Wu was probably stuck in the Coliseum, but Gil Su wanted to know where exactly he was now. Dave said that if Gil Su kept hitting like that without his arm, his balance would continue to be terrible. He knocked Gil Su down again and said he could hardly believe that a person as benevolent as him had set foot foot in that club. He said that Gil Su's sense of justice was what made him innocent and naive. He said that there was no justice in that world. Dave himself had lived in a completely different environment, where survival of the fittest was the only rule. He had to risk his life every day just to stay alive. It was the only fighting style he knew, so he smashed a bottle over Gil Su's head, who could barely move his body after that, until Dave received a very important call. They warned about an intruder who had entered the front of the club. Someone had broken into the coliseum. Gil Su wondered if it had anything to do with who had come with him. Dave said that people were already stuck in the coliseum at 6 gates, and that was great. It seemed that this Sunung Wu guy wasn't so tough. Gil Su thought he needed to help him. Then he remembered that absurd workout he had done, climbing the mountain at night. He remembered when he was about to fall because he couldn't take it anymore, but Sunung Wu pulled him up and asked him to be careful. Gil Su had been grateful to be saved because he had almost fallen, but Sunung Wu, just after saving him, let go of him again, making Gil Su hold onto a rock. This caused such a shock to his nerves that he almost fainted, but Gil Su wondered what the force was that had come out of his own body. Sunung Wu wondered if he had finally figured it out. It wasn't by chance. Sunung Wu knew that Gil Su would get it one day. He told Gil Su to remember that feeling he was experiencing now. Gil Su then wondered if Sunung Wu had done it all on purpose, but Sunung Wu confirmed that he had. He said that this is what he uses most, the surge of strength that comes when a person is about to die. He explained that this is the secret power that all humans possess. If he has the strength to move even one finger, he can turn the tide of a fight, and that's exactly what Gil Su did. Even though he could only move one arm, he used a leg wrench and hanged Dave, saying that one arm was all he needed. Gil Su was slammed against the walls, thrown all over the place, with Dave trying his best to get him off, but Gil Su wasn't going to give up. He knew he couldn't faint there. He needed to protect those who were important to him. Sunung Wu had already explained that humans become stronger when they have something to protect. Dave couldn't take it anymore. He wondered how much strength that kid still had. He tried to reach the bottle to cut Gil Su, but ended up being thrown back with another grab. Gil Su made it clear that one arm was all he needed. Meanwhile, at the Coliseum, Tyrone said it was a shame to have to do that to his favorite player, Sunung Wu, but said that no matter what happened, in the end, he would just be another Coliseum slave. Tyrone almost managed to force him to take the addictive drugs, but Chung burst in and asked where the leader was. Tyrone said it was getting more and more interesting. He could hardly believe that Chung himself had come in person. He told the guys to get ready, because now he was going to show them what happens when someone messes with the 6 Gates students. Meanwhile, Tenchai was in another meeting with Kang, saying that he didn't expect Kang to get a big fish like Sunung Wu. Kang replied that taking down one person didn't mean taking down all the 6 gates, and asked if Tenchai had any other plans. Tenchai said of course he did. Instead of fighting the beast in its own nest, the plan was to take the beast out of the nest. Kang asked if he was sure he could handle Chung, even if he isolated him. Even Sunung Wu, after taking that drug, couldn't handle Chung. Tenchai said that Sunung Wu was still nowhere near the level of the 5 dragons. He said that the difference was enormous and that they wouldn't even need 2 of the 5 dragons to deal with Chung. Kang asked if he could trust his words, and the other person in the room said that unlike his brother, Kang always doubted everything. He said that Kang's task was over and that now all he had to do was sit back and watch. This person was Tae-san, the first of the 5 dragons, and he said that this was just the first step towards taking the 6 gates. Kang said fine, he would trust them, but asked them not to forget the reward for taking Sunung Wu there. Meanwhile, it was Chung himself who was dealing with things. When he went to try to hit Tyrone, he realized that he had already escaped. Tyrone said that the strongest person in the 6 gates was standing in front of him, and that he was very curious to know how strong he really was. He called Chung to fight inside the ring. Chung asked if everyone there was like a little mouse. Even with countless blows, he didn't manage to hit Tyrone once. Tyrone asked if that was all he had, managing to counter with a kick that pushed Chung away. Chung realized that he had been hit in the blind spot several times. Tyrone had already disappeared again. Chung understood that he could only show his strength if he could keep up with that speed. Landing quick blows, Tyrone asked if Chung was already accepting reality and if he really thought he could walk into the Coliseum and do whatever he wanted. Chung realized that this guy's specialty was speed. He couldn't even tell where the next attack would come from. Tyrone said that Sunung Wu owed him a lot of money and asked why, since they were so close, Chung didn't help pay it off. He said it was the only way to save his friend. Tyrone said he was going to give Chung a chance to fight in the Coliseum too. It seemed like a good idea. After all, the 6 Gates' most powerful duo would make a lot of money. Chung remembered the moment when Sunung Wu had given up his position as leader because he had said that there was something more important for him. Songju had said that his place would always be guarded, and Chung had said that if anything happened, he would ask for his help. Now, seeing the state Sunung Wu was in, Chung said that he already knew that those people were horrible, but seeing it with his own eyes, his disgust was even greater. Tyrone said that if Chung kept hitting like that, that, he would never hit anything. Chung, annoyed, asked who he was calling slow and kicked Tyrone full in the face, saying that those blows were just punches. Tyrone tried to recover, but when he got up, he was already hit again. Chung said it was because they had messed with the 6 gates. Tyrone wondered if Chung was really keeping up with his speed. He remembered his own childhood. He came from an extremely religious and missionary family. They traveled to underdeveloped countries to spread the word, but ended up being targeted by a cartel in the region. Tyrone was just one of the children who were captured. After all the adults were murdered, only the children of the missionary families remained. They were forced to kill to survive, with only a knife against several enraged beasts. Tyrone had to survive in order to kill those who had destroyed his family. Over time, he and Dave grew stronger and stronger. They had to go on missions, killing people in order to survive, until eventually they managed to free themselves by killing the leader responsible for it all. They finally broke free the moment the police showed up. They said they were from South Korea. They were free and back home, back to everyday life. But that still wasn't enough. This peaceful life was never enough. The law of the jungle always came back, and that's exactly what Tyrone did. He didn't stand still and ended up becoming that same monster from the past. Tyrone said he could hardly believe that Chung had been holding back all this time. He said that was why he had the title of Yongnung's strongest, but Chung replied that he wasn't done with him yet. He said he was going to beat him until he begged for mercy. Tyrone said it was time to get a bit more serious. Then he took his drug too, saying that it was the first time in a long time that he felt really alive. Now he was even faster than before. So fast that Chung couldn't even predict or block the next blow that came. Chung realized that Tyrone had changed completely. Tyrone said that, in the end, everyone would kneel before the Baeksan group. Chung could barely keep up with the blows. Tyrone said that the system set up by the Baeksan group was completely different from the pathetic system of strength of the 6 gates. Chung was hit so hard that he was thrown out of the octagon. Tyrone said he was nothing. He said that if Tyson heard about that fight, he'd be sending him a message saying he didn't need anything else. But Chung stood up and said it wasn't over yet. He said that now he was starting to enjoy himself. He said that Tyrone could do that 100 times, and he'd still be standing and showing the true power of the 6 gates. Meanwhile, Gil Sue was waking up and wondering what the hell had happened there. He was facing a scene of massacre. Everyone in that club was knocked down in front of him. Gil Sue wondered if a war had taken place there. He thought that if a big fight had taken place, he needed to get out of there fast, but he could barely move because of the anesthetic, and also because of the shards of glass in his flesh. Until Gyungmin showed up asking if he was alright. He asked what the hell had happened and where Sunung Wu and the others were. Gil Sue said they had to get to the coliseum quickly. He said that everyone was in danger, but Gyungmin said that everything was fine. He explained that Chung had appeared, knocked everyone down in an instant, and was already there in the coliseum. That's why the place looked like a war field. Gil Sue was very grateful that he had finally shown up. Soon more security guards appeared and said that, judging by the state of the two, they didn't look invited. Gil Sue wondered if more people were coming, but Gyungmin said that Gil Sue had to go now. He said that he would take care of the rest. He thought that he was also a student at 6 gates, and that he also had his duty to fulfill. Gyungmin said that, in fact, he had never set foot in that place as a guest. Meanwhile, back at the Coliseum, Chung still hadn't managed to land a full blow on Tyrone, who kept dodging everything. Tyrone said that Chung was so persistent, asking when he was going to accept reality. Chung thought that Tyrone was the typical fighter who took advantage of his speed, but that his strength wasn't that great. So even though he was kneed in the face, Chung continued to try to take advantage of the gap and grab Tyrone, only for him to dodge again. Tyrone said that there were walls in this world that Chung would never get past. He said that one of them was the fact that Chung would never be able to land a blow on him. Tyrone thought that when he managed to reach his peak of power by dominating his own school, he still realized that there was one thing missing. That thing was money. In that capitalist society where he hadn't lived for long, money was necessary, but he had nothing but his own body. So they entered the world of manual labor to try to make some money. But of course, they tried to mess with it. The people who supposedly dominated that territory put an end to their work. They really learned what that world was all about. Tyrone thought that the law of the jungle applied anywhere, even in the city. Even in Korea, survival was always for the fittest. It was at this time that the Baeksan group appeared, specifically Tenchai, who wiped out that gang as if they were nothing. That's when Tyrone met those people, a simple, solid system based on absolute strength and the power to achieve anything. Baeksan's system was perfect for him. That's when Tenchai presented the Arena project, which was still in draft form but about to become a reality. Tenchai asked Tyrone what he thought of the idea and if he would like to help build the Baeksan group's big dream. Tyrone said yes, it sounded great. That's when he finally found his place. In the present, Tyrone said that Chung was nothing. He said that he was just someone who lived up to his name in the past, but that now he was nothing more than an outcast. Again, Chung was knocked down by Tyrone's kicks, and he told him to give up once and for all. He said there was no point in dwelling on his own defeat. Chung thought that it had been a long time since he had been in such a tight spot in combat, but he was very excited about it. It reminded him of old times. Tyrone was surprised that he was still standing. He asked if Chung had completely lost consciousness, but in fact Chung had taken his torn blouse and blindfolded him. He said that now he was going to finish Tyrone off once and for all. Tyrone said he honestly didn't know what he was thinking, but he thought it would be fun to beat him to death. Only Chung remembered the teachings. He knew that he couldn't depend entirely on sight. He understood that sight itself was limiting his true potential. He had to feel his opponent, his movements. Fighting is done with the body, not the eyes. He couldn't fight like an ordinary man. He had to fight like a beast. Chung thanked his master once again. Tyrone wondered what he was muttering about. He thought Chung had gone mad. He said it was getting boring to hit him, but when he tried again, Chung dodged even when blindfolded. He said he could now see Tyrone's rhythm. He thought that if he relied on sight alone, he would always be behind. But if he could sense his enemy's pattern, feel the flow of his movements, and predict each attack, he could fight. Now Chung was not only blocking all of Tyrone's blows, he was also keeping up with his speed. Tyrone didn't even see that punch coming. Meanwhile, Gil Su and Gyungmin were leaving the club. Gil Su said that maybe he should have fought alongside him because Gyungmin got all messed up just dealing with some security guards. Gyungmin asked what he was talking about. He said he'd finished off the guys. Gil Su agreed, but said that his physical condition was now a little worrying. Finally, they arrived at the coliseum and saw that beautiful punch, with Chung simply mashing Tyrone's face, knocking out several teeth in one go. Chung said that while Tyrone needed to punch countless times, he always needed just one blow. And that's exactly how many punches he landed to knock Tyrone down. One fought out of conviction, the other out of desire. That was the difference between the two. Gil Su arrived just in time to watch the scene and was impressed. He thought that even Yongho, Gil Su, and Sunung Wu had been beaten like that. The guys from the Baeksan group were no joke. Even Chung had to show up to resolve the situation. If it hadn't been for him, everyone would have been lost. Chung said that as of today, that club was closed. He stomped on Tyrone's head to finish him off and said that if he ever saw that place open again, it would be a declaration of war against 6 gates. A few days after that intense battle against the Baeksan group, their lives returned to normal, as if it had all been just a dream. But of course, Gil Su and Do-il were still all sore. Do-il said that those damned Baeksan group had kicked their asses, until Gyungmin showed up to talk to his friends, with extremely ridiculous hair. Gil Su asked what that was on his head. He said he looked like a skunk. Gyungmin said that after the club, he'd reflected a bit on his own style. Gil Su asked what exactly he thought about. Do-il said that Gyungmin would even be banned from school if he looked like that. Sunung Wu said that those noisy people were already there again, and told them to get in quickly. He said that Gyungmin's hairstyle was against the rules. Gyungmin asked since when there were hair rules, and since when Sunung Wu had become a supervisor again. Sunung Wu said it was against the rules because he was uncomfortable with Gyungmin's hair. Gil Su said that he also approved of the rule. Gyungmin replied that they would sort it out in the arena later. Gil Su thought he was glad that Sunung Wu had returned to the student council. Later, they were unpacking everything from that small apartment behind the school. Sunung Wu said he was really tired of living in the school grounds, but it still felt a bit strange to leave. Gil Su asked if he had finished packing. He said he'd heard that Sunung Wu was moving, so he went to help out. Sunung Wu said he was really loyal. He asked him to help carry the boxes. Later, Gil Su said that he had found a new place very quickly. Sunung Wu said that he had informed the boss of the restaurant where he works about his situation, and that the boss had helped him a lot, even giving him an advance on his salary. Gil Su said that he was finally escaping that place, and that it was good to see things working out for him. Sunung Wu said that maybe it was luck, or maybe bad luck. He said he still couldn't believe that those bastards from the Baeksan group had bought his debts. He never imagined that they would commit this kind of fraud, especially after learning that he had lost contact with his mother. Gil Su asked if he had looked for his mother at any point. Sunung Wu said no, but that he knew she would show up when he was ready. He didn't want any resentment to remain between them. He said that money changed people's judgment, but that he was sure his mother had her own reasons, until the moving truck arrived and they asked if he had finished. Sunung Wu said yes, just put it on the road. He asked Gil Su to visit them a few times. Juan kept saying that he wanted to play with Gil Su again, but that wasn't all. He also wanted to keep training Gil Su because he needed to get a lot stronger. Those people from the Baeksan group might show up again. Sunung Wu, now that he was back on the student council, was taking part in the investigation. That same evening, Tyrone and Dave went back to the church where the club was. Dave asked Tyrone if they could would really do that. He said it was too dangerous if the other dragons found out. Tyrone said it was the last chance they had because there was an executive meeting that night. Dave said it would be easy then. Just take the drugs and get out of there. Tyrone said it wasn't against the rules. After all, he was only checking on his own business. He told Dave to take as much as he could. But when they arrived in the precious room, Tenchai was already there waiting for them. He said they were a little late and asked if they were shocked by his appearance. He said they shouldn't be, because it was Baeksan's business. Dave said he would deal with him and told Tyrone to get out of there. But when he tried to run, he was stopped by the other two dragons, Maria and Noman. Maria asked why he was leaving so early. After all, it was a meeting day and a special meeting to punish the loser. Tyrone said he was tired of working with them too. Maria said that these boys who only depended on speed were pretty boring. Even in high heels, she managed to land a full kick on him. He said that a real man had to be heavy and strong. She began to beat him with her kicks, and each slap seemed to be worth 10. He even tried to run away, but Noman caught him and threw him to the ground. Noman said that yes, he had incredible speed, but without his legs, he wouldn't be able to use it anymore. At that point, Tenchai had also dealt with Dave and asked how Tyrone had dared to try to steal their products. He said that the Baeksan group didn't forgive even traitors. Tyrone said it wasn't like that it was all a misunderstanding, but Noman was ready to finish him off. Returning to Six Gates a few days later, Gil Su said that his body finally felt better. Gil Su said that he also needed to improve his own technique. Youngmin said they had to go to the barber with him later. He said he needed to change that hair. Suddenly, Chung appeared and called Gil Su. He said he needed to talk about something very serious. The people in the room were terrified, saying that Gil Su had gotten himself into trouble. Chung said that he had recently discovered that Gil Su was very close to his sister. Gil Su tried to explain himself, saying that they were just spending time together from time to time, but that it wasn't what Chung was thinking. Chung told him to shut up. He said that at Six Gates, they didn't solve anything with words. That was a request for a duel, and they would settle it in the arena. Later, this was already the main topic at school. It was clear that Chung himself had challenged a first-year boy just because he was going out with his sister. Meanwhile, Gil Su thought he was screwed. He was going to be destroyed. He was going to die. Yongho showed up saying that was the best expression he'd ever seen on Gil Su's face. He said he'd heard a rumor that Chung had challenged him to a duel. Gil Su said that, in fact, his biggest concern wasn't losing the duel or getting beaten up. Yongho then asked what it was. Being disfigured? Gil Su said no, it wasn't that. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to contact Jiangmi anymore. Yongho asked if they were really going out and said that if that was his only fear, then he needed to sort it out before the fight. Yongho said that Gil Su was lucky that day because he was an expert on this subject of women. He said to leave everything to him. They arranged to meet Jiangmi later. Gil Su said that he would trust him this time, but that afterwards he would still have to step into the arena. Gil Su asked why he was wearing new clothes. Yongho said that clothes were extremely important. He said that afterwards he could take his clothes off before entering the arena, whatever. Yongho said it was now time to buy a present. Gil Su asked if he needed that too. Yongho said of course. He said the kid wanted to confess his feelings empty-handed. Gil Su said he didn't want to confess and asked who said he was going to confess that day. Yongho said it would work out, that he had to trust him. He said that the best option was always a gift that meant something to both of them. Yongho asked if Gil Su knew of anything Jiangmi liked or wore a lot. Gil Su kept trying to think of a gift that would mean something to both of them. Later, he was a little calmer and thanked Yongho for helping. Yongho said it was fine. He just told him not to be nervous. The most important thing in the end was to be honest. Gil Su said his advice had been good and said he would buy Yongho lunch the next day to thank him. Yongho said that after that, Gil Su still had to go to the arena. He said he'd wait for him. Just get in touch when it was over. That afternoon, Gil Su was in the cafeteria completely flustered. He had already had about 10 cups of coffee and was still wondering what exactly Yongho had meant by the whole confession thing. While he was trying to figure it out, Youngmi showed up saying that he had arrived early and asked if he had even finished his coffee. She explained that it had taken her a while because she had to go home before coming, but commented that she still found it strange that he had arranged everything so suddenly. Gil Su, flustered, said it was just to give her a present. Youngmi, surprised, asked why. She found his sudden manner curious. Gil Su, embarrassed, said he saw something nice on the way and ended up buying it. Youngmi was very happy. She said she loved that keychain. After all, it was one of her favorite characters. Gil Su said that he remembered it because last time she had commented that she liked that character, so he decided to buy it. Youngmi, excited, said that he had been very sweet to remember that. And to Gil Su's surprise, she also had a present to give him. This made Gil Su even more desperate inside. Youngmi explained that it was an important gift for her, like a kind of talisman, and that she was giving it to Gil Su because he was always in danger. She said that maybe it would bring him a bit more luck, and asked him not to open it until he got home. Gil Su, surprised, thought that he had never imagined that he would also receive a gift from Youngmi. For a moment, he wondered if she liked him too, but instead of keeping that to himself, the first thing he asked was what kind of person she liked. Then he fell silent, realizing that perhaps he had misspoken. Youngmi, a little shy, replied that she wasn't too sure, but maybe she wanted someone by her side who was as strong as her brother. Gil Su, surprised, asked if he was as strong as Chung, saying that such a person didn't even exist, and that only he could fill his shoes. Youngmi, laughing a little, said that it was strange, but that she liked it because her brother had always looked after her since she was little. Gil Su, trying to sound calm, said that he didn't think it was strange, that her brother was a really nice person. Inside, however, he thought that, as expected, she would never like someone like him. Youngmi said she was going to order a drink, but Gil Su excused himself, saying he had other plans and had to leave. She asked if he had just come to deliver the gift, but Gil Su said he would contact her later when he had sorted out the outstanding issue. Later, Yongho asked if he had delivered the gift. Gil Su, now a little more confident, said that he had and that perhaps he had even confirmed his feelings for her. He said that he was no longer afraid and that he wanted to receive Chung's recognition, even if it meant beating him up. He said that next time, he would appear in front of Jungmi as a strong man. Yongho, a little worried, commented that the situation was getting a little out of hand. It was at that moment that a huge commotion in the street caught their attention. A gang of motorcyclists was carrying out a dragnet, robbing everyone they met along the way. Among the things stolen was the gift Gil Su had received from Youngmi. Without thinking twice, Gil Su ran after the bikes. Yongho, startled, asked if he was crazy for wanting to chase a motorcycle. He said that Gil Su was in front of Yungnung's best rider, as if he could catch up. The bikers were fleeing with everything they had stolen, but someone was already waiting for them. Yongho, with a baseball bat in his hands, hit a home run straight into the head of the first biker, knocking over all the other bikes coming up behind. Yongho commented that their escape route was very obvious. When he himself rode with the old gang, he always passed that way and knew the shortcut through the sewers very well. The other thieves thought Yongho was strong, but said that he alone wouldn't be able to handle them all. That's when Ju jumped straight out of the water onto the biker carrying Youngmi's present. The problem was that the guy sped off with Ju still on the bike and threw him a long way. The redhead laughed, saying that that wasn't the right way to handle a motorcycle. Nevertheless, even with the bike speeding away, Gil Su was still clinging to it, holding on as tightly as he could. After a crash, the biker asked why he was doing all this just because of a stupid item. Gil Su, without hesitation, said it wasn't stupid and asked who he was to judge. He told him to return the gift straight away, while he was still being nice. The biker teased him, asking if he really wanted the present, then threw it into the sea. On pure reflex, Gil Su jumped back, determined to get back what he had won from Youngmi, no matter what. While all this was going on in the arena, Gil Su still hadn't shown up. People started saying that he must have run away, especially since Chung himself had been the one to challenge him. Even Sunung Wu commented that Gil Su hadn't even shown up for the training session they had scheduled that day. Youngmin asked where that asshole was. Do-il said it was ridiculous that Gil Su still found Youngmi in that situation. Even so, Youngmin was curious to know how his confession went. Do-il asked him to keep his voice down, calling his friend dumb, but he ended up attracting the attention of those nearby. They asked him what he meant by confession, and within a few minutes, rumors began to spread around the arena. Everyone was talking until the story reached Chung's ears, who said that Gil Su really needed to be educated. Meanwhile, Yongho was already knocking down everyone who appeared in front of him, wondering who the hell those people were. The last biker, the little redhead, tried to run away with the bike while wondering who that monstrous guy was who had knocked everyone down. Yongho realized that Gil Su had disappeared out of nowhere and decided that since he wasn't there, he would show off his riding skills himself. Meanwhile, Gil Su was in the water. He couldn't believe he hadn't managed to get the present. When he saw the bag, he was overjoyed, but soon realized that it was empty. He wondered where the present was, so he took off his shirt and sneakers and dived in with just his jeans on. He had to find Youngmi's present anyway. He dived down and moved some stones out of the way, came up for air and dived again. He found a lot of fish, but no present. He had already dived several times, so he tried one last time. Finally, he found a little box at the bottom. He was relieved to have finally found it, but he ended up with a cramp in his leg from all the diving. He knew he had to get out of there quickly before he lost his strength. Just as he was about to drown, Chung appeared, pulled him up by the neck, and put him on a buoy. Along with Chung were Gyungmin and Do-il. Do-il asked what that crazy man was doing there. After rescuing the idiot Gil Su, he thanked him profusely, saying he thought he was going to die. Gyungmin complained that he hadn't sent any any messages, and that they'd hardly been able to find him. Do said they were waiting for him in the arena, and asked what he was doing there. Gil Su said he would explain everything. After telling him what had happened, they asked him if he had done all that just because of the present Youngmi had given him. Gil Su, embarrassed, apologized to Chung, and explained that he needed to meet Youngmi to confirm his feelings before the fight, and also to give her a present. But when he got there, she also gave him a present. He said he didn't even know what it was because he hadn't opened it yet. Then, in front of everyone, he decided to open the box and saw that there was a whistle inside. Chung recognized the whistle instantly. When they were younger, he had given that whistle to his sister. He remembered the day when he asked her why she was crying, and Youngmi told him that some children were annoying her, saying that she didn't have a father and various other cruel things. Chung at the time said that it wasn't her fault and asked why she was crying. It was then that he gave her the whistle, saying that whenever she encountered naughty children, she was to blow the whistle and he would come running to save her. He promised that he would always be there for her. Chung, looking at Gil Su, asked if she had really given him that whistle, and more importantly, why. Gil Su explained that she was worried about him, that he always got into fights and got hurt, so she wanted to give him that whistle as a kind of lucky charm. Gil Su said that for now they were just friends, but to be honest, in the future he wanted to get closer to her. Youngmin and Do-il said he was crazy for saying that in front of Chung, practically signing his own death warrant. But the braver Gil Su said that it was okay, that it wasn't about taking care of who goes out with Youngmi, but that he knew he had to behave because Chung would always be watching. Gil Su said he accepted that, and inside, wondered if that moment meant that he was finally being recognized by Chung. Meanwhile, in the street, the motorcycle chase between Yongho and the biker was still frantic. The little redhead, desperate, asked why the other was chasing him so far. Yongho replied that he thought the Baeksan group were jokers. He said that the biker had no idea how dangerous and scary their people could be. Yongho also realized that those guys were involved with Baeksan. The motorcyclist in front, afraid, thought he would rather die than face the punishment he would receive from them. So he made an extremely risky maneuver. Later, he finally managed to reach his destination, handing over everything he had stolen. He said he didn't get it all because he was stopped on the way. A heavily tattooed man who seemed to be the leader said that rumors had it that the Jinsung school was Yungnung's number 2, but that, from what he was seeing, that was just idle chatter. He said that the brothers' gang wouldn't accept a lame excuse like that and told them to take the little redhead straight to the coliseum. Meanwhile, at the Dragons meeting, Tenchai said things weren't going so well. After the Coliseum collapsed and Tyrone fell, his capital was shrinking drastically. Like it or not, losing Tyrone was a huge blow, because he had a knack for sensing where the money was. Maria pointed out that they were still making money through many other ventures, but even so, it wasn't enough to cover the losses from the Coliseum. Tenchai explained that each Coliseum was different, each with its own features, but Tyrone's was the most profitable. He asked how things were going with Noman and the kids from the blood side. Noman confirmed what he had said before, reiterating that they weren't interested in making money that way. His brotherhood had already taken control of the Jinsung region, and their next target was the Six Gates. Tenchai responded that the Six Gates wasn't a problem that could just be ignored. He also couldn't solve it alone. No one had expected Chung to be powerful enough to defeat Tyrone. Noman said that expectation was Tenchai's alone, not everyone's. The failed plan had been his, but Tenchai replied that thanks to this slower approach, they had been able to confirm the strength of the Six Gates and could now prepare better. According to him, that was better than jumping into a blind fight and ending up with something worse, like the total annihilation of his brotherhood. Noman mocked him, saying that for a guy whose only talent was making drugs, Tenchai talked too much. Tenchai shot back by asking who their biggest drug consumer was, making it clear that he had power too. That's when Tyson appeared to bring order to the meeting. He said the Six Gates had already destroyed one of their operations, so now it was time to show the true power of the Baeksan group. From that moment on, the Six Gates would be their main and highest priority target. The first thing they needed to do was cut off Jiang Chung's head. Meanwhile, Gil Su was all excited texting with Dang Mi. He explained that he hadn't managed to read her letter yet because something had happened, but she replied it was okay. He could tell her later. Gil Su was happy at the thought of seeing her again, but then Gyungmin showed up, saying it was time for him to pay his debt. Gyungmin asked if he remembered the last time they met, and said it was time for him to reconnect with Jiri. Since he had received something, he now had to repay it. Gil Su finally remembered he owed someone, and ran out of the classroom, saying he'd be back before the next class. Gyungmin was left wondering if that person wasn't him. As Gil Su ran, he thought that, thanks to Yongho, everything had worked out. He needed to talk to him, but had completely forgotten about it. When he got to Yongho's classroom, they said he hadn't come to class that day. In fact, no one there was close enough to Yongho to know why he was absent. Probably spent the whole night at a PC cafe playing League of Legends or something. Later, Gil Su went to the internet cafe cafe. But Yongho wasn't there either. He searched all the PC cafes and didn't find him in any of them. Yongho was always hard to reach, but this was too much. Hasten said he hadn't returned to the orphanage either. He had simply vanished without a trace since the night before. Gil Su began to suspect something really had happened, especially after what occurred when he jumped into the water. That's when an old man approached Gil Su and asked if he was also looking for stolen items from the night before. The man said a certain group had gone on a robbing spree down a nearby avenue. The police even found his bag, but the wallet was gone. Gil Su asked if he knew exactly where the police had found the items. The man said no because everything was already over when the cops arrived. From what he heard, a fight broke out, and then there was a motorcycle chase. Gil Su started wondering if Yongho was one of the people riding a motorcycle the night before. Following the motorcycle tracks, he passed the train tracks and saw that the barrier had been broken. They had probably gone through there during the chase. That path led straight to a junkyard. Inside, two of Noman's Brotherhood members were talking. One of them mentioned that a new prey had just arrived, and the other said he heard a big fish had shown up too. Gil Su was hiding, listening in and wondering if this was really the right place. He decided to follow the tracks and tire marks on the ground. He soon noticed a motorcycle lying near the junkyard entrance. He wondered if Yongho was inside. He couldn't just walk in without any intel, but he had to find a way to infiltrate. That's when a truck appeared, and Gil Su saw a perfect opportunity. He snuck into the truck along with the cargo, determined to take a look inside. During the ride, he noticed another motorcycle parked in the yard. It even looked a bit familiar. He had seen it somewhere before. Just then, two Brotherhood members climbed out of a container. Gil Su managed to hide just in time, thinking how close he'd been to getting caught. One of them asked how the other could have left someone in that condition. The other replied that their boss loved that kind of thing, playing cat and mouse with his prey. Gil Su grew more confused by all this talk about prey. Something felt off. Suddenly, one of the men asked if it was true that a Six Gates prey would show up there. That got Gil Su's full attention. The other confirmed that from what he heard it was true. Apparently a blonde kid covered in tattoos. As soon as he heard that, Gil Su didn't waste time. He took down the first enemy with a direct punch. For the second one, he used a new technique, grabbed the guy, and threw him far with all his strength. Gil Su had come to confirm his suspicions, but now he was sure. He was in the right place. He needed to find Yongho as fast as possible. When he opened the container, he expected to find Yongho, but it wasn't him inside. The strong smell of blood came from someone else who was chained up. It was Hwang Hyokjin. Gil Su was shocked and wondered what Hyokjin was doing there and how this had happened. Even while wounded, Hyokjin managed to warn him in time. Guak was attacking from behind. Luckily, Gil Su dodged at the last second. Guak yelled, asking how he dared touch one of their Brotherhood's prey. Gil Su thought that if Hyokjin hadn't warned him, he would have been caught by surprise. Still not sure who that lunatic was, he didn't have time to react and was slammed hard against the container wall. Guak said it was fine. He had just gotten himself another prey. He asked how Gil Su wanted to handle this. Torture was Guak's specialty, but Gil Su struck back using a sledgehammer he grabbed from the wall. Even though Guak blocked the attack, it was enough of an opening for Gil Su to recover. He thought he had narrowly escaped, but still looked around, wondering what kind of place this was, with so many murder and torture tools lying around. Guak taunted him, asking if he came in there alone, said that, with all that courage, he must be ready to die. Gil Su replied that he knew he'd run into trouble, but didn't expect it to be this bad. Not as bad as the Beksan group. He thought maybe he should have been more prepared. Guak said that was even better. It meant more fun with his new prey. They began exchanging blows using tools. Guak had a wrench, and Gil Su fought with the sledgehammer and a pipe wrench. Gil Su thought he had experience with weapon fights from his battles with Divine Wind, so he wasn't afraid. But the next hit wasn't with a weapon. It was a direct punch to the face. Guak said this was even better than torture. Gil Su thought the guy was completely nuts, but before he could do anything, he got punched several times and was thrown into a corner of the container, right where Hwang Hyokjin was. Guak walked over and said he wanted to introduce Gil Su to a little friend. Said it was good they got cozy because they'd be seeing a lot of each other. That friend was a massive hammer, which Guak nearly used to crush Gil Su's head. But at the last moment, the blow was blocked by Hyokjin himself, who used the force to break one of his chains. He grabbed Guak by the neck and shouted for Gil Su to break the other chain. Guak was shocked, asking how Hyokjin could still move in that condition. Gil Su wasted no time and completely freed Hyokjin. The two were now ready to escape. Still sore all over, Gil Su asked if they were really going to run like that. He could barely walk. Hyokjin said they had no choice. If he had to crawl, he'd crawl to escape. As the Brotherhood members approached, Gil Su was ready for a brawl, but Hyokjin saw that his motorcycle was still running and told Gil Su to hop on quickly. As soon as he did, they sped off. While fleeing, Hyokjin punched out every enemy and Gil Su kicked the rest. Hyokjin told Gil Su to hold tight. Now they were really going to accelerate. They were headed straight for a wall of stacked cars, but there was a small ramp. That's where Hyokjin hit the gas and used the ramp to make the motorcycle fly over the cars. Later, in front of a calm lake, Hyokjin sincerely thanked Gil Su, saying that thanks to him, he was now free. Gil Su replied that he hadn't exactly planned it that way, but it happened. Even so, he asked what had happened for Hyokjin to end up like that. Hyokjin explained that he'd already mentioned part of it the last time they met. The Baeksan group had gone to war with Jinsung's school, and the fighting was getting worse by the day. Both sides were taking heavy losses. Hyokjin was tired of the meaningless war. That's when the Brotherhood offered a deal. Each side would choose a captain, and they'd fight to decide the end of the war. Hyokjin accepted the proposal, thinking it would bring an end to that exhausting fight. He went to the designated place at the agreed time, but upon arriving, he realized their intentions weren't exactly what he had imagined. Guak appeared, saying that, as a school captain, Hyokjin was indeed brave. Hyokjin replied that he only wanted to end that senseless war, asking them to call Noman quickly, but it was clear everything was a trap. Guak smiled and said it was time for the show to begin. Hyokjin had been surrounded by several cars that suddenly showed up. That wasn't a fair fight. That's how he ended up captured. While he was gone, Jinsang was completely taken over. Gil Su asked if that meant 6 Gates was the only school left, but Hyokjin said no. Now that he was free, he was going to start the counterattack. Gil Su asked if he really planned to act in that condition. Hyokjin said he was sure there were still people from Jinsung standing. He would gather them and take down the Baeksan group. Gil Su said he could count on him too, but Hyokjin thanked him and said he couldn't involve someone from another school in that fight. Gil Su replied that's not what he meant. He had his own reason for getting involved. Just like they captured Hyokjin, they also took his friend. Meanwhile, Yongho, blindfolded, asked where the hell he was and who those people were. He asked who they thought they were and warned them they were going to pay for everything. Then someone removed his handcuffs. As soon as they took off his blindfold, Yongho saw he was in a junkyard, surrounded by containers with various weapons scattered on the ground. The other red-headed biker was also there, shaking with fear. Yongho looked at him and said he wouldn't beat him up now because he didn't know where they were, but made it clear the kid was in trouble for following him there. Yongho wondered why that guy was so scared. The biker, terrified, said they needed to get out of there quickly. He said that place was the Brotherhood's coliseum. Shortly after, a voice over the loudspeaker confirmed it. It said that was the Brotherhood's coliseum and that, from that moment on, they were prey. It explained that all they had to do was either escape or take down the hunters within a set time. They could use any kind of weapon and violence if they managed to fight back. Surrounded by the Brotherhood, the hunt began. Elsewhere, the 2 Brotherhood members who failed to protect the container where Hyokjin was held were begging for mercy. They pleaded for another chance, but Noman couldn't believe they had lost one of their most valuable captives. He ordered the rest of the Brotherhood to take the 2 straight to the Coliseum. They kept begging, but it was no use. Guak also showed up, since he had also failed to stop Hyokjin's escape. Even so, Noman sentenced them to death. He asked what exactly had happened. He said it looked like Guak couldn't manage those kids very well. Guak tried to justify himself, saying some of the brothers had been careless during the Jinsung takeover, and he promised it wouldn't happen again. Even so, Noman, furious, grabbed a 20-kilo weight and almost smashed Guak's head. He grabbed him by the neck and made it clear that the Baeksan group's plan to dominate all of Gyeongnam needed to be executed flawlessly. Everything had to be perfectly aligned so they could conquer the 6 gates. And now, Guak had lost Hyokjin during such a crucial moment. Noman gave Guak just 1 day. He had to bring Hyokjin back. Meanwhile, Yongho was still being chased by Brotherhood members. Noman said the first step was to wipe out Jinsung once and for all, and only then would the hunt for 6 gates begin. Yongho was being pursued by one of the brothers wielding a giant hammer. Actually, he wasn't really fleeing. He was buying time. He had already taken down the first enemy with a direct kick to the face. The problem came when the others surrounded him. Then things got much more complicated. After a long exchange of punches, hammer swings, and kicks, Yongho defeated them all like it was nothing. He shouted in frustration that those bald guys popping up everywhere were starting to disgust him. The red-headed biker who was hiding said that Yongho was really strong. He said now he understood why he was part of 6 gates. Yongho asked if he'd been hiding the whole time. The biker answered yes, that he was just conserving energy. According to him, it was a great survival tactic, especially in the Brotherhood's Coliseum. Yongho complained that he was the one doing all the heavy lifting. Then he asked what exactly the coliseum was. He had heard about it before, but thought it was somewhere else. The biker explained that the coliseum was run by Choi Noman, one of the Baeksan dragons. That place was the Brotherhood's base and served as the front line for most of the group's operations. Because of that, the coliseum had a special function. It specialized in training Brotherhood members. He explained that the place was like a maze with no exit. To train their people, they used students from conquered schools as prey. They called it a hunt. The brothers were the hunters, the others the prey. Yongho, hearing all this, wondered if this was really a human hunt. He concluded they were all insane, complete lunatics. That's when one of the biggest lunatics showed up, a guy dressed like Goku. Yongho didn't even know how to react to that. It was too ridiculous. A bald dude in a Goku outfit called him a six-gate student and said he was an anime character. Yongho found it all absurd, but didn't waste time. He kicked the bald guy hard and sent him flying. The problem was the Goku wannabe kept talking. He said he was calculating Yongho's combat power, like a Dragon Ball character, complete with power meter references. Yongho thought it was the most ridiculous thing he had ever seen. The guy's name was Jinwon Park, the Brotherhood's otaku. As ridiculous as he looked, he was seriously strong. The first punch Jinwon Park landed nearly knocked Yongho out. He said that with power like that, he must have been fighting with his dominant arm. Yongho quickly realized this guy was different from the others, but he also spotted his weakness. He only used one arm, so in the next move, Yongho landed a kick so strong it broke Jinwon Park's face. The guy could barely stand after that. Yongho said he'd been acting so arrogant, but in the end, he only took one hit. Even so, the otaku was still standing. When Yongho tried another kick, Jinwon Park managed to block it. He struck Yongho with a flurry of hits until he dropped him to the ground. Even while injured, Jinwon Park said his power calculations were never wrong. He said all he had to do was wear the enemy down until their strength matched his. The next day, Gil Su said he had no idea he'd be back in that place. Everything looked exactly the same. Nothing had changed. He was worried about his mission's outcome, especially since Hyukjin was already waiting for him there. Gil Su asked if he was alone and also asked about the others from the blood school. Hyukjin explained that they were having a little problem. Later, Gil Su asked if he had lost contact with all of them. Hyukjin said that when he was kidnapped, the Brotherhood took his phone, and when he tried calling the others, no one answered. That's when someone showed up on a motorcycle. It was Sangchul from the Blood Academy. As soon as he saw Hyukjin, he ran over and hugged him, saying he'd been so worried. He asked why he was there when they had arranged that meeting elsewhere. Confused, Hyukjin asked what meeting and what location he was talking about. Sangchul said he was the one who had sent the message calling everyone. He said he contacted the group, but when Hyukjin saw the message, he realized it hadn't been sent by Sangchul. In fact, the last remnants of Jinsang were all gathered in a warehouse, waiting to wipe out the Brotherhood, but it was all a trap. The Brotherhood had organized it to surround them all. Guak said they were so naive and ordered his brothers to destroy the Jinsang crew. Gil Su said it could only be a Brotherhood trap. Hyukjin said he needed to go there immediately, but just then he realized his phone was ringing. He asked where the others were, desperate to find the Jinsang students, but the caller was Guak, who had already taken down all of Jinsang. Guak said he loved that smell of blood. Hyukjin threatened that if they'd laid a finger on them, but Guak replied it was already too late. He said they had already received the standard treatment, and that it was all Hyukjin's fault. He taunted him, saying he was waiting at the junkyard if he wanted to save his little friends. Later, Yongho and the biker were hiding in a warehouse. Yongho said he could hardly believe those guys had actual holding cells for people. The biker explained that's how it worked. The prey stayed in cages until the next hunt started. They'd be used as targets until they couldn't move anymore, and then they'd be discarded. Yongho said that's why they were avoiding vital areas on purpose, calling them all insane maniacs. Then he asked what the biker was doing there, if he was part of Baeksan. The biker replied no, he was only working for them because of a debt. He said he was actually from the blood school. He followed the Brotherhood's orders because they had captured his leader and he needed the money to try to free him. Yongho asked if he meant Hyukjin, the leader of Jinsang. The biker asked if they knew each other, and Yongho said they had been through a situation together a while back, but he didn't know Hyukjin had been captured by Baeksan. Yongho was impressed that the guy had done all that just for Hyukjin. He commented that Hyukjin seemed a little weird, but the redhead said he kind of was. But deep down, he was a great leader for the blood school. It was explained that Jinsang was near a very poor neighborhood in Gyeongnam, where many people suffered from serious financial problems. The redhead was one of them. Once someone mentioned that Jinsang students would do anything for money. They said if he accepted a job, he'd get paid well, 100,000 won to beat someone up. But the redhead immediately refused, saying he'd never do that. That's why all the other schools feared Jinsong, because most of its students came from poor families and would face anything. That's when Hyokjin showed up to save the day. He said if anyone messed with another Jinsong student, he'd kill them himself, mercilessly. Hyokjin was the one who changed everything in the blood school. Even as the strongest, he never humiliated anyone. On the contrary, he empowered the school. He single-handedly turned Jinsong into one of the most powerful schools in Jongno. He said no one would ever underestimate Jinsong again. Hyokjin was living proof of that, and said he would lead all the students to victory. The redhead commented that Hyokjin was quite strict with those who broke the rules. But no one cared more about the students at Jinsong than Hyokjin himself. Yongho thought their respect for Jinsong, because of Hyokjin, was the same as the respect people at Six Gates had for Sunung Wu, which made sense, considering everything he had done for the school. The redhead said the Brotherhood had caught them using those dirty tricks, but Jinsong hadn't fallen yet. As long as Hyokjin was alive, they wouldn't give up. At that moment, a group of Jinsong students was thrown into a container. The Brotherhood members commented that the cell was a bit cramped, but it should fit everyone. The redhead asked what they were doing there, and one of the Brotherhood members replied they had captured everyone. Hyokjin became furious, but Gil Su urged him to stay calm. He said they couldn't act recklessly without a plan, or they'd be caught too. Hyokjin asked how he was supposed to stay calm when all his people had been captured, but even Sangcheol agreed they couldn't just storm in without a strategy. Hyokjin admitted he knew it was irresponsible, but it didn't matter. He said he wouldn't stand by while his people were in danger. He told them they could leave if they wanted, but he was going to fight. Later at the junkyard, someone asked Guak if he really thought Hyokjin would show up. Maybe he knew it was a trap. Guak answered that even if Hyokjin knew it was a trap, he'd still show up. They just had to wait. Right after saying that, the main event began. Hyokjin arrived with a metal baseball bat in hand, asking where his people were. Guak said he was too early and that he expected him to take longer. He also said all his little friends were in the coliseum, and now it was time for their leader to join them. Hyokjin reminded Guak that he had promised to release the others if he showed up. He asked if that had been a lie. Guak mocked him, saying he had fallen for the same trick twice, and asked how stupid he was. Hyokjin said he didn't care, and that it was better this way. He said he was going to send all of them to hell. He began knocking down Brotherhood members in his path, but Guak didn't seem scared at all. On the contrary, he found it amusing. Hyokjin kept fighting, taking everyone down, but soon the Brotherhood asked if he was alone. They said he wouldn't be able to beat them all by himself. He ended up surrounded and began to get beaten up as well. Guak commented that he couldn't handle so many enemies, but Hyokjin wasn't alone. Sangcheol was there too. He burst in, knocking everyone aside, and used a fire extinguisher's smoke to distract the enemies while trying to rescue Hyokjin. Guak ordered the Brotherhood to chase them, but Sangcheol asked who was really running away, because in truth they were going deeper into the Brotherhood's base. Guak hadn't expected that. Hyokjin thought they were doing their part and hoped Gil Su was doing his. At that moment, Gil Su was climbing the gate to get in. He said it hadn't been easy finding an unwatched entrance and confirmed there really was no one in the way. Hyokjin had done his part perfectly. Gil Su said he wasn't giving up, just thought it was better to have a plan. He said he had a great idea that could turn the three of them into an army. Gil Su, curious, imagined what an alliance between Jinsong and Six Gates would look like. Now the rescue mission was truly beginning. As he moved forward, Gil Su encountered the first bald Brotherhood members and wondered if that was what Hyokjin had been talking about. Hyokjin had said to find the big container in the junkyard. It was their prison. Hyokjin's task was to keep the enemies distracted while Gil Su sneaked in to find the prison. Hyokjin said he could handle many of them, but knew it wouldn't be easy. That's why they needed more numbers. Gil Su thought that was exactly why he had brought something special. Then he appeared in front of everyone with a shaved head, saying the night was beautiful in the Brotherhood, wasn't it? Actually, he hadn't shaved his head again. It was a bald disguise, shining like a crystal ball. One guy said it wasn't time to change shifts yet, so most guards were still focused on capturing Hyokjin, who had escaped. Gil Su confirmed it. He had just escaped again. Then Gil Su was told someone else would show up near the prison. One of the guards said it was fine since those idiots kept showing up there. When Gil Su tried to enter the prison, one guard stopped him, saying he didn't have the cell keys. He asked what he would do inside without them. Gil Su thought he'd been found out, but luckily the guy was just worried about the keys. Gil Su pretended he had forgotten and said he'd go get them. The guard decided to accompany him through the massive container. Along the way, the man said he hadn't seen Gil Su around before and asked if he was new to the Brotherhood. Gil Su replied yes, he had just joined. The man accepted the excuse and said to ask for help anytime since he was new. Then the guard asked asked if Gil Su had heard about the new prisoner from Six Gates. Gil Su said no, he hadn't. The man said they had dealt with many hunters the previous night, and that the Six Gates people were definitely strong. Gil Su hoped no one had been hurt. They kept walking until they reached near the Brotherhood Coliseum, and the guard asked if Gil Su had said he was in a group of 2 or 3. Gil Su replied he was in a trio, but the guard started to get suspicious. Gil Su realized he needed to find the prison and free everyone, but the place was confusing and full of cells. Worse, the guard had figured out Gil Su was faking. Suddenly, he attacked with a mallet, saying he knew Gil Su was lying. He said the group of 3 had come the night before, and placing a hand on Gil Su's head, tore off the fake bald cap. At that moment, Gil Su took the chance and knocked the guard out with a punch. He said he had no choice. He'd been found out and had to use force. He even apologized before grabbing the keys. Now Gil Su was ready to find the right cell, hoping he could do it alone. Meanwhile, Sang-cheol and Hyuk-jin were speeding on a motorcycle, fully focused. Hyuk-jin told him to turn right. They needed to find Gil Su. But along the way, a chain brought down the bike. The one who did it was the damn otaku from the Brotherhood, mocking them, saying Jinsang's guys were pathetic, and he wouldn't let them escape again. The otaku chained up Hyuk-jin. Actually, Hyuk-jin did it on purpose to protect Sang-cheol. The otaku said those chains hurt, and Hyuk-jin was just pretending to be tough. Hyuk-jin replied that he had more important things to do than talk to him. Then he yanked the chains hard and slammed the otaku into the ground. Hyuk-jin apologized to Sang-cheol for being a bit of a reckless leader, but said they were going to end the war. Sang-cheol asked if he thought Gil Su had done his part. Hyuk-jin said they had bought time, and now it was up to Gil Su. Earlier, Gil Su had said he would find the cells and free everyone. Once that happened, they'd meet in front of the container. But the problem was, Hyuk-jin saw no one there. Sang-cheol mentioned that Gil Su had seemed confident, but still hadn't done his part. Who was there instead was Guak and the Brotherhood. Hyuk-jin said he'd buy more time while Sang-cheol ran, but the little otaku said this time he'd kill him. Hyuk-jin was surprised to see him already standing. Guak said he was tired of these games and that this time Hyuk-jin would be caught for good and Jin-sung would fall. Hyuk-jin thought the plan had failed, but it hadn't. Gil Su shouted for everyone to get out of the way, and suddenly a car crashed onto the Brotherhood. It was Gil Su and the Jin-sung crew, using loaders to bring in cars. One guy was even driving a crane. They said now they'd show what happens when someone messes with Jin-sung. The Brotherhood was overwhelmed by both their techniques and the environment. The Jin-sang crew was all in a car, shouting they'd fight for their leader, and Sang-cheol was moved to tears. Hyuk-jin commented that what they did was sweet and lovely. Gil Su apologized for the delay and explained he hadn't expected the prison to be so far. Yongho said thanks could come later. First, they had to deal with the Baldies. Hyuk-jin said the numbers were even now, and it was time to start the war. Then a full-on brawl broke out in the junkyard. Kicks flew one way, punches the other, cars soaring, cranes moving, loaders running people over. The Brotherhood was shaking in fear, nearly soiling themselves. They were close to defeating Jin-sung, but then everything turned around. Hyuk-jin said they'd never understand Jin-sung's true power. He also said those Baldies were anything but cute, while smashing 2 of their heads together. Jin-sung was handling the situation better than expected, but Hyuk-jin noted that some people were still missing. The vice leader explained those students had been taken to other cells, possibly guarded by an even stronger group than the Brotherhood. Hyuk-jin wondered if Noman Choi was behind it. Meanwhile, somewhere else, in a place filled with drugs and blood, Noman told 2 guys to at least land 1 punch on him. If they could, he'd spare them from today's hunt. According to him, that was the best they could do, even after taking drugs. The 2 Baldies fighting Noman were completely out of it, like zombies. Yet Noman kept destroying them. The Jin-sang members watching from afar even thought he was hitting his own allies. Everyone there seemed completely insane. Noman said they were so weak it was no wonder the prisoner had escaped. Then he apologized to his boss, saying it wouldn't happen again. But the boss grabbed Noman's head and said a balanced diet would help, then stuffed his mouth with the addictive drug. As Noman went berserk and turned into an even crazier zombie, the boss slammed his head into the ground. He said it wasn't fun at all, complained they didn't get stronger even with drugs and were too weak even for that. Finally, he said he hoped the Jin-sung crew would be at least a little better. Later, Hyuk-jin was grabbing a Brotherhood Baldy by the chest, asking where his people were. The man said they were in the deepest container in the dump. Hyuk-jin said he had to hurry before it was too late. But once again, that little otaku threw chains around Hyuk-jin's feet, saying this time he wouldn't let him escape. He dragged Hyuk-jin toward him, but Yongho intercepted him. Yongho said he had something to settle with that guy, called him a bastard, and said this fight was his. The little otaku asked if he wasn't that blonde guy from Six Gates, the one he had utterly crushed back at the Coliseum. He said he wasn't interested in him anymore, but Yongho managed to land a strong enough blow to distract him. Hyuk-jin took the opportunity and dashed toward the large container. Gil Su shouted, asking where the hell he was going, and Hyuk-jin replied that he was going to meet their boss. Gil Su asked if there were more cells besides the ones he had already seen. Hyuk-jin confirmed there were, and said he had had a really bad feeling about it. But of course, Guak hadn't given up. He said they weren't going anywhere, and that place would be their grave. Gil Su told Hyokjin to go ahead and save his people, saying he'd take care of Guak. But he also said he wouldn't allow that kind of arrogance in front of him. This time, though, Gil Su was much better than before and could actually face Guak one-on-one. Guak, however, warned that he was in a bad mood, and even he didn't know what might happen. Gil Su replied that he'd been born ready for this. The very next second, Gil Su took a knee to the mouth. He was greeted by a barrage of punches and kicks hurled into one of the junkyard cars. Gil Su thought the guy's punches were incredibly heavy, but he knew he had to do something. He told himself that he had to do this. It was his duty. So he kept taking the hits for quite a while. He realized none of his attacks were working. Not a single one. It was like Guak had no openings. Guak, on the other hand, noticed something. Gil Su was exactly the kind of person he loved to break, a loser who had been bullied at school and only learned to fight in an attempt to erase his own past. Guak even thought about telling Gil Su his own story, how he had once passed some exams and went out with friends to celebrate. They spent the whole day playing and laughing, but for him it was terrible. He felt hollow inside, until one day he snapped and brutally beat up a kid. His own friends had to hold him back, or he might have killed the boy. That was the moment Guak realized the only thing that gave him any pleasure in life was inflicting pain on others. From that point on, Guak started choosing each of his victims carefully. The Brotherhood gave him exactly what he needed. And now, looking at someone like Gil Su, he was reminded of the old days. Guak always made sure to leave lasting trauma in every one of his victims. But Gil Su grabbed his foot tightly and spoke up. Yes, he said, he had been bullied in school. He got beaten up every day. It got so bad that he even considered ending his life. But it was people like his friends at Six Gates who helped him change for the better. Then, using a new technique he had learned from Sunung Wu, Gil Su said that now he too had developed a taste for this kind of fight. That moment came right after he joined Six Gates and entered the arena. Meanwhile, Yongho was facing serious problems with Otaku and Smiley, something he had never imagined saying in his entire life. Jinwan asked him how he dared to get in the middle of his hunt, and he said that he didn't normally change targets. But Yongho had crossed the line. Now the fight was personal. Yongho thought that made no sense, because if that attack with the chain had hit, he could have killed Jinwan. But even so, he had already wasted too much time just running away from the fight. Picking up 2 sledgehammers, he stated that he also knew how to use weapons. Jinwan replied that he was an idiot, because fighting like that only made it easier to get hit. When one of Yongho's sledgehammers was caught in the chain, he said he already knew that and would confiscate Jinwan's weapon for the time being. Then he used one sledgehammer to sink the other into the ground, pinning the chain like a nail, and declared that it was now over for that little nerd. Even without a weapon, Jinwan advanced on him, saying that he didn't need one to win. Yongho thought that this was terrible. He wouldn't be able to defend himself against the next blow, since his opponent was so strong. He narrowly managed to dodge, but realized that he had no other choice and had to try that technique. Then he remembered when he was training with Sunung Wu, who asked him why he was there alone instead of with his friends. Yongho replied that touching and grabbing others wasn't really his thing, which was why he was training alone. Sunung Wu said that he didn't need to force himself to learn something he didn't want to, but that his attacks were too predictable. He explained that Yongho needed to add variations to his attacks, because skilled opponents would predict every move if he continued like that. So he advised him to practice feints, which are moves in which the fighter pretends to attack one way and changes direction at the last moment. That's exactly what Yongho did now. He faked a blow and changed the trajectory to hit the bald man in the head, who wasn't expecting it. In the book, this blow became known as a Brazilian kick, perhaps because of capoeira or something similar. Yongho thought that Sunung Wu's advice was really useful, because he started hitting Jinwan with several kicks, dodging the attacks at the same time. He commented that afterwards he needed to check his own combat power again, and then smashed Jinwan in the face with another kick, saying that the most powerful is the one who wins the fight. Meanwhile, Gil Su was throwing Guak to the ground, but Guak still managed to hold on and turn the situation around, making Gil Su fall. Guak said that he loved putting losers like him in their place, but Gil Su replied that, compared to the pain he had already felt, it was nothing. Even after taking a lot of beatings, he was still conscious. Guak asked him if he really wanted to show something, even though he was kicked like a dead dog and thrown against another of the junkyard cars. Gil Su barely managed to react to Guak's approach, who said that he was very predictable and that he already knew how to deal with people like him. Guak said that years ago, someone similar had come into his life, a weak kid with an inflated ego who thought he was strong just because he had beaten other people, so Guak put that boy in his place. He said he wanted to make that boy's life a living hell, but the kid's ego was so big that he fought back. So Guak made an example of him, humiliating him in front of the whole school. The boy was left empty inside and traumatized for the rest of his life. When Yusu asked what the end of it was, Guak replied that the idiot ended up taking his own life, and that luckily he found the goodbye letter before anyone could read it. The moral of the story, according to Guak, was that someone needed to teach the losers a lesson. At that moment, he pulled and broke Gil Su's arm, saying that he loved to hear the sound of bones breaking and the screams of pain because it was true harmony. Gil Su thought he knew all too well what that former Guak victim had gone through. He had felt that emptiness and the desire to give up on life. He had been to a dark place from which he could never return, so he decided that he would never go back there again. When he grabbed Guak's leg, even though he was kicked repeatedly, he thought that, compared to the pain he had endured in the past, it was nothing. Then Gil Su single-handedly put his shoulder back in place and landed a glancing punch on Guak, who could hardly believe that the boy had actually snapped his shoulder back as if it were nothing. Gil Su told him he would pay, that he would make him feel all the horror he had put the others through. Meanwhile, Noman was intact, defeating 2 more students from Insang's academy, wondering if they were really from the second-best school. Noman said it wasn't fun at all, so he was going to use his little secret. He said he would start with the drugs because he wanted to get some real exercise and see how far they could go with it. But someone interrupted their party. Hyokjin showed up saying that the address was right and ordered Noman to get his dirty hands off his staff. Noman was surprised by his arrival. He hadn't expected him to come crawling back so soon. What he didn't expect was the strength of Hyokjin, who managed to grab him and lift his heavy body. At that moment, the story of Hyokjin's group began to unfold. The first to show up, who was the vice leader, thanked Hyokjin for saving him. But Hyokjin said that he didn't do it for him. He did it for the school. For him, seeing someone in a Jinsang uniform being beaten up like that was a disgrace. Hyokjin began to help the group out of pure sympathy. They began to help each other, gradually forming a society, a united group, all fighting and protecting each other. Until one day, Hyokjin's family home was attacked by a gang. His parents were in danger, and he alone couldn't defend anyone. They broke everything and took him away from his parents. All seemed lost. He was powerless, until Jinsang's colleagues showed up to save the day. Those same people who followed him at school fought for him, saved his family, saved him. They didn't stop until the gang gave up and abandoned their territory. The victory was celebrated with joy, with blood, but also with unity. The vice leader said not to put all the weight of that group on Hyokjin's shoulders, because when they graduated, everyone would go their own way. But Hyokjin responded by asking what they were talking about, because they were no longer a school group, they were now a family. That was why he had promised to kill Noman with his bare hands, and he did succeed in throwing Noman's heavy body across the container. Even Noman was impressed and said it would be fun. Hyokjin asked if he thought it was fun, and wondered what was the point of so many pointless fights. Noman responded by asking why he needed meaning in fights, and with a single punch, managed to knock Hyokjin down, saying that it was just natural selection, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Simple as that. Meanwhile, Guak and Gil Su were exchanging punches non-stop. Guak thought that Gil Su must be in extreme pain after dislocating his shoulder, but he kept fighting as if nothing had happened. In fact, it was Guak who was getting more tired, and he felt that Gil Su's blows were getting stronger and stronger. Gil Su said he deserved even more, and even after being knocked down and kicked away, he didn't faint. He stayed on his feet. Gil Su thought Guak was really strong, but he was feeling more and more awake, feeling a real rush of adrenaline. The look he gave Guak made him tremble with fear. Guak remembered that, at school, he had no rivals. No one dared lift a finger against him once he had mastered everything, until that boy came along, transferred from juvenile detention. The look in that boy's eyes said it all. Power. That was Guak's first impression of Choi Noman. Something inside Guak's head told him that he had to get to grips with that boy as soon as possible. So they set a trap for him, but Guak made a big mistake. He couldn't believe his eyes, because Choi No-moon had defeated everyone and was still standing, intact. He even asked Guak if he didn't want to fight. That's when Guak saw his first real predator. And now, Gil Su had that same look in his eyes. This made Guak angry, stressed, but Gil Su held his fists and maneuvered his way up Guak's body. He thought that he had trained every day for this, to turn the tables, and said that this was something he had learned from fighting. For him, hard work always pays off. Then he managed to apply a grapple, pressing Guak's head and shoulder, and said it wasn't going to end here. He was going to make Guak suffer in pain. Meanwhile, Noman was putting heavy pressure on Hyokjin with his powerful punches. Noman was surprised that Hyokjin was the leader of this group. He really was an interesting person to hunt. Despite being short, Hyokjin said he had plenty of experience fighting big guys like Noman, and that this was nothing, landing a punch. But Noman, standing still like a wall after taking the hit, said it tickled a little, so he'd count it as a valid punch. But he responded with one that made Hyokjin spit blood, and then unleashed a flurry of punches, barely giving Hyokjin a chance to fight back. Yongin wondered why this guy was so strong. It felt like being hit by a truck. Noman didn't even care to raise his guard or avoid openings in his attacks. He just crushed his opponents with brute force. But then, Hyokjin managed to dodge and get behind Noman, applying a rear chokehold. He said he specialized in dealing with guys like Noman, and this time Noman was really in a tough spot. Hyokjin thought he had to finish it now, or there'd be no more chances. This move had to work, even against a monster like this. Noman fell to his knees, and Hyokjin said it was finally working, but in truth, it wasn't. Noman simply stood up again. He had taken drugs from a capsule, and was furious at Hyokjin for making him use drugs to win this fight. Hyokjin, thrown to the ground, wondered what drugs he took. Those were pink pills, different from the red ones. Noman said he'd end it now. With the last bit of strength he had, Hyokjin dodged the next attack and asked how the hell Noman had swallowed the pill, even while in a chokehold. But things hadn't changed. It was still the same. Actually, no. Noman was now much faster than before, slamming Hyokjin's face and pounding him with punches, not even giving him time to breathe. His attacks were much stronger, and Noman said that a weakling like him would never understand the pure joy that power brings. So we get another story, this time from a villain. Noman wasn't from Korea. He had moved there with his family for a better life, but they still struggled a lot. He and his mother could only rely on his father's work. Once they arrived, they realized how weak and vulnerable they were as immigrants. But the worst part wasn't poverty or Korea, it was the person they had to trust, his father, who always came home drunk, and of course beat his mother and his son. Noman felt terrible for being weak, useless, powerless. His mother couldn't take it and ran away. He was left alone to bear all of his father's rage, the rage of a man who felt disrespected. Noman had to endure his father's daily outbursts alone, suffering constant physical and psychological abuse. His only sin in life was being weak. He doesn't remember how long he had to wait, but when he finally could, the first thing he said to his father was, "Do you want to play hunter?" Except this time, he wasn't the prey. While being beaten, the only thing his father could say was a completely useless apology. Noman made his father understand what real power was. He paid the price for his actions. Noman was sent to juvenile detention, but even there, he thrived. That's where he got even stronger. No one could match his brute strength. He was born different. Since the beginning, he hated himself for being born from his father. But in the end, maybe those genes were good for something. He wasn't afraid of anything until he met that guy, the first dragon, who said Noman had turned his nest into a mess, but still wanted him to work for him. He'd make Noman even stronger. So Noman followed the natural order. The weak obey the strong. Since working with the Baek-san group, he became stronger and stronger. He asked Hyokjin if he hadn't realized yet. He had no chance of winning. Speaking of which, Guak was now the one being defeated. Gil Su had finally beaten the guy down, but he had lost too much blood in the process. He felt dizzy, like he was going to pass out. Then Yongho appeared, saying he sure made a mess. Gil Su said Yongho wasn't doing much better. Yongho replied he actually was. He could still walk, but Gil Su asked why he was just standing there. Was the fight really over? Yongho said he had missed most of it, but it was probably done. When Gil Su looked around, he saw a bunch of bald guys beaten and knocked out. He asked how they managed to take down so many. Yongho said the Jinsang people were all maniacs. Even shocked, Gil Su was glad they had won the fight, but he wondered where everyone was now. Meanwhile, Noman said he loved how the drugs made him stronger, made fighting easier, and now that he had taken down the leader of Jinsang, all that was left was to finish the rest. But Hyokjin was still awake, saying he wasn't going anywhere. The fight wasn't over yet. Noman said he was as persistent as a cockroach, and that it wasn't fun hunting prey that was already half dead. Hyokjin said Noman was pathetic. He only beat others to prove his own strength. Jinsang would never lose to someone like him, but even so, Hyokjin was kicked around like a bug. Noman said that he didn't care about Jinsang, that they were just a stepping stone to get to 6 gates, his real target. He declared that he was going to take over the entire Jongnong area and put the Baekseon group under his feet as well. Being kicked to the ground, Hyokjin thought it was all his fault. No one in his group would have been caught if he hadn't fallen into that trap himself. Noman, picking up a door ripped from the container, said that he would even like to give Hyokjin a break, but it seemed that he himself didn't want to, so he was going to make sure that he could never fight again. As he was about to crush him with that metal door, Hyokjin thought of his people, apologizing for not being strong enough to protect them. But then, the main core of Jinsang was still standing. They all went to Hyokjin's rescue, rescue, holding Nomun so that he would stay still. They were there to help their leader. Even so, Nomun managed to pull them all off as if they were nothing. He said he knew he shouldn't have trusted that damn guac and wondered how there were so many Jinsung people there. The group replied that they had defeated the damn bald men, some of whom had even run away. Nomun asked if their brotherhood had run away, telling them not to be ridiculous. But Yeokjin said that he still didn't understand that Nomun made the others obey out of fear, not loyalty or respect. Yeokjin asked if the group could hold Nomun for just 5 seconds, that would be all the time he needed. And of course, everyone from Jinsung obeyed, advancing against Nomun without fear. Despite this, they were all knocked out, and Nomun said that 5 seconds was too long. He ran over everyone like a tractor, but Hyokjin replied that only one person would fall that night, and that would be him. Even though he tried to grab Nomun, Hyokjin was knocked down. Nomun said that no matter how many insects there were, they would still be insects. But Hyokjin held on to Nomun's leg, and Hyokjin once again said that if it were him, he wouldn't underestimate Jinsung, because they were much tougher than they looked. Everyone was holding on to Nomun's leg, climbing up his body if necessary, without letting go, even with kicks, punches, and everything he had. Hyokjin was the last to hold on. He said that Nomun was born with the strength he has, so he would never understand. The Jinsung had always been underestimated, always treated like dirt, and he had no idea what they had to go through to survive in this world. Just then, Yongho and Gil Su arrived to see the scene. Gil Su was about to leave to help Hyokjin, but Yongho said that would only get in the way because Hyokjin was already sorting it out. And he managed to lift Nomun, despite his absurd weight. Nomun was completely shocked. Just before, Hyokjin had been on the verge of fainting. Hyokjin thought that no matter how strong that guy was, he couldn't fight if his feet weren't on the ground. And with that, he could use that move. Jinsung's people were already positioned for the blow. Hyokjin said that his guys were too cute, so he ran with Nomun on his back, stepped over his friends, who had served as momentum, took height, and simply launched a brutal blow. A real John Cena, smashing Nomun's head against the ground once and for all. After that, Hyokjin passed on a message to the Baekseon group. Jinsung will never fall. Later, everyone was coming out of that junkyard, bloodied, broken, barely able to walk, but victorious. Gil Su commented that the group still had a lot of energy, even after fighting all night. Yongho said that he had to admit those guys were different. Hyokjin said that Gil Su's plan really worked, and thanked him for listening to Gil Su, because without him they wouldn't have won. Gil Su said to cut it out, because Hyokjin thanking him wasn't his way. Hyokjin then told them that he was planning to attack the 6 gates to resolve the issue with Chung, but since they had helped, they would keep a peace agreement for the time being. Yongho said that it didn't matter, they would lose anyway. Gil Su replied that he would be ready when that happened. Hyokjin told them to take care of themselves, saying that he wouldn't forget what they had done for Jinsung. Gil Su thought that, at first, he thought Jinsung's group was just a gang of bullies, but he was wrong. A strong leader can change everything anywhere, and that made him happy, because he too had a leader like Hyokjin. 3 weeks later, in the 6 Gates arena, Doil commented that Gil Su had really changed, saying that who would have thought that Gil Su himself would invite him to a duel. Gil Su replied that he just wanted to check on his progress. Doil said that he would do it for him and that he would fight with everything he had. Gil Su thought that all those fights against the Baekseon group had taught him many things. No matter who he was up against, how powerful, tough, or strong he was, he learned that as long as he didn't give up the fight, he could still win. He managed to grab Doil and sink his head into him. People watching commented that Gil Su was really different. They said the kid was good, and that if he beat Doil, that would make him practically the most powerful first year. The cheers were frenzied on both sides. Doil thought that his friends had given him courage. He remembered that the arena was his life. It was where he grew up. Meanwhile, Sunung Wu spoke to Chung, saying that he had heard that Chung had trained Doil personally at the beginning, and had really seen the talent he had from the start. He could hardly believe that Doil was so strong. Chung explained that he didn't train him because he saw something special. In fact, Doil built it himself. He became special on his own merit. At the meeting between Tenchai and Kang, Kang commented that they were sure they would win, but now they had lost 2 dragons, and asked what the plan was. Tenchai replied that it wasn't as bad as it looked. Both Nomun and Tyrone had a lot of problems. They had a lot of losses, yes, but they had also gained a lot of information. Kang wondered what this information would do since they were losing every fight, and asked if Tenchai really had a plan. Tenchai replied that he did, and that this was exactly why he had called Kang to the meeting. He said it was time for Kang himself to take some action. Meanwhile, in a laboratory where drugs were made, Maria complained that she hated that place, which was always messy, and asked if Taesan was coming back. Taesan said he had already told her not to wear that strong perfume when she went to the lab. Maria asked why he was taking his work with drugs so seriously, and asked how the meeting with Kang had gone. Taesan replied that he would consider it, but would probably give in at some point, and asked her to forget about it for now, because he had something more interesting to show. He said it was his work of art. The first guinea pig was the first dragon, who said that the drug wasn't bad at all. Tenchai said that he hadn't expected Tyrone and Noman to lose, but that it was okay. Their defeats had given him enough information to create his new drug, and that it was a good thing it had been developed in time. Taesan said that they had to act soon, before that guy escaped, because they needed 6 gates to get the revenge they had wanted for so long. Back in the arena, Gil Su thought it was very interesting. The first time he'd stepped in there had been a nightmare, but now he liked the arena more than anyone else. Chung asked why Do-il was still there since the arena had closed. Do-il replied that he was deep in thought, remembering the first time he went there, and how much he had changed since then, thanks to Chung. He said that the arena had changed him completely. Chung replied that there was no reason to thank him, because creating that arena was a lifelong dream. Not just his, it was an obligation. Do-il was curious, but didn't ask. Chung then said that, in any case, Do-il had fought very well that day, and that he was even thinking of recommending him to the student council. Gil Su said that he would love to, but that they needed to sort something out first. He said he didn't want the Baksan group to threaten 6 gates again. Chung told him not to worry about that because the student council was already working on it, and they would soon be rid of them. The next day in the bustling capital, a clearly disguised person entered a cell phone store. He said he'd seen the ad on social media about anonymous deposits. The woman asked if he was the guy and told him to follow her. She followed the man in disguise, who didn't know where he was going, but thought the view from that building was really beautiful. You could see every corner of that street. The woman then told him to stop acting like an idiot and try to make a good first impression, because the first impression was the one that counted. The man in disguise asked what she meant by that. So they had already arrived to meet Maria from the Baksan group, one of the dragons, and she asked what his name was. He introduced himself as Yoonhyuk Lee and was very shocked to see that there was such a place inside the building. Yoonhyuk Lee explained that he had borrowed some money but couldn't pay it back, so the loan sharks were after him at the time, which was why he was there. Maria commented that he owed a lot of money and said that if he didn't pay it back in a month, the interest would rise to 10 million. Enrique confirmed that this was exactly the case, but Maria told him that he didn't have the nerve to mess around with this kind of thing, and that he wouldn't have this debt if he was really smart. She then asked if he was strong by any chance. Yoonhyuk Lee replied that he was very determined and didn't give up easily. Maria liked this and told him to take him to the playground to show him how things work. The earringed subordinate agreed, and they headed back to the main street. Yoonhyuk Lee asked what exactly this playground they were talking about was, if it was somewhere he could find a job that suited him. But Maria's subordinate explained that he had misunderstood, that he didn't have much choice there. Maria was the law in that place, and the whole street belonged to her. Every corner, she was the queen of everything there. Yoonhyuk Lee began to wonder if she really owned the whole street. Then they arrived at the place, and Maria's subordinate told them to move quickly because there was a lot to see on that street. The first place was a casino where there were a lot of angry people. The boy explained that this was the first playground and said that this was what Yoonhyuk Lee would be doing from now on. There was one man who got so angry that he threw everything up in the air, turned the tables, and said that he had been playing all day and never won. He threatened to call his gang to sort it out, but the light-haired guy sank his face into the table and asked if he had a problem with the playground. The man shut up on the spot, and even Yoonhyuk Lee was shocked by it. The light-haired guy said that the work at the casino was super peaceful, but there was another problem. The guys were trying to get away with what money they could, and that would be Enrique's first task, to catch them. But Enrique had already escaped, and he asked them if they really thought they could get away. He just wanted to see how far he could go, that's all. Yoonhyuk Lee could hardly believe what was happening. He went into a coffee shop to try to disguise himself, ordered a coffee, and thought he needed to pass on the information he had obtained. But the staff were already ready to catch him. The next moment, he was walking past the coffee shop window and wondering how they had found him so quickly. It turned out that it was the owner of the cafe herself who had delivered him, because Maria owned the whole street and knew everything. Even the mascot of one of the stores showed up to catch him. Yoonhyuk Lee left his coat behind and ran out. He realized that everyone on that street worked for Maria until he finally managed to call that person to pass on the information. He said that things hadn't gone as planned, that he had found the hiding place, but the group was much bigger than they thought. Maria owned the whole street. The person on the other side asked for his location, but Yoonhyuk Lee was caught in the middle of the message. The people on the other side were confused and asked what had happened. Gyeonhang replied that it was a change of plan and sent for Chung, saying that now they would have to go after the Baeksan group because they had captured Yoonhyuk Lee. Later in the south, Gil Sue was meeting Gyeongmin and asked if it was really necessary for him to confess confess like that. The guy was carrying a sash, sweets, a candle, fireworks, a bouquet of flowers, a present, and even a birthday hat. But Gyungmin said that he wasn't exaggerating, that none of that mattered. What mattered was that he was sincere. Gil Su said he wasn't sure if that was the best time to go to confession. But Gyungmin replied that he had received a sign. Gil Su was confused, asked what he was talking about, and Gyungmin said that even Gil Su had already got his girl, so why couldn't he? Gil Su wondered if he was talking about that gift he had received from Youngmei, and if it really had a hidden meaning. He also wondered why those two were there with him. Do-il said that if he liked the person, he could just confess in a normal way, or not. But Yongho asked why they had brought him into the mess too. Gil Su thought that there were only clueless people there, and that he now understood everything wrong. Actually, it made sense. Gyungmin had taken all that stuff thinking that Gil Su was going to confession, not himself. He said that Gil Su had received a sign and had taken all that stuff with him to give him courage. He also told the guys that they had to support their friend. But Do-il asked why he was so excited if it was Gil Su who was going to confession. Gyungmin replied that, of course, he would embrace the opportunity because it was one cute friend helping another to confess, and he wanted to use it as a chance to win Dia back. Right away, Yongho and Do-il hit it off. Yongho said he'd let them sort it out between themselves, while Do-il said he'd rather go to the arena. Gyungmin asked if they were really friends. Yongho replied by asking if he was, and Do-il said he was busy today because he had to train a new skill. Gil Su thought that it was always like this. In the end, he would have to figure everything out on his own. Only suddenly he saw the Six Gates student council people passing by on the street. It was late at night, and he was on his way to the place that Yoon-hyuk Lee had mentioned earlier, Maria's supposed hiding place. Gyunhang commented that a place closed at that time was certainly suspicious, but that he still needed more clues to find the group. That's when they overheard a conversation nearby, where someone was saying that the people should pay what they owed, but that they could help them with it if they just went with them to a certain place. Gyunhang realized that it was probably them and ordered the staff to follow him. Maria's subordinate, the one with the light hair, was already leading the others down an alley, saying that it was a very reliable business and that they wouldn't regret it. The council asked Gyunhang what they should do. He replied that he couldn't see Yoon-hyuk, but he was sure that those guys were from the Bakun group. He couldn't just stand by and watch. When a girl started to be taken into a clearly suspicious place, Gyunhang appeared, saying that he just wanted to ask a question and that if they answered correctly, no one had to get hurt. Everyone would get out of there in one piece. Maria's subordinate said that he was meddling in someone else's business for no reason, which was brave. Kang asked him directly if he was part of the Baeksan group. The man replied that they had done their homework, that they were very intelligent, and that it was no wonder they went to the best school in Jeongnam. He then ordered the security guards to attend to the guests, but this would be no easy task because the opponents were from Six Gates, and the security guards ended up taking a beating. Gyunhang said that he seemed to be in too much of a hurry to defeat them even though he knew who they were. The man with the bangs admitted that he recognized his courage, and seeing the strength of the group, commented that, as expected, they were strong. Gyunhang then said that now they knew who they were, he needed to ask a different question. He asked, "Where's Yoon-hyuk Lee?" The guy with the bangs looked at the guy with the glasses who was undercover trying to get information and said that it didn't end well for him, except that in the middle of the conversation, the guys who were being taken to the alley suddenly came back wearing gas masks and releasing a thick smoke into that enclosed space. The smoke was clearly affecting the council members. Gyunhang ordered everyone to hold their breath, saying that there was something strange about that gas. The man with bangs, already wearing a mask, said it was time to stop worrying about others and start worrying about himself. He went up to Gyunhang using his Nun Ta Chao, saying that that special gas, made by Ten Chai, always worked. He told everyone to take a deep breath and hit Gyunhang in various parts of the body with his attacks. Gyunhang felt his body becoming more rigid than usual. The gas was paralyzing his movements. Maria's subordinate explained that from the moment they entered that street, they had already fallen into a trap. Everything had been premeditated. Then he was shown what had happened an hour earlier when he went to Maria saying that he had already completed the task she had asked him to do. Maria praised his work, as always, and asked, "What about the other Six Gates guys?" The subordinate said that he saw that guy, Yoon-hyuk Lee, talking to another Six Gates member on the phone, and that a group of them would probably be arriving soon. In fact, they did it on purpose, leaking the evidence just to get everyone's attention. Maria wondered if the plan wasn't too obvious, but everyone fell for it nonetheless. The subordinate explained that he had used business information and combined it with personal data passed on by Kang, and that, from the point of view of those investigating the Baeksan group, it all seemed seemed legitimate. No one would question it. Maria asked him if he already knew the description of the group's leader, and he said that he did, saying that he was someone with silver hair and dark circles under his eyes. Maria then told him to follow the plan exactly as agreed, saying that this time nothing could go wrong. He assured her that she could trust him, that he had never failed on missions like this. Gunhang commented that everything had been planned from the beginning. One of Maria's subordinates, known as her puppy, said that the street looked normal from the outside, like a simple shopping center, but that most of the workers there were people who had debts to Maria. That even included the little girl who was there with them. Even though small agency deposits didn't seem like a big deal at first, when applying for loans, people had to hand over their IDs, and if they didn't pay on time, they became debtors forced to do anything they were told. These debtors were practically slaves and were used in various businesses on the street. Gunhang said that it was all dirty. The man with the bangs then commented that Gunhang's dark circles had grown and suggested that he could sleep soundly now as he had already done his job and might even leave early. But he didn't expect to be slapped down by Gunhang, who said he was celebrating too early. The man wondered how he was still moving. Gunhang explained that their plan was good, but there was something they hadn't anticipated: how strong he was. As the mask of the man with bangs broke with the kick, he grabbed the mask of a woman who was standing right there. He didn't care about her life. He was impressed by the strength of Gunhang, who, despite holding her breath, was still able to move. Gunhang said that his abilities were not normal, but he also noticed that his body was becoming increasingly stiff. Being in such a smoky environment reminded him of dark things from his past, so he wanted to get it over with. The man with the bangs replied that if Gunhang couldn't sleep on his own, he would help him with that, but his nunchaku attacks were easily deflected. Gunhang hit him with a kick so hard that it knocked him across the hall. He thanked him for the mask, saying that he would make good use of it. The man with the bangs asked if this had been his plan all along, but still said that it was too late, as the effects of the smoke must have been starting to affect him. He said that Gunhang must be much weaker and tired, but Gunhang replied that he didn't need to worry because he would finish everything before that happened. They began to exchange quick blows, Gunhang with his kicks and the man with the bangs with his nunchakus. The man thought Gunhang's kicks were dangerous, especially if they hit the head, but they were still only human legs. He tried to break his opponent's legs with full force, but guess what he broke? His own weapon. And Gunhang wondered if nobody had told him that, because now he was going to end it all. The man was thrown across the hall again, spitting blood and losing his mask. He could hardly believe that Gunhang was still standing and kicking so hard. Gunhang asked if this was all he had to offer, if this was the show he had promised. He said that if someone really wanted to fight Six Gates, dirty tricks like that gas wouldn't work. Even with his mask on, Gunhang could feel the effects of the gas spreading through his body. He was heavy, and he knew he had to get out of there. Only Maria, who was waiting for him, opened the door. She said that he had managed to beat all her subordinates, which was impressive, but that unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to escape. She said that the night would be a long one for him. Meanwhile, Chung was approaching the address that Gunhang had left behind. He arrived exactly at the appointed place. Then his own phone rang, and Maria was on the line. She said that that guy from Six Gates was kind of fun, and that they all were, but commented that the leader was having a bit of trouble. Chung asked if she was from Baeksan and wanted to know, "Where are my people?" Maria said she was in a very, very safe place. Chung told her to shut up and tell him where it was, but Maria replied that it was fine. She would text him the location, but he had to go alone. If he broke that rule, it would be difficult to see his friends again. When she hung up, she commented that he sounded very angry and asked Taesun if he thought it would be fun, but he remained silent. Chung burst in, steel pipe in hand, and said that anyone who was there should leave now. Someone over the loudspeaker asked if he had really come running alone, saying that this made him a real man. Chung replied that it was cowards who hid behind microphones. The voice then asked why he was acting so rashly, saying that the person who invited him was going to be upset and that he'd better give her a good time. It was then that Tenchai appeared, saying that they had finally met and that he was very happy to see Jang Chung in person. Just by looking at him, Chung could tell that he was some kind of leader. Tenchai said that he invited him because they needed to talk in private, but Chung replied that he wasn't there for any proposal with Baeksan, he just wanted to take his friends back home. When he tried to hit Tenchai, he discovered that it was just a screen that had been broken by the blow. Taesun then appeared on several other screens scattered around the room, saying that there was a reason they had brought Chung there. They wanted him to join Bakun. In the midst of this confusion of voices and mirrors, Chung began to get confused and angry. Taesun explained that Baeksan was not the kind of organization Chung had imagined. imagined, and that their goals lay elsewhere. But Chung started smashing all the screens around him, shouting at them to stop hiding. Tenchai said that if that was Chung's choice, fine, there was nothing else to do. However, every choice has a consequence. On one of the screens, the cell where Chung's friends were being held appeared. He banged on the glass, ordering them all to be released immediately. But he soon realized that the glass could not be broken by force. He remembered Taesan's words and thought that perhaps there really was nothing he could do. Then he heard a noise coming from the cell. When he looked, he saw that the freshmen were breaking in to save the veterans. Gyungmin, Do-il, Yongho, and Gil Su were there, helping with the rescue. Just then, a message arrived on Gunhang's cell phone, telling everyone to gather in the arena because there was something important to say. But what nobody knew was that Gunhang's cell phone was with Maria. Some found this sudden emergency call strange. Sunung Wu commented that they would only find out what was going on if they went there. But as they approached, Sunung Wu realized that something was very wrong. The arena was completely silent, which was the opposite of what was expected for that time of day. When they opened the doors, there was a strong smell of blood and strange smoke. And who was in the middle of the arena, responsible for the massacre, was Tenchai, completely out of his mind because of the drugs. Meanwhile, at the rescue of the senior staff, Gil Su said that first they needed to get out of there and form a new plan. Gunhang took the blame, saying he had been careless and felt bad as a senior for appearing like that in front of the freshmen. But Chung, helping to lift more of the fallen Six Gates members, said that he didn't need to apologize. He said that the Baeksan group would regret having messed with them. Gunhang said that even if it was the last thing he did, he was going to make Baeksan pay. Gil Su thought it was the first time he had seen him so angry. Then Gunhang asked how Gil Su knew where they were. Gil Su explained that he was there with his friends because he had something else to do, but he happened to see the veteran passing by, and then he saw Chung too. He sensed that something was wrong, so he decided to follow them. Basically, it was luck. What Gil Su didn't realize was that he was there to prepare to confess to Youngmi, but now he knew that if he did, he would die before anyone else. Chung said that now there was only one thing left to do. It was time to counterattack the Baeksan group. Gil Su asked if it wasn't better to make a plan first, but Chung replied that he would take the lead himself, and that as far as he was concerned, there was no need for a plan. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Sunung Wu was very angry at what he saw, but Tenchai managed to easily block his blow, saying that he probably already knew, but that he was from the Baeksan group. Sunung Wu, trying to hit Tenchai, even asked what he had done with the arena, and Tenchai replied that it was no big deal, just that the fighting arena was also a lot of fun. He said that fighting face-to-face to determine superiority seemed like child's play. Sunung Wu couldn't believe his audacity, but soon afterwards he was beaten up too. Tenchai commented that he thought the leader would be a bit stronger, and that perhaps there really wasn't anyone as strong as the Baeksan guys. Seongyu finally realized that there was something strange about that smoke, thinking that his body was getting heavier and more tired. When the Six Gate staff approached to try to help, Kang also appeared, saying that the arena's motto was one-on-one fighting and asked if they were going to break that rule. Kang said that the right thing to do would be to equalize the numbers so that the fight would be truly fair. The Six Gate staff asked if Kang was with the Baeksan group now, but he didn't even have to answer because Seongwoo was already on his way. They said it wasn't out of attachment to the Bunan group. They would just do whatever was necessary to take down Chung, and Kang replied that it was they who followed the wrong person. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Seongwoo said that soon Chung and the reinforcements would arrive and that Tenchai and the others would regret everything. But Tenchai replied that he was so clueless that he wasn't even called by Chung or Gyun Haeng since his cell phone was with Maria. Only then did Seongwoo realize that it was all a trap. Tenchai declared that the war had finally reached its climax. Meanwhile, Gyun Haeng was struggling to stay on his feet as it seemed that the smoke, or poison, had really affected him. Chung said that if he was too tired, he didn't need to overdo it, and that he had done enough. But Gyun Haeng replied that he would stay with them until the end, as he was on the investigation and knew better than anyone how evil the Baeksan group could be. Gil Su said he felt the same way, and told Gyun Haeng to count on him whenever he needed him. In that situation, they needed to join forces. Chung, approaching, felt something strange coming into the arena. Everyone saw what had happened. All of Six Gates' people had been wiped out. Gyun Haeng asked if they had made that attack and arrived at the arena at the same time. Do-il said that they hadn't expected this plan. Even Seongwoo was there, completely defeated. Gil Su said he couldn't believe that even he had ended up like that. Gyun Haeng commented that all the leaders were wounded, and if this continued, they wouldn't be able to fight back in this war. He then asked Shun what they should do now. On the floor of the arena, they saw a sign left in the blood of the defeated. Chung said that the enemy had crossed all boundaries. Meanwhile, Taesan was talking to the other dragons, saying that now all they had to do was take down Chung and all of Jongneung would be theirs. Maria commented that it had been very easy. All they had to do was Mangas mobilize a few subordinates. Tenchai said that Chung had been very innocent. He hadn't expected his own base to be invaded, but Taisan reminded them that they couldn't forget who the real enemy was. He said they would need to tame the beast that was Chung at the right time. It was then that the beast itself called Tenchai. When Tenchai answered, Chung simply said that they had made a very serious mistake. He said they should have attacked him with everything from the start. Tenchai asked him if he really thought he was going to take on the 5 dragons alone, and he said that he was thinking too much of himself. Then Taisan asked Chung again if he wasn't willing to talk. Chung said that he wouldn't be able to talk even if he wanted to. He promised that, from that moment on, all his efforts would be to make the Baeksan group disappear from the face of the earth. Gunhang said that he understood that Chung was upset about the whole thing, but no matter what had happened, it was still dangerous to attack without a plan. Duel agreed, saying that, seeing how much the enemy had prepared, they wouldn't stand a chance if they just attacked impulsively without a strategy. Chung then said that they could stay and clean the arena, as he would go alone. Gunhang told him to stop being ridiculous. Yongho said that no matter how strong Chung was, it was suicide. But Chung said that all this had only happened to the 6 Gates people because he hadn't been strong enough, and now it was his duty to resolve the situation. Gunhang asked what he was talking about, and Chung told him that, while they were being held hostage, the Baeksan group made him an offer and asked him to join them. Gunhang was shocked and said that this was crazy. That's why they had left that message written on the ring. Chung commented that the Baeksan group probably hoped that by destroying the arena he would surrender, but that situation only proved that he would never join them, even if it meant dying. He would rather die than abandon his people, because that was his responsibility. Gil Su said that Chung was right. They didn't just fight for looks, status, or fame. They had to fight to win, but they also wanted to be able to help Chung in some way, at least a little. He asked them to let them go with him. Duil said that in this situation, there was no point in Chung trying so hard on his own. Yongho said he was ready to die for the place. Jungmin commented that if it wasn't for the arena, he would be nothing. Chung replied that he wasn't going to stop any of them, but warned that he would kill anyone who got in his way. He was then shown what had happened a few hours earlier. Taesan was standing in front of a grave, paying his respects. He said that it had been a long time since he had been there, as he had been very busy lately, but he promised that the plan was almost finished. The name he had given the group was serving a purpose and would grow much more. He told us that he had received that glove as a gift a long time ago, and that his master had said that when the team grew, he wanted to call it the Baeksan group. They would gather around him as if he were Mount Everest, all trying to climb it. His white hair was like the snowy peak, so Taesan left his gloves there, saying he didn't need them anymore. That was a far cry from the Baeksan they had dreamed of together, but he asked his former companion to understand. To catch a monster, he had no choice but to become one. Later, Taesan was in a meeting with Tenchai and Maria. They commented that, compared to the other school leaders, Chung was a complete monster. What's more, there was little information about him. Anyone who once tried to challenge him did not come out unscathed. Maria said that the only oddity she found was that 2 years ago, Chung was suspended and disappeared for a few months. Taesan asked what exactly happened during that suspension. Maria replied that she wasn't sure, but that after he came back, he created the arena. Even so, she still had no idea what happened during that period. Someone entered the room at that moment and asked if it wasn't obvious. He said that Chung must have been involved in a huge fight. It was a well-dressed man who was impressed by what he saw. He asked how long they had been building a building of that level, which looked more like a 5-star hotel. The man was Seong Jin-hun, a Ganggun executive. Seong Jin-hun commented that since he had last seen them, they had grown a lot. Taisan replied that it wasn't much compared to Ganggunpa's empire, but it was still an honor. Jin-hun asked why their numbers were dropping, even though everything was fine. Taesan said that there were some unforeseen variables. Jin-hun wondered if that was really the case, because looking from the outside, it seemed difficult to meet Hanhai Duran's conditions. Taesan said that there was still time until the launch. Jin-hun replied that things had changed. His master was so honest that he ended up becoming a model prisoner. It wasn't long before Hanhai was released, and this information left Tenchai and Maria completely shocked. Jin-hun said that now everyone was afraid. On his last visit, when he saw Hanhai, he saw something different in his eyes, like the eyes of a champion. He told them not to worry, because the young master had changed the conditions of the 5 dragons. Now he could take only the 6 gates for himself, and not all of Gyeongnam. Taesan said it wasn't a problem. Jin-hun said he would believe him this time. Tenchai explained that the 6 gates were essential to achieving their goals. Maria commented that it was good that Tyrone and Choi had disconnected. Taesan agreed and said that, ideally, in the end, only they would really remain. He warned everyone to get ready because the final battle was coming. Meanwhile, Gunhang, approaching a large building, asked if it wasn't over the top for a gang hideout. Gil Su said that the place was so luxurious that it looked suspicious. Yongho commented that the entrance was blocked, but suddenly it opened, as there were people waiting for them, ready to welcome them. Doil asked how many people there were there, and Yongho replied that he knew almost all of those faces, saying that they were from the most violent circle in the Jongnung area. Sure enough, the Baeksan group had devoured everything along the way and recruited everyone. Chung didn't want to talk. He ordered them out of the way and smashed the glass door and the iron gate with a single punch. Doil was paralyzed, looking terrified. Chung said he didn't have time to waste on those guys. The guys wondered if he really was Jiang Chung, commented that the place was flashy from the outside, but doubted that he was really that strong. Even so, they advanced without fear. They were violent, but stupid, because the first one had already been completely destroyed. No one could keep up with Chung's speed, which was faster than the blink of an eye. One by one, he took them all down. After finishing everyone off, Chung called his people together and said it was time for them to go in too. Everyone started fighting. Gyungmin, Do-il, Gil Su, they all kicked ass. The enemy gang was in shock, saying that the Six Gates guys were simply insane. Gil Su asked them if they were afraid and ordered them to come out, cursing. But it was clear that these mercenaries still had a hidden agenda. They revealed their trump card, extremely addictive drugs. They said the real fight hadn't even started yet. Jungmin claimed that everyone in the Baeksan group was now on drugs. As soon as the drug took effect, the enemies advanced like zombies. Even so, Gil Su took one of them down like it was garbage. There was no point in taking drugs and still being weak. Six Gates continued to take them all down as if nothing had changed. Gil Su shouted that they could use drugs, weapons, anything, that he would finish them all off without exception. Jungmin was impressed. Chung said he didn't have time to deal with those extras and told the staff to take care of them while he went up. Chung asked the staff to meet him upstairs. Meanwhile, Kang was watching everything on camera. He said that he had finally started and that his efforts had paid off. Tae-san commented that he seemed happy. Kang replied that of course, because if they dealt with Chung, everything would go back to normal. That would be good even for the members of the Baeksan group. He said that he wanted to see someone's face when he left. Tae-san asked if Kang thought Ganghang was that important. Kang confirmed it, saying that he'd had problems while doing business with that group. He didn't know exactly what it was, but he thought Chung was a bit sensitive, and that now he would have to take it all in his stride. Kang commented that he saw a lot of familiar faces there. It was a bad relationship that he himself had had to break. As they climbed, they realized that Chung had already knocked everyone down on the way. There was nothing left to do. But halfway up, they came across a barricade. The stairs were destroyed. They were cut off from Chung. It looked as if someone had pushed everything up there to block the passage, as if they were blatantly forcing them into an adjoining room. As they entered, they saw that the place was very spacious and full of slot machines blocking the stairs. Gyungmin saw a staircase at the bottom and ran to it, but was kicked in the mouth. A man appeared and said that he would prefer to face a heavyweight opponent, but if they were all he had, he would settle for that. Gunhang asked if he was also part of the Baeksan group. Kang replied that Gunhang didn't understand anything about that world, and that he felt absolutely nothing when he saw the leader being trampled by the Baeksan group. Yongho said that he had been betrayed by his own superior, and that was why he had decided to join that side. Soon afterwards, the others from Kang's group showed up to comment on the betrayal. One of them scoffed, saying that that little child, Yongho, would really say something like that, and that it was a waste to throw him away like that. Even so, they said they would have to do the dirty work. Yongho was already sick just looking at his face. Duil sent Gunhang up to help Chung, while he and Gil Su stayed there. He said that at that moment, only the two of them could help Chung. Even though he had been kicked in the face, Gyungmin didn't give up. He said that now was the time to go hard. Gil Su told him to go ahead, saying that everything would be fine and that they could handle the rest. Gunhang, climbing the stairs, asked if they were really going to be all right. When the two members of Kang's gang set off upstairs, they were almost met with a direct kick from Yongho, who said that they were deeper in the pit than he thought. The other two enemies then proceeded to deal with Chung upstairs. Seokwoo warned them not to worry about those two, as the hell up there was even worse. The staff scoffed that poor Yongho had been abandoned again and asked if he was going to cry. But Yongho replied that they could make as much noise as they liked because now he had real friends. As he went upstairs, Gunhang asked again if everything was all right. No matter how much he thought about it, he thought it was dangerous to leave the guys with this Seokwoo guy. Gil Su told the veteran not to worry so much, as each person there had a reason to become stronger, and they all trained harder than anyone else at Six Gates. When Dumoy Kano went off on Yongho, telling him not to piss his pants again, then, Doil commented that they had taken things to a completely different level. Yongho then kicked the guy so hard that he ended up on the ceiling. Seokwoo commented that they were too arrogant for first-year students. When Seokwoo punched Gyungmin directly, he asked if that was it, but Gyungmin blocked the punch easily and said she didn't feel a thing. Doil then landed a sharp hook on his enemy, saying that this guy wasn't a senior, but a Six Gates disgrace. While the other two enemies went on their way, Gil Su was worried about the fact that they were in that building, thinking that there might be something strange about it. At that moment, Kang was calmly sipping his drink. Doil realized what this meant. That bastard Kang was there too. He felt that this was a fight he had to take into his own hands. They had both been waiting anxiously for this moment.